If you were hearing these words, I might have achieved what I set out to do. I may have found someone who was willing to listen to what I have to say, to what I have uncovered. In this series, you will find the results of my search for those kinds of strange reports that most people would not pay much attention to. I, however, think that they are linked through unbelievable circumstances. It took me many years to find these reports and filter out those that I deemed authentic. Hundreds of stories I listened to, hundreds of stories I read, but only these few convinced me. They are the ones I want to bring to people's attention. But who am I? Why did I start searching for these things? Well, about me. I have to admit that I am not the brightest or the most famous man you might meet, but I am no idiot either. To be blunt, I am one of those people you wouldn't even notice when walking down the street. I went to university, became a historian, but when my search for these stories started, I slowly got distracted, and in the end, my journey led me to the darkest places of the world, away from boring tales of trades or revolutions. The first report I encountered was the one I called Ebrugh Report 1, Why I Quit Being a Psychologist. That is one you might have already listened to. Long ago, after having stumbled across that story, I set my mind on finding more like it, as something about it felt real to me. Something about it felt like a faint memory of ideas I already knew deep inside. Perhaps it was the same for you. The things I uncovered slowly, one after another during the last years, made me doubt my sanity more than once. Nonetheless, it is my duty to spread my knowledge. All the reports seems to be linked, but I can't grasp the greater whole. Perhaps another, smarter person can find the clues and piece them together. I can only hope for all our sakes. Why this strange title, the Ebrugh? Well, I believe that they are the key to everything I discovered. I took the liberty of adding a source and background information, as far as possible, to each report, which will include them and give you an idea about their respective origins. Being from Germany, I mainly found stories that were written in German at first, because it was a little bit easier to navigate sources in my native language. However, I also discovered stories from other countries. I tried to translate, or let someone else translate, all the tales that I found in a foreign language, and I will mention this in the beginning of those reports. Additionally, I recently got in contact with an ex-KGB agent, who told me about certain things that made my suspicions seem even more reasonable, as his information aligns with what I have pieced together so far. I will try to uncover additional hints and clues to everything, just to bring more light into the darkness. But why did I start looking for these strange reports that seemed to be hoaxes at first glance? Why was I so fascinated by all the tales and all the things I suspect beyond them? Isn't every horror story fake and easily disproved? One could think so. In fact, nowadays I often browse the internet for videos of weird happenings, of the sightings of ghosts and lurkers, of Jinn and Onryos and the Rake. Though some of them terrify me, most are quickly debunked with just some logical thinking and a clear-minded analysis. I never saw one that might actually be real, that might depict a truly supernatural event or a real creature of a species undiscovered. You might ask yourself then, why exactly do I believe in these strange so adamantly? Why do I release these reports to spread these stories in particular? The first reason I already told you. Because despite the fact that they are from so many different sources, they still seem to align in a dark manner. The second reason is that I once had an encounter of sorts as well. An encounter with the strange and unnatural. It was not a ghost or a commonly known creature from creepypastas or other internet tales. It was something different, something more disturbing and weird, and it has never left my mind since. Let me tell you about it, so you might start to understand why I believe in things many don't consider to be real. Why do I try to find more information linked to the Ebrugh? This story, my story, happened when I was still very young, about 9 years old, and therefore did not really know of the world's worries and its darkness, of the things lurking in the shadows and in men. Everything seemed fine back then, and I sure as hell am glad for those days. During my youth, I lived in a little village in the west of Germany, It was located near a big deciduous forest, a place like heaven for us kids. Many happy days passed with building hideouts or treehouses below the canopy of leaves. We spent almost every afternoon playing between the tall green trunks and jumping over the small creeks that were running along tiny hills. We probably would have spent our whole childhood there, had not an event occurred that made us never set foot in those woods ever again. It was Peter's birthday. He had sent out invitations to his party all around the village. That might seem like a lot of invites, but our village was very small. We were only 10 children on that day, celebrating with Peter. The whole afternoon, we did what most children do on such an occasion. We had a good time, played some games, and ate cake. Then, evening came. The sun was already setting when Peter got an idea. "Let's wait for dark. We've never been to the forest during nighttime. It must be crazy in there at midnight," he said, after having thought about it for some time. I did not like that idea. It was true that we had never gone in at night, but for good reason. As we lived in a rural area, our parents had warned us many times of dangerous animals and people with bad intentions sneaking through the dark. Back then, I did not believe that there was anything beyond our imagination, though I had seen a wolf once or twice and did not want to risk my life on a stupid whim. "We can't. You know what our parents say about the forest at night?" I must have said. Of course, no one paid attention. They all liked Peter's idea. Perhaps it made them feel grown up. After the sun had fully set, we made our way into the woods. The treetops did not let any moonlight pass through, so we had to use flashlights to illuminate the way. I remember those moments, being afraid of the unknown for the first time in my life for real. The blackness surrounding us felt malicious, and the rustling of leaves in the breeze made me imagine ghosts soaring through the air. Not the kind of ghosts I know of today, the flying bedsheet kind of ghosts, more harmless than those others that are probably out there. While the owls sang their haunting songs around us, we ventured deeper into the forest. Peter led the way, but all of us knew the area, and we only let him do so because it was his birthday. I knew where we were at all times, having played in these parts for many hours. Suddenly, I knew where we were heading. "Peter, are we going to the crooked tree?" Matthew asked. He must have had the same thought. "Yeah, we haven't been there in ages," Peter answered with a wide grin. The crooked tree was just an age-old oak tree, standing on a little glade near one of the many creeks, surrounded by thick bushes. The thing was already dead and rotting. We once had tried to build a hideout around it with no success. In the darkness, however, it looked like a creature with 1,000 arms, stretching in all directions. The trunk seemed gray and wrinkled, the many big knotholes resembling dark, gaping mouths lusting for us. I got a bad feeling. "We're gonna wait here until midnight," Peter decided. In those days, midnight was something mysterious, ghostly for us. Today I know that 2 a.m. is the real time to worry about, but back then we were all afraid of the clock striking 12. "We can't stay. There might be monsters," Sarah complained. "Are you afraid? I'm not. Let's just wait," Peter teased her. And so, we waited. Peter, myself, and the 2 other boys started climbing the crooked tree, looking for comfortable but safe spots between the branches. We sat there for about an hour, relaxing, trying to ignore the girls' talk about boring things near the creek. At about 12:10 p.m., I could hear a rustling nearby. What was that? We fell silent, listening to the darkness. Nothing to hear, nothing out there. "Stop messing around," Peter said. He seemed a bit frightened. There was still nothing. "Why are you—" He started to shout at me, irritated. But there it was again, the loud sound of rustling bushes. The thick bushes right below us. With a shriek, the girls started to run away. They were always easily frightened, but at this late time, we all were. The 2 other boys had sat on branches far away from the tree trunks, reaching over the creek so they could just drop onto the shallow water, before fleeing as well. Peter and I did not have such luck. We were stuck above the bushes. "Don't worry, it's probably just some squirrel." I tried to calm Peter and myself down. The others had already covered some distance. I could see their flashlights about 100 meters away, leaving us behind. "Get back," Peter screamed, his voice trembling. "Shh, it's right below us," I muttered. I did not dare to look or shine my flashlight down. I remember the raw fear, feeling pure terror for the first time in my life. I closed my eyes, ignored Peter's wailing, and focused on the sounds below. If only I heard it again. I knew the sounds of some animals around these parts. Perhaps I could identify it by its call. I listened to clicking, cooing, roaring, or snorting. A gurgling, wheezing sound reached my ears, almost like water being poured onto burning coals. Getting dizzy, I opened my eyes and looked at Peter. He heard it too. His face seemed to ask only one question. What now? The rustling of the bushes below continued, mixed with the gurgling. I gathered all the courage I had left and pointed my torch downwards. The leaves were shaking. Something was slowly moving inside the bushes towards the tree trunk, stalking towards us. "We have to climb over the creek. If we fall into the bushes or stay here, it'll get us," I whispered, hoping that it could not understand our words. Peter nodded. As quickly as possible, we made our climb, hands shaking, the flashlights leading our way. Every moment I expected the branches to crack, expecting us to fall, but we moved on. When the creek was right below us, we calmed down a bit. Almost there. "Ready?" Peter asked, having gotten some of his courage back. "Yeah." We dropped down, landing in the water, and started running home. The trees were flying by as I aimed my flashlight down towards the crooked tree, while Peter's was leading our way. I imagined something coming out, jumping in a flowing manner, and felt its gaze. Then, it was gone. Peter let out a scream, having looked back for a brief second as well. Luckily, none of us fell over a root or something alike, not even in the briefest second of turning our backs. When we reached Peter's house, the others had hidden away in the garage, where the party had taken place in the afternoon. The tables were still there, but everyone crowded behind the bar counter Peter's dad had built. "Peter, is this just you two fooling around?" Matthew asked, partly scared, partly angry. The look on our faces silenced him. "What did you see? Was it a boar?" Sarah was still shaking violently. I don't know," I said, sitting down next to her. The garage gate we had just closed behind us looked like a gateway to a world of pure horror. Her quick breaths were the only thing I heard, eyes closed again, trying to calm down. Some minutes passed, and everything seemed fine, though I did not trust the calm. I looked up and saw the window in the wall, right above us. The glass parting us from the outside world suddenly seemed frail and weak. What if it was outside, trying to get in? Whatever it was. What if it had followed us after all? The window shook violently, something having hit it from the outside. My heart almost stopped. It was here. Sarah and the other girls started crying. "Got you good. That's why you shouldn't enter the forest at night." I heard someone laughing. Peter's dad came into the room through the side door. "Dad, what the hell? Are you insane?" Peter roared and started crying as well. "No, I saw you running out of the forest. I just had to take this opportunity. You should see the look on your faces." He stopped, looked at his son. "Why are you crying? Wasn't that scary?" Sarah and the other girls were just sobbing uncontrollably, the other boys shaking, frightened. "Guys, calm down. It was just a joke." "Dad, there was something below the crooked tree, in the bushes," Peter whispered, his voice shaking. "For real? What? A boar?" They mostly come out at night these days. You're lucky it didn't... No, not a boar. Something. I must have sat, still in shock. Peter's dad seemed to think for a while. Then he said, "Okay, I'll go take a look, so that you can all sleep tonight." With those words, he took a baseball bat from a shelf and started opening the garage gate.
"No, please, Dad, no, it'll get you,"
Peter said, begging. "Don't be such a wimp. Stay here. I'll be back soon." He left us in the garage, the gate open. None of us dared to close it. We did not want to get too close to the darkness outside. Time seemed to pass slower than ever before. The cool of the night started to creep into the room, and I imagined hearing whispering outside. Or was it real? What if the being had taken Peter's dad? What if it came to take us as well? Or rip us apart, claw out our eyes? My imagination ran wild. And between all the made-up thoughts, it slowly came up from within me. One image. The thing I had seen, or believed I had seen, below the crooked tree. After what felt like an hour, Peter's dad returned. But something was not right. He had a large cut on his cheek. "Just one of those thorn bushes," he told us. Even now, I'm not sure whether I imagined the deep fear in his eyes. He never spoke of that night again. These days, after having processed the happenings, I'm not sure any more of what I had seen. Whether there had actually been something, or whether we had just encountered a boar looking for worms and snails. It had been a dark night, and we had been kids. Some days after the events, our teacher told me to doodle. I had finished solving all my math problems, and he probably did not know what other task to give me. I don't remember what got me to draw the thing I had imagined below the tree. A creature about 1 meter tall, its lower body seemingly consisting of thick smoke, its upper body being covered in grayish fur. It had 2 long arms with sharp claws, and the head seems to be that of a cat or a cheetah. But where the face should have been, only darkness, as if a hole had been drilled into its skull. A deep, gaping hole of eternal darkness. I almost smiled at the stupid doodle, but when I heard Peter behind me, gasping, his face turning white in fear, I got a sickly feeling as well. I have not seen Peter in a long time. He moved away 1 or 2 years after the events, when his parents got divorced. Forests are nothing I ever liked to visit again, not even nowadays, though my hesitation slowly faded. After the encounter below the crooked tree, I knew the world was stranger than I thought, more challenging, and a lot more dangerous. So, when I read the tale of the Maharu, the strange girl that found a black mirror and saw a silhouette, I did not simple-mindedly laugh at it, but listened to my gut feelings and took it seriously. And I think I'm right. I think these reports, these few, that are probably real, they paint a picture far more horrifying than anything I could dream up with my primitive mind. Please, help me to understand the bigger picture. The picture some would probably say should stay unknown. I can no longer cope with this horror that weighs on my mind any longer, even if I have to break doctors' confidentiality. If this object were to fall into someone's hands, I'm not able to picture the consequences. You have to know. The world has to be warned. It has to. I have been a psychologist at a German psychiatric hospital for several years. My area of expertise are cases of phobias that are rare or even completely unheard of. During my times of work, I often deal with the most obscure phenomena of the human mind and tried to help my patients as best I could. I already encountered cases of spectrophobia, the fear of reflections before the 12th of June in 1978, but there had never been any complications. In most of these cases, I could deal with the phobia rather quickly, and although my patients would probably never get over their fears completely, surely their suffering was reduced through my help. Because of this, it seemed nothing special at first, when Miharu Hamano was sent to me, suffering from said strange phobia. Miharu Hamano was a 19-year-old Japanese girl of fragile stature and long black hair flowing down from her shoulders, which she seemed to take a lot of care of. Her face was graceful, and she had small, petite lips that gave her a young look. But even at our first meeting, there was a strange shadow in her eyes, an underlying fear, making her face seem distant and alien. Her outward appearance was, however, not unusual enough to make me worry, and I had observed the strange darkness in her eyes in several patients before her who had walked through life with deep fears. This is why Miharu's case did not appear to me as being remarkable or out of the ordinary. When I met Miharu for the first time on July 12th, she was accompanied by her mother. The good woman seemed a bit upset, but no serious worry could be read in her face. I led her out of my counseling room, because a conversation just between me and Miharu seemed the wisest, and the presence of her mother might have obscured the young woman's recovery. This didn't seem to worry Miharu. She appeared to be a bit ashamed and was even somewhat relieved to be able to speak with me alone about her worries. It had been her own decision to come to me as an expert, and she seems to hope for a quick and easy recovery through weekly consultation hours. After a short greeting, she sat down on a comfortable leather armchair, which was placed next to my office chair, her arms dangling useless at her sides. "Please, tell me, what exactly is worrying you? Why did you decide to come visit me? And how do you expect me to help you?"
Well, since lately I've gotten this fear of my own reflections. It's hard to describe. Every time I see my mirror image somewhere, I get this strange feeling, as if something alien is staring at me, something from beyond the mirror. I know, of course, that it's completely ungrounded. I'm not superstitious, after all, but nonetheless.
Miharu was nervously moving her hands around.
I just hoped that you could help me get rid of this feeling, I guess. It was never this strong, but recently.
She stopped and gulped nervously. "What exactly happened? What changed? What do you want me to help you get a grip on?" I tried to dig deeper.
Well, I should probably tell you about the events that made me visit you. I came to Germany as a very young girl, 2 years old, to be precise. And that is why I always felt home in this country. But my parents and grandparents, who also moved here, are still thinking back to Kanazawa, a small town near Tokyo. They are extremely superstitious, and my grandmother often spoke of the myths and tales of Japanese culture. I loved listening to most of them, but one scared me somehow. This tale about a girl with her dying mother gifts a mirror, and in times of hardship and need, she can still see her after the woman died. It is a comforting tale, but something about it felt creepy. I often thought of the tale when I was young, but I must have forgotten it with the passing of time, until my friends and I discovered a strange mirror on the side of the road last week. We were on our way back home from our last exams at school and passed a small shrubbery wherein something twinkled. One of my friends reached down into the bushes and pulled out a hand mirror. It was made from a mysterious dark material, almost coral-like, and shimmered in the light of the midday sun. The mirror was not very large, about as big as my hand, but the thing seemed to possess something menacing. I remembered the Japanese tale and what had crept through my soul every time I had thought about it. It was not the story itself, but something different, I think. When I took the mirror and looked into it, I held it in front of my face, saw the street behind me. Nothing special. But then, suddenly, I saw this thing behind me. This. She stopped and started shaking while gazing at the ground, ashamed. It took some time until she calmed down and was able to look up again. Her eyes were cloudy and distant. Please, tell me what you think you saw. This is important. I suspect something has been occupying your thoughts for a long time now. Miharu resumed her story reluctantly. A skinny, shadowy entity. I barely could make out its outline, but that was enough. I'll never forget feeling its gaze. I did not see its eyes, but they were there, staring at me. I must have collapsed, screaming. I thought about her words. It was likely some childhood memory manifesting itself, a violent experience, or some kind of shock. Sometimes another child jumping out from behind a corner for a scare, or another similarly menial thing was enough to trigger these thoughts. I already cured people suffering from those problems. Listen carefully. What you just told me surely must have been terrifying for you, but its origins should be quite innocuous. I think that you are probably trying to cope with some repressed memories. If people see things in the mirror that are not supposed to be there, it is likely an attempt at communication of their subconscious. In many cases, the mirror is seen as some kind of gateway. If you want to, I can offer you some other methods to try lessening your fears besides conversing. Confrontational therapy is a possibility. Another method would be getting to the cause of your fear through hypnosis. You have to decide for yourself what suits you best. If the situation is getting worse than just being uncomfortable, or if something else, like the encounter with the black mirror that you described, happens, you should not wait to make an extra appointment. While we're at it, do you still have the mirror? I would like to take a look at it. She hesitated. I guess it broke when I had my anxiety attack. At least, I hope so. Thank you very much. I will be back next week. The young woman slowly got up and led her to the door. Her mother was still waiting outside, and they hurriedly left. Nothing out of the ordinary had happened, and her problems promised to not be very severe. But I was sure that their repressed memories were easy to uncover. If I had only known back then. The next consolation hour arrived rather quickly. On the 19th of July, 1978, Miharu arrived on time for her appointment. As her mother led her into the room, it became apparent that something was not right. The eyes of the poor girl looked tired, and her skin was pale. Doctor, you have to do something. Miharu isn't herself anymore. Miharu's mother pleaded. I asked her to leave the room, and shortly after, Miharu and I were alone again. She sat down on the armchair, and I noticed her hands shaking violently. What happened? I asked. It got worse. Well, I guess you can see that. I can't explain it myself. Every time I get close to a mirror, my fear makes me dizzy. I'm afraid to see something in there, something that watches me, that hungers for me. It's terrible. I just can't cope with it anymore. When I went to school, I couldn't even go to the bathroom because it had a giant mirror on the wall. I can't stand it anymore. Do something. She was beside herself and got louder, starting to panic. Please, calm down. You are safe here, completely. You, didn't see anything else? I'm sorry, I have to ask. Did you? No, she said, hesitantly. No, nothing. I'm just afraid to see something, afraid of it coming back. It's just horrifying. Would you look into a mirror, now, to see whether there is something in it? We could do it together if you want to. This was, of course, a suggestion that Miharu would probably not touch upon, but I had made sure that she was aware of that possibility.
I'm with you. Nothing will happen to you. I promise.
All right. If we can do it together.
Miharu slowly said. I found her taking this step so early quite remarkable. I slowly took a hand mirror out of a drawer and placed it face down on my knees. She got up and walked to my side. Are you ready? I asked.
Yes,
She tearfully said, but soon got a grip on herself. I began turning the mirror, gradually. We saw our mirror images, but nothing else. Miharu went back to her armchair again, and I noticed her shaking fading away. She began to relax. The mirror went back into the drawer, and I looked at her. There was nothing, was there?
No, of course not. It was stupid of me. Silly thoughts.
They were in no way silly thoughts. It was just this silhouette you believed you had seen. That upset you this badly. Because of it, you started to build up fear of confrontation. It will take some time, but your phobia will fade away. At least you'll be able to visit the bathroom again. Miharu started laughing.
Yes, thank you very much. I certainly will be. But is it possible to try hypnotherapy next week? I want to know what exactly I got so worked up over. I have hallucinated something, after all.
I looked at the time. We could also do that right now. After all, only 10 minutes of our session has passed. If you want to.
Yes, of course. I want to leave it behind me. It's been enough. Who knows? This fear might come back someday. I don't have the nerves for that happening.
And so, I hypnotized her. It was admirable how hard she fought against her anxiety, and I had high hopes for a quick recovery of hers. She sat there, eyes closed, relaxing her limbs. I asked her to go back to the day she and her friends had found the black mirror. It seems to put some strain on her, but finally she made it.
I'm standing next to the road, together with my friends. We take our time walking home. Leah suddenly stops. She had seen something in the bushes, twinkling. She reaches down and grabs it. It's a mirror. I'm afraid.
Afraid of what? The tail? You don't have to be. You are safe. Understood?
Yes, I am safe. But I've got this feeling of discomfort. I think it is because the mirror is so weirdly black. It seems evil. I fear seeing a ghost, an evil ghost, something monstrous from the beyond or another horrifying place. What if something is inside the mirror? I don't want to look.
There is nothing inside. You are just imagining things. Ghosts don't exist. You are completely safe. Don't be afraid. Miharu's face muscles tensed, and she appeared to be under a lot of stress.
I look into the mirror. The road is behind me. Cars are passing by. Beyond the road, there is a field. There it is. The silhouette. No.
She grew even more tense, and her breathing got heavy. I leaned forward and tried to calm her down. Everything is all right. It can't harm you. It is just a memory. But which one? Which memory are you hiding? Please describe the silhouette. It will relax you. Trust me. Everything is going to be all right. If Miharu managed to see whose silhouette she had seen, we would know what caused her fears. Then my treatment would have reached its goal. Perhaps her father, a childhood friend, someone she knew. Who would it be?
It's big, tall, unnatural. About 3 meters, but skinny. Skinny, incredibly skinny. and its long neck, almost as long as my arms. What is that? I know it noticed me. No.
I hesitated. What was happening? Her seeing such a distorted figure was highly irregular. I almost wanted to wake her up when she suddenly relaxed.
It turns away, despite having noticed me. It doesn't care about me. It slowly fades away, shortly, before I drop the mirror.
I hurriedly woke her up. Miharu appeared to be relieved. She asked about my findings. I'm not entirely sure, but the silhouette might have been a symbol of some worry. It looks like this worry has already vanished. You said the entity you saw didn't care about you. We can safely assume that no further extreme happenings are to take place. If something does happen, you are welcome to visit me again, but I think you should try to cope alone for the time being. Miharu left, thankfully, and her mother was also happy about the quick recovery. I had some doubts, because I never experienced something being cured this fast, but I assumed the phobia hadn't been that severe to begin with. I did not know what the silhouette had symbolized, but it seems to have been something unimportant for the moment. I expected to never see Miharu again at the hospital, but I would be proven wrong in a gruesome and terrible way. On the night between the 23rd and 24th of July, I got a call from the hospital. One of my patients had gone mad. The patient was Miharu. I immediately drove to the clinic, completely aghast. A colleague of mine showed me to one of the older rooms inside the basement. I found Miharu sitting on a chair, wearing a white straitjacket. After I closed the door behind me and sat down at a table opposite of her, shivers ran down my spine. Miharu apparently did not manage to harm herself in any way, but her face looked like a mask. She crazily peered into my eyes and had a wide, surreal grin on her face. A strange, biting stench made my eyes tear up. However, I was not able to make out its source. Miharu turned up her nose and cheerfully asked about my well-being. What happened? What did you do? I wanted to know, ignoring her question. Miharu started laughing, joyously, coldly.
Do you really want to know?
Yes. Why else would I be here? What happened?
I was at home. All was well. So well. No worries, no fear of mirrors. Everything was magnificent. Magnificent. Until it was there. There, this hideous thing.
Miharu was whispering. The silhouette? I asked. Miharu laughed again.
The silhouette? No, the mirror. The black hand mirror. It was lying on the sink in the bathroom. Just on the sink. How did it get there? How on earth did it get there? I don't know. I have no clue. But it was there. Just there.
She laughed even louder, hysterically, then suddenly stopped. She looked at me, her eyes feeling unnaturally huge, almost trying to suck me in.
A friend of mine must have placed it there. Who else? It didn't break, no, but it doesn't matter. I threw it away.
She started humming, quietly, but kept staring into my eyes. Another shiver went down my spine when I noticed that she didn't even blink anymore. And it came back? I asked.
No, of course not, you idiot. Mirrors can't walk. No, it stayed away. Everything was well. I washed my hands, wanted to leave, but then...
She leaned forward even more.
The lights went out. Probably some malfunction in the power grid. Surely not bad. No. The lights went back on, and then she stopped and pierced me with her gaze. The silence was unbearable. I had never before seen someone this delusional. Suddenly, she started screaming. It was in the mirror, directly in front of me. It was there, this face, this repulsing, blasphemous face. It looked at me, a grimace from beyond this world. Evil, ugly, disgusting. It started and started so close. I could see it, so close. I ran out to the bathroom and into the living room to my parents, feeling a panic like never before. They tried to calm me down, but it didn't work. I knew it was still there. On the television screen, on the pendulum or the wall clock, everywhere. It gazed into my soul, this grotesque face of scum. I had to cut out my eyes. I didn't want to see it anymore, but my parents held me back. They held me back and I fainted. But now, here, having had time to think it through, I understood. I understood, Doctor. She got quiet again, but saliva started dripping out of her open mouth. What? What did you understand? I wanted to know. She gazed at me, seriously, without a shred of humanity showing in her eyes or on her face. It was my own face. I looked like that. Look at me. Just look at me. Just my own face. How stupid of me. Her eyes opened even further, giving me a feeling of incredible uneasiness. What must have happened to make her hallucinate such horrors? It had to be a dark memory. Perhaps she was mocked with something as a child. Something happened to you long ago. We can find out what it is together. You do not have to believe such things. Doctor, are you blind? Perhaps you can feel it. Come. Come closer, please. Come closer. With those words, Miharu stood up. She couldn't walk because her feet were chained to the chair that was screwed tightly into the ground. This was my opportunity to convince her. I began stepping in her direction, slowly, until a mere 30 centimeters of distance was left between us. Her eyes were two gates, trying to swallow me whole. Her mouth just a small line, and her face gray as ash. Her hair was ruffled, but everything was normal. I could reassure her. There is nothing, Miharu. Nothing. You just look tired. Very tired. Touch it. Feel it. This unmistakable mass. Lump. Go on. I have to admit that I was afraid of touching her. What if I really felt something? Something that wasn't her face? No, I couldn't act that stuporous. I began raising my hand towards her features. I stopped and hesitated, but finally got a grip on myself and touched it. It was soft and completely normal. It took a giant load off my mind, and I cursed myself. What did I expect? Her stories must have been a bit too strange. Nothing wrong. All is well. You do not have to be afraid anymore. Despair crept into Miharu's eyes. It appeared that she finally got to her senses. No. It is this grotesque face. Believe me. Are you blind? She started crying. I felt sorry for her, especially because I did not know how long she had to stay here. As I started to leave, the lights flickered and died out. A scared jolt ran through Miharu's body, and she staggered forward, hitting me in the rush. We crashed onto the hard floor, her head smacking into my stomach, and I let out a painful gasp. Suddenly, an unbelievably bad stench got into my nose. It came from Miharu. I could not see anything, though part of me didn't want to anyway. Closing my eyes, I tried to relax. I noticed the lights turning back on, but my eyes stayed shut. Then I heard it. Only centimeters away from my ears, something was panting, gargling. A distorted voice. Doctor, Doctor. I think you also might be able to see it now. I think you also might be able to see it. In shock, I reached for her face. Instead of smooth skin, I felt a slimy, gristly surface. The terror almost made me lose my mind. This couldn't possibly be happening. Then, I opened my eyes. Never will I forget what I saw, and never again will I be able to spend a minute in peace after this atrocity. It was a grimace lying on my stomach, having once been the face of a beautiful girl. The eyes were giant, round and squidgy, stood out and twitched around madly. Her hair was black and disheveled, sprouting in all directions, the skin strangely blue and her nose unsettlingly normal. The jaw, however, had mainly gone back into the skull, so the creature had a huge overbite, and the mouth was twisted and turned, almost like a mirror image of a pond that got distorted by waves. Her eyes were fixated on me in a gruesome way, and her hand clung to my ankle, strangely having been freed of the straitjacket. I do not remember how I got loose and ran away, while she followed me with her eyeballs. I understand that no one will probably ever believe me, that all of it sounds like me hallucinating, but it was reality. The following night, Miharu vanished from her guarded, locked room. No one knew where she went, and no one ever saw her again. There also never was another person who saw this gruesome, no, her true face. I was notified about her asking for a black hand mirror that had been found in her bedroom shortly before I came to visit her. Where the accursed object is now, I do not know. If anyone were to find it, I can only hope that due to this report, it will be destroyed immediately. Luckily, I never saw the black thing myself. Who knows what horrendous things would now gaze at me from inside the mirrors. I am afraid, even now, of seeing this sacrilegious, gruesome face from another world in a reflection one day, and of it taking me, and never again did I sleep in peace. In the dark, I remember its nasty voice. Sometimes I imagine hearing it right beside me, feeling another being in my bed. Doctor, Doctor, I think you also might be able to see it now. I think you also might be able to see it.
The following entry was posted on the homepage of Berlin City Hall on 27/06/2015 by an unknown hacker. It was, however, taken down by the website's administrators shortly thereafter. Whether it was a joke or something entirely different, everyone should decide on their own. It should be noted that the mentioned events coincide with certain other newspaper articles from around that day. My name is not important, and I suppose it is better if it is never linked to the events that I am about to write down. It is of utmost importance that nobody, absolutely nobody, sets foot into those rooms at Tamsler Street again. I cannot be certain, of course, but I believe that something happened in that flat, something that most people would classify as dangerous. I know that not giving my name will highly undermine my credibility, though I hope for the enclosed transcript to lend my words more weight. The transcript of what my boyfriend recorded speaks for itself, and everyone will understand that no one can ever move into those rooms again.
Last week, the media reported briefly on this case. It did not get any attention due to the political turmoil, and I bet that nobody really cared for it. Perhaps I should tell you a bit about Ryan before you listen to these horrid recordings of his. He was a sweet guy, though admittedly he sometimes had anger issues. We both were sad loners when we met, but together we found some comfort again. He was a hard-working guy, very determined to get to the top. That was all. Just some stress that he did not manage too well, but not mental sickness, I swear. So whatever he felt, saw, it must have been horrifying. I hate myself for being on a short vacation and not with him when it happened. It was just after I helped him move into his new flat. He was left alone and I was not there. But I can't change that. All I can do is warn you of those rooms. Now, the following is the transcript of my boyfriend's disturbing recordings. I got them only when the police released his belongings after his case was ruled to be one of schizophrenia rather than an encounter. What rubbish. He never had schizophrenia, believe me. I'm a coward, so I censored my name. You will notice, I'm sure, but I can't risk being identified. I'm too afraid, too freaked out. When I set foot into my new apartment earlier today, everything seemed to be just fine. My new home is located in an old apartment building near the large park. I'll probably spend a lot of time over there in the green. My job is very stressful, after all. I've been given orders by my doctor to relax a lot and to get some fresh air. I'm a working businessman at a renowned company, and in these last few weeks, the first signs of burnout crept into my life. This fucking headache. So, I looked for a new flat and moved in as fast as possible. I did not want my focus at work to be affected at all. It is known that everyone wants to live in one of the houses around the park, and it is almost a miracle that I got hold of this little apartment. I'm glad my girlfriend helped me move. I really miss her. She went on a short trip just now. I had to catch her evening flight. That lucky angel. 4 rooms, a cooking area, and a lovely bathroom with a wellness bath inside. I bet I will use this one quite often in the future. Can't wait to share it with her as well. Moving didn't take more than 2 days, and we poured ourselves a glass of wine and made some tasty burgers. Just after she left, I felt ready for my first night in my new bedroom. The last 10 minutes, I just looked through the windows to get an overview of the green park outside. I hope it will become some sort of sanctuary for us in the future. But in the light of the waning moon, all those huge trees started to look strange and threatening, and the black pond seemed deep and hungry. I couldn't stand it for long, and so I lay down on my new bed to get some sleep. So, there I am now, unable to sleep. There's this presentation I have to give tomorrow, pretty important stuff. I hate that so much. I hate speaking in front of people. I already see them, judging me, looking at me. Worst part of my job, giving presentations. But everything else I succeed in. I wonder how I turned out this way. When I was a child, I loved acting and participating in school plays, and I was good. Oh, I was so good. But I did not want to be good, you see. I wanted to be the best. And then I started making mistakes, and people started laughing. You know, these stupid school plays, they don't matter, and no one cares. But I did. I did. God damn it. I usually would never record such stupid ramblings, but there is a reason. I got this odd feeling. Just moments ago, when I was looking outside at the park. This feeling that something is looking back, as if something is watching me, as if something is peering at me from the dark. So stupid of me, it's so crazy. Probably just the burnout, the fear of the presentation, but nonetheless. Why am I even talking to my phone? I'm not a little child, not some lunatic. I should call her, but she's probably already above the Atlantic and has no signal. This room looks so alien. Stupid, isn't it? I don't mean that it feels new to me. Of course it's new. I just moved here today. No, the moonlight is giving it this abhorrent look. Am I exaggerating? Yes, probably. I am exaggerating, aren't I? I don't know. Shit. This can't be. I am a rationally thinking human being, and this is just a stupid room. That's just a closet. That's just a desk and a chair with my coat on it. Nothing special at all. I've been wearing this thing for some time now, and should really be buying a new one. But isn't there something looking at me? Isn't something watching me through the window? No. Bullshit. Of course not. Calm down. Oh, God. If anyone ever listens to this recording, they'll laugh their ass off. Except for her. She wouldn't. Oh, if only she were with me now. She always knew how to calm me down. But others, they would just laugh. Still, over there, I can feel it. A peculiar gaze resting on my body. But what on earth might that be? I switched on the lights, and there was nothing there. Why am I being such an idiot? Of course not. Nevertheless, I better lower the shutters, even if I hate sleeping with the windows covered. Well, it can't be helped. Okay, now they're down. Very good. Lights are out as well. Time to sleep. What is that? There it is again, this feeling in my stomach, as if my innards are tied into knots. Is something with me? Some being? No, of course not. Of course not. Don't be stupid. Everything's fine. I just need some rest. Something is there, watching me from the corner of the room.
Hello? Who's there?
No answer. What did I expect? I bet the neighbors heard me. They'd probably take me for a lunatic. Oh, Lord, I hope they didn't hear me. What is over there? I have to turn on the lights. Then I might see it. Whatever is here with me. If something were here, it would also be listening to what I'm saying right now. So whatever.
God damn it. Nothing.
Am I going mad? Perhaps.
Damn it. This headache.
I have to ignore it. Think about something else. I wonder what she's doing now. Is she sleeping? Is she reading one of those stupid sheets they give you to explain flight stuff? Is she annoyed by the person sitting next to her? I don't know. Just think about her. Enough with this shit. Time to sleep.
Hello?
I wasn't able to fall asleep for a long time yesterday. Again and again, I had to go and look around. I just had to. I was so sure of something being there with me, gazing at me, yawning like a fucking stalker. I had a stalker once, a long time ago, but she's in the US now, and whatever this was, it seemed inhuman, somewhat. Crazy, isn't it? But that's how it was. Inhuman. Neither man nor woman. What else could it have been? I just went to the doctor's office, got some meds to calm me down. Nothing too strong, of course. I don't want my brain to get fried after all. I should call my girlfriend, but she deserves her peace. She deserves some days of happiness. I'm on my way to give the presentation, hoping they'll buy my crap. It would be a lot of money. Luckily, I already had everything prepared yesterday. However, it hadn't been possible anymore to think everything through for one last time, thanks to my stupid fit. I'm taking the long way to work, through the park. I hope the fresh air will calm me down. The only reason I'm still recording right now is because my doctor just told me to. He says it might help me cope with things. Silly. Absolutely silly. That was just a one-time occurrence. After all, what would have been watching me? What? Shit. Isn't there something in the bushes? Hello? Now I'm shouting like an idiot, and those guys are looking at me. Only, what is in those bushes? What is staring at me? My nerves. Some kid's trying to fuck with me. It's rustling now. Am I imagining things? Please, 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 leave me be. Leave me alone. Fuck. Just a fucking cat. Shit. I hate this. Yeah. Laugh at me, asshole. Laugh at me. Or better, mind your own fucking business. I should hurry. No time for this crap. I gotta go to work. No time for a walk in the park. I have to give the presentation. Everything will be fine. Everything will be normal. The next recording starts with a sob. I don't want any more. I can't. What sick, crazy, deranged shit is this? Fuck. Where are my pills? Over there. Calm down. Everything will be fine. Everything will be okay. How could something like this happen? How? The meeting was going well, wasn't it? The presentation was perfect. Everything I did was perfect. Then I asked them for their opinion, and they all fell silent. Why? I got confused, distorted. Why didn't they say anything? Just their gazes, silently rupturing me and puncturing my soul. They just stared, just like that. Just like that, they stared and stared and stared. Were they even human? Their eyes were so cloudy, so strange, and of a terrible brilliance. I just ran onto the street down below. But it did not stop. Everyone just stood there, staring, gaping, without muttering a single word, without anything. The cars were standing still, the trams, everyone was just gaping at me. From the windows, the buildings, from everywhere, just staring. I got sick, and yes, I vomited all over the fucking ground. How pitiful. Shit. Crying can be heard for half a minute. And there was something else, something different. I just knew it. I felt it. Its gaze, this horrible feeling, this sixth sense. I'm now terribly sure that there really is something otherworldly. And I got my gun. When I see it, I will blow its brain out. Its fucking brain. But if it doesn't have one, no, lunacy. Keep it together. You can't be serious. Calm down. Calm down. There's nothing there. The feeling is gone now, isn't it? Perhaps it was just some bad food. It happens all the time. Calm down. What are you? What the hell? Oh God, please. What are those staring down at me? Bodiless, just there. You profane abnormities. How could this be? Close your eyes. Close your eyes, and they'll be gone. They'll be gone. No, please. They're still there, gaping inside my head, my mind, my soul. There's only one way. I am so sorry. I told you, didn't I? This is so weird and horrifying. When they gave me the recorder, they must have forgotten to erase this. So sloppy. I just listened to my boyfriend's last days. I'm so damn angry at myself that I was not able to be there for him. I just had to go, had to fly away. Thinking about me gave him comfort. I should have been there. But right now, that is not the worst thing. The worst thing is my laptop camera. I'm pretty sure that it is blinking, so someone must have hacked it. Should I not have been alerted? I'm good at this stuff. I'm the IT lady. I wonder who is watching me. It has to be the police. They're monitoring me. Well, let them. I don't really care. Just beware of that flat. Something is wrong with that flat. I also wonder a bit. What if this is not the police watching? If something else is here with me? It might be something behind me, and not the hacker. Well, writing down these thoughts was not a good idea, I feel. I'm frightening myself, and I'm starting to get paranoid as well. I'm pretty sure that there is something in the corner of my room, though. Every moment that passes gives me more certainty. It is not the camera. The camera's not even turned on. It is something behind me. But I don't dare to turn around. Something is watching me. I just have this feeling. I really hope this post makes it. I really hope I can type in everything and send it before... I think it is closing in on me. Are you reading these lines? Whatever you are you reading what I type? Are you looking over my shoulder? I bet you are. I feel you. I feel your gaze. Are you from that flat? Did you follow me? What do you want? What are you? I can hear you rattling. I can feel your eyes. Why can I not note down the house number? Why can I not write down the floor the flat is on? I am unable to... Are you inside my mind? I should have written down the exact address earlier, and now it's too late. I'm sorry, but you at least know the street. At least you know that. I hope it will not make me delete that as well. I have to finish this quickly before it takes me over or drives me insane or... To you, I say, do your worst. You have taken what I loved. I will fear and hate you until my last breath. To everyone else, I am about to post this right now. I hope someone sees this. Goodbye.
I just moved into an old mansion in Warley, near London. It has recently been rebuilt to house several families, and we absolutely loved living there. Until yesterday. We were playing in the attic and stumbled across some very eerie notes. Has anyone heard of something similar? They creep me and my friends out, and we are now afraid of playing in the garden. The notes are apparently from 1876, so they are quite old. Firstly, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Edward Pines. I have been the head of the respected law firm Pines & Partners, which I inherited from my late father, for over 10 years now. Therefore, I've never had any worries in terms of work-related matters, but my private life looked a bit different. Just as I had inherited the diligence of my father, my little sister, Lucy, had been struck with his spirit of enterprise. At first glance, this probably does not seem to be troublesome. However, she tended to cross all lines and threatened to sully our family's name with her fleeting romances and travels into the nowhere. Despite this harsh judgment of mine, I must empathize that I will always love my sister from the bottom of my heart, though her frequent escapades were giving me quite the headaches. Now, though, with the whole situation turning to far worse, I decided to write down these lines. I pray that this statement will calm the public down and suffocate all the gossip that is sure to sprout in every gutter after this is over. The strange transformation of my sister and the events linked to it, the events that aroused so much interest in certain people who couldn't resist telling tall tales, started about 4 weeks ago. I had just won the Benford trial, and waiting for the return of my dear sister from China. She had traveled to those faraway regions of Asia with her lover at the time, Benjamin Drumsman. However, only she had returned, as I noticed with some initial glee. I immediately became aware of Lucy's strange confusion and her thoughts trailing off when I picked her up at the port in the East End of London with a cabbie. It is not at all my intention to imply that we had always gotten along before, on the contrary, but there had always been a certain trust bonding us together as brother and sister. Yet,
Now she seemed distant and cold, almost as if not everything of hers had returned to England. She ignored my inquiries about the current status of Mr. Drumpsman, turning her head towards the world outside the window. During the short conversation we were able to have, I learned nothing about her travels or her condition, besides the fact that she seemingly had lost some memories. Because of that, I decided to give Lucy some time to think everything over by herself. When we arrived at the mansion after a gloomy ride, Lucy hurriedly went to her room and stayed there for the next 2 days, locking herself away. I asked our maid to take care of her, but besides a small meal a day, my sister refused to eat anything and stayed away from any meaningful conversation. When I got too worried on the 3rd day and began knocking on her door, a faint sob could be heard, strengthening me in my decision to enter her room. Lucy was sitting on top of her bed, shaking and pale-faced. Noticing my intrusion, she hastily hid something under her blankets, but unfortunately, I could not tell what kind of object it was. My curious look made her quickly explain that said object was just an old clay fragment she had found in China. I did not believe her, of course, but taking her fragile mind into consideration, I decided not to accuse her of lying and let the matter rest. Lucy hurriedly changed the subject, asking me to invite some familiar faces over for dinner in the evening to take her mind off certain things. Initially, this idea did not seem the best, yet after her almost begging me, I yielded to her pleas. Therefore, my sister and I invited some old friends of the family over, and I commanded the maid to prepare a feast and alcoholic beverages for our guests as soon as possible. At first, the evening was developing well. Although everyone was curious about Lucy's travels, they changed the subject after feeling her discomfort with said topic. It was a joyous gathering, and the food tasted marvelous, making us forget all about our problems. Even Lucy seemed to lighten up. Her face was getting its color back, thanks to the wine, and the people made her laugh and smile again. However, it was around 11 o'clock in the evening when the mood suddenly changed. Out of nowhere, my sister started screaming uncontrollably after looking at the palm of her hand. I ran over to her, but before I got there, Lucy started coughing up unhealthy green mucus that probably had gotten into her lungs due to a heavy cold. Me and the maid obviously hurried to bring our sister back to her room and politely but firmly asked the guests to leave the mansion. I was aware of the gossip this would birth, though the health of my sister seemed of greater importance. Dr. Manchester was sent for, a trustworthy man, having been my family's doctor of confidence for many years. Lucy did not approve of his consultation, but I insisted. Dr. Manchester arrived before the clock struck 12 and quickly began thoroughly examining my protesting sister. To my astonishment, he did not detect any cold or any impairing of her lungs or respiratory tract. However, her lower body temperature gave him a headache. Dr. Manchester also looked at Lucy's palm, where he found a small cut that was covered in a watery, slightly shimmering substance. When he asked Lucy how she had gotten said wound, she only let out a gasp and suddenly started to violently flail around, only being calmed down by the contents of a syringe, which Dr. Manchester quickly administered. The situation started to get over my head, especially as neither me nor Dr. Manchester could explain the things going on. The following days, Lucy stayed in her room, and I took some time off from work to be able to take care of her. The good Dr. Manchester also visited us twice a day to monitor her worsening condition. She still did not want to tell us about her travels and did not say much altogether. When Lucy started sweating more and more whilst coughing up increasingly larger amounts of purulent green mucus, I started to get deeply afraid. But unfortunately, I was as powerless as unknowing about everything. So the only thing I could do was sit next to her bed and try to ease her mind. I searched for the strange object she had hidden from me, but sadly I could not find it. All the time Lucy just sat there, weeping and shaking, watching her wound that got tainted with mucus more and more by each passing day. 2 weeks went by, and the rumors about my sister drove many prying people to our doorstep. They were hoping to get a look at her. I chased them away with my rifle, naturally, though this seemed to stoke the fire of gossip even more. 4 days ago, an incident took place that changed everything. It was about morning, when the maid found Lucy bleeding, lying in her bedroom. I praised the Lord that my sister did not have the anatomical knowledge needed to get into life-threatening danger. She had missed her arteries by only about half an inch. The maid terminated our working agreement on the spot. She called my sister an ugly monster and left our mansion only moments later. Being completely confused, I only faintly heard the sad voice of Dr. Manchester, who had come by in a rush, telling me that only a mental institution would show promise in aiding my dear sister. Therefore, I watched heavy-heartedly as several men came from Waypine Asylum to take my sister in. Waypine was the most renowned institution in the whole of London for dealing with sickness of the mind, giving me at least a glimmer of hope. I remember the moment clear as day. The moment I opened the rusty gates leading to the old building that had been housing my sister for just over 2 days, intending to visit the poor thing. Her condition had deteriorated so much more, in fact, that I did not have a bad coincidence for sending her to Waypine Asylum despite heavy protest. Moments later, I found myself marching towards the main building over muddy ground whilst the cold wind tore at my clothing. In the morning, I had gotten a telegram. Apparently, my sister had sent for me, having woken up with a clear mind earlier on. Supposedly, she had eaten a bit more, a whole loaf of bread, which seemed quite the improvement compared to the past days. Relieved, I had answered her call, and so it came to pass that I soon entered the room she had spent the last days in. Seeing her made me think back to the days where things had been better. In those times, my sister had been a strong, astoundingly beautiful woman, always wearing only the best dresses, always smiling the biggest smiles, always meeting people of the higher society with respect despite her rebellious streaks. All of that fled from her, reducing her to a skinny shell that looked at me with hazy eyes, sitting on a plank bed. I carefully gave her a soft, warm hug, and wondered about the remaining strength of hers, because regardless of her looks and her sickly, sweaty skin, she almost drove all the air out of my lungs. I am so glad to finally meet you, after having gotten a clearer mind, she started. You should know that I finally made my peace with the happenings I have experienced, as far as one could make one's peace with them, and I'm finally content with my lot. I am ready for what is to come. Her eyes lit up for a brief moment, and I imagined seeing fear, but only for a moment. What is to come? I inquired, full of worry. Considering your situation, you're quite safe, well guarded. What could possibly happen to you in here? Do not fret. The explanation for my behavior and my poor state of mind is the reason I have asked for your presence, because you are the only one who might believe me. So please, take a seat and listen to my story, she asked with a sad voice, and pointed at a small wooden chair that was resting in one of the corners of the room. After my sister had thoroughly looked at me for some moments, I finally gave in with a deep sigh and dropped down on the uncomfortable seat she had offered to me, waiting for her tale in greatest anticipation. The beginnings of my journey to China did not bear any interesting incidents, and therefore I will skip those parts. Let us start at the moment Benjamin and I left the steamboat and set foot on the ancient soil of China for the first time, a land greeting us with great hospitality and a blooming culture. Around these parts of the world, one almost never hears of these regions, and the people over there are incredibly different from us. Being alien and strange, judged by our customs. We made our way through narrow alleys which were framed by old, crooked buildings and always seemed to be soaked in the smell of foreign spices. There were many saucy little shops and even some nice coffee houses. However, I did not feel well amongst all the foreign people. During the travels, I normally prefer to get away from society and into areas where nature's pure beauty can still be experienced.
I never took you for such a dreamy person, I had to admit with a faint smile on my lips.
I know. Perhaps because you never truly wanted to know about my travels. It was more important with whom I journeyed, not where to. But that doesn't matter anymore. As you should know, I do not speak any Chinese at all. Benjamin luckily knew 1 or 2 words, so we were able to communicate with the people over there at least a bit, and we even managed to find shelter for the night and get some rough information about the surrounding areas. Therefore, we decided to visit Zhao Teishan on the next day, a region worth seeing in close proximity. It did not take long to reach the Rocky Mountain areas, intertwined with large lakes. After discovering a small rural village, we spent some days there in the shade of a small hill. The people living there made us feel right at home, welcoming us with glee. It could not have been better.
That sounds rather idyllic. So where was the problem? And where is Benjamin? Did he stay over there because he liked those regions? Or perhaps...
He stayed there. At least, the parts that are still left of him.
The parts that are still left of him? Lucy, did he die? Did he have an accident? I asked in shock. Despite my resentment of Mr. Drumsman, I did in no way wish him any serious harm.
I really wish he did, because his lot is far worse than death. I will get to that in a minute, so please be patient. Well, the 2 of us had already spent several days inside the village we had discovered at the foot of these rocky hills. The old huts down there were all made of wood, incredibly old and brittle, and once or twice we feared the roof collapsing. That was, however, the only worry we had. Until that fateful night, when we decided to take a hike, wishing to explore the nature surrounding the village, scouting for a romantic spot below the light of the full moon. Only armed with some loaves of bread and a can of water, we made our way into the wild, and after climbing a steep wall of rocks and passing a moss-covered plateau, we reached the outskirts of a little forest. The tall, thick, decadus trees gave us a feeling of uneasiness, and the flora did not seem to fit into the surrounding areas, because, until then, we had only seen a barren mountainscape. Approaching these trees, we saw their silver leaves gleam in the light of the full moon. Benjamin was gripped by a strange eagerness, running towards the thick branches, but I rather kept my distance, feeling a distant fear creeping through my innards. Finally, I got to the thicket as well. Benjamin had already disappeared from my field of view, and finally I entered the darkness of the small forest, shaking. It did not take long until the treetops started to block out most of the little moonlight I had left, leaving me almost blind. The blackness seemed to pull at me, trying to suck me in. As you well know, I am often afraid, but in that suffocated atmosphere, my heart beat harder than ever before. Additionally, Benjamin was gone.
So, you just lost him?
That's all? I asked, being as perplexed as curious. No, I did not. I saw him one more time. Later. Only once, but let's not skip anything. As you might imagine, I called for him at first. However, the trees and bushes seemed to eat up any loud noises I made. After 1 or 2 screams, I admitted defeat, partly because I lost hope, partly because I was afraid of attracting someone or something. Yet, I could not just leave Benjamin behind, alone in the foreign wilderness. That is why I took all the courage I had left and went on, looking for my traveling companion. Also, Benjamin had taken the only lantern we had with him, exposing me to the numbing darkness. The undergrowth was creaking below my boots, and the air got thicker and mustier. Soon I had lost all orientation and sense of time. Thinking about going back had become useless as well. I had gotten hopelessly lost. My imagination had already started to give me horrid pictures and thoughts. I saw myself leaning against a giant tree root, starving, or walking aimlessly amongst the trees through the dark until my legs gave in. I saw myself finding Benjamin's remains in a ditch, a skeleton that had already been chewed on by unknown beasts. My thoughts finally were set to rest by a ray of moonlight, shining through the plants in front of me. Heading for this new shimmer of hope, I managed to squeeze around 2 bushes and in the end reached a clearing, majestically lit by a starry sky. At first, nothing seemed special about it, but after a while I spotted the stony altar being built at the center of the clearing. Its ornamentation and colors made it look alien, out of place. Tensely, I started walking towards it and noticed the many strange objects lying around said altar. The things looked like clay fragments, but the metallic surface structure and the precisely cut edges made me wonder. Out of curiosity, I grabbed one and then I cut myself. She showed me her wound. The cut itself was not that big, and much smaller than I remembered. However, around the encrusted wound, her skin had started a strange transformation. It had become squidgy, yellowish, and showed uncommon patterns. I instinctively flinched. What kind of disease had Lucy been infected with? I know, but that came later. So I cut myself and dropped the fragment. Afterwards, however, I did something incredibly stupid, something I should never have done. I picked the fragment up again and stowed it away in one of my jacket's pockets. Oh, had I just left it there, on the ground, perhaps my life would not be. But I stowed it away. Stupid, stupid girl. She gulped. Well, but it doesn't matter anymore. I stowed it away and started walking towards the altar, almost as if it called to me. I had already forgotten about the wound. When I closed in on the old construct, I spotted a large hole in the ground, having been hidden from sight by the altar before. A gorge in the earth, with a diameter of about 3 feet, leading into pitch-black darkness. Looking at this hellish hole, I started to get sick, started to get the feeling of something closing in on me from the depths, something I did not want to meet under any circumstances. Finally, my instincts returned back to me, and I managed to break away from that hypnotic place and started to walk back to the edge of the clearing. Hastily, my feet moved over the pebbly floor, leading me towards the trees, when a terrifying scream pierced the cold night silence. All blood left my lips as I realized that it had been Benjamin's voice. Suddenly, singing started, rhythmic and evil. I barely managed to jump into one of the bushes close by, before the first figure entered the clearing. In the light of the moon, I saw some native men and women moving towards the altar, each one of them only wearing a loincloth. They sang an inhumanly deep and alien song that went directly into my mind and shook my soul. Their bodies swaying in the night, they were dragging a bound Benjamin towards the altar. As I realized, I almost let out a scream. He fought against his bindings with all his might, but could not do anything to free himself. I could faintly hear him shout at the men and women, but the strange people did not seem to even take note of him, and so it did not take long until my companion lay on top of the altar, whilst the native people started to wildly dance, grotesquely bending their limbs in ways human beings should not have been able to. They all moved around the altar and the hole in the ground, which had started to emit loud gurgling sounds and a nasty smacking noise, making my hair stand on end. I observed the demonic spectacle and saw one of the men take one of the mysterious fragments from the ground. He was the only one wearing a thick mantle and a big gauntlet. Holding the fragment up in the air, for one last time, I heard Benjamin's horrified voice, before it was completely drowned by the rising volume of the singing.
What did he say? I asked in shock. My sister gulped again and took a deep breath.
Maybe I heard it wrong, but I think he shouted something like, Whose cattle? Who are they? Those Ebrugh. What are you doing? No. What are you talking about? Please, let me go. Please. I do not understand what he meant, and the happenings of the next moments are even harder to grasp. Please, listen to what I have to say, and believe me, I am telling only the truth.
Of course, I will believe you, I promised, being numbed by the things she had told me.
The man pressed the fragment onto Benjamin's face, and then he started changing. I did not see everything, but he seemed to melt away. When the singing stopped, all I could hear was loud, horrid gurgles. The fleshy lump, the lump that had moments before been Benjamin Drumpsman, was driven towards and into the hole by those fanatics, where it finally disappeared. I ran and ran and ran. I ran until I reached a village where I could feel even a little bit safer.
Lucy stopped. It looked as if she was about to pass out. Are you sure? I mean, perhaps the moonlight played tricks on your mind, or...
No, don't you understand? Don't you understand what is going on? The same thing is happening to me. Right now. Don't you see? She started flailing around, and I had to flee the room whilst people came running, trying to calm her down. Disturbed, I left the building and started to head home. At this point of my recordings, the reader should already know that my sister, Lucy, could not be helped anymore. She obviously must have caught an infectious disease on her travels, which had led to her and Benjamin parting ways after some argument. That must have pushed her already fragile mind into the abyss of madness. Or so I thought on the way home. When the cabbie arrived at my mansion, I sat down and indulged in some scotch. Sitting in the old winged chair, I did not know how to proceed. How long I sat there, brooding, I could not tell. But when I came back to my senses, the darkness of the night had already enveloped my home. After some due consideration, I decided to search my sister's room. That would have been something unthinkable, had the situation not been this bad. And I was certain I would find the strange object she had hidden away that day. It had to be somewhere between her belongings. I searched her bureau,
her wardrobe, her jewelry box, even her bed. Nothing. I found nothing. But I did not give up that easily. Impatiently, I started tapping against the walls and floor panels until I was lucky in one of the corners of the room. It did not take me long to lever out the loose plank with an iron poker and discover the small niche wherein the object lay, covered in lined cloth. I took the thing out, but hesitated for a brief moment. If my sister's tale was true, against all odds, I was holding an extremely dangerous object in my shaking hands. I had to try not to come in contact with the mysterious thing. Unwrapping the cloth and letting its contents softly drop onto the bedsheets, I finally got a view at the ancient fragment. It looked plain, almost innocent at the first glance, yet it almost seemed to emit a sinister glow. The material it was made from I could not determine, but the surface was strangely rough. I also did not trust my eyes at first when I spotted the incredibly delicate pattern covering the fragment's surface. It almost looked like it consisted of 1 billion small hexahedrons, holding together to form the disgusting object. Until now, as I am writing these lines, I do not know what happened to me in the next moments. I can neither describe nor understand it. The fragment seems to call for me, causing a bewitching, hypnotizing echo inside my mind, and when I got back to my senses, I caught myself touching the surface of the object with my index finger. A burning sensation shot through my left hand, and I flinched, shocked and full of contempt and disgust. What hellish magic had done its work? When I inspected my index finger, I spotted a yellowish, purulent spot, pulsating unhealthily in the light of the candles that lit the room. Cursing myself and the fragment, I ran into my bathroom. No matter how hard I tried to clean the spot on my finger, nothing worked. Not even the heat from the flames of my fire pit could cauterize it. Slowly, I started panicking, but some glasses of scotch managed to calm me down a bit. It dawned on me that I had to pay a visit to my sister, as fast as possible. Therefore, I found myself standing in front of the gates of Waypine Asylum again this afternoon. My hands were concealed by gloves, so as to not disturb Lucy any further. It pains me to report, I was too late. Not 2 heartbeats after pressing open the gates, several muscular men came running at me, led by big dogs. Confused, I stopped in my tracks and asked about their terrified faces. "Your sister, she's gone," one of the men told me, having stopped right next to me, pale as a corpse. "Gone? How in the heavens could she be gone? I was told your institution is one of Britain's best." I snapped at him. "We do not know. Please, sir, no one can explain it. Her condition worsened yesterday evening. A lot. She was sweaty from head to toe, but it was not really sweat. It was some kind of slime or bile. She could not talk anymore. Not even one word escaped her lips, just gurgling sounds. She lost her hair, all of her hair. Nobody had the courage to enter her cell. The food was given to her through the small flap in her door. Today, the doctor was supposed to examine her again, but she was not there anymore. We only found her clothes and a huge trail of wet slime, leading from the cat flap to the barred window opening in the wall of the corridor. The man reported, shaking with terror. "Are you taking me for an idiot? What kind of institution are you running here, you morons?" I roared, full of rage, but the man had already run away. It should be rather self-explanatory that I did not trust anything the man had said, but nonetheless, I hurried after them and their tracking dogs, getting a sick feeling in my guts. Not long after, we reached the wall on the back side of the premises, where the dogs stopped. I got dizzy by the look of the giant trail of bile leading across the wall and into the forest that was bordering on the Waypine's main area. Almost as if a big, fat slug had slowly slithered over the obstacle and disappeared. This could not be. This simply could not possibly be reality. Whilst one of the men vomited into a bush, the rest of us took all their courage and followed the track deeper into the forest. We ran about a quarter of an hour, the fear of what we would find at the end of the trail of bile growing inside each of us by the second, until finally it seemed to be immeasurably vast. In the end, we reached a roaring river, blocking our path. The tracking dogs ripped at their leashes, but as we did not see the other side of the raging waters clearly, we had to just assume and hope that my sister, or whatever was left of her, had found her ending at this place, drowned in the river. I thought that perhaps this end was best for all of the involved, and so we returned to Waypine Asylum, tired and swearing not to ever tell anyone of our hurt and my sister's escape or of the terrible things linked to it. Evening has come, and my story is almost at the close, but I do not intend to hide any of the information that I have. When I came home, tired and sweating, I went straight for the bathroom. The mirror showed my face, white as a sheet. Since the hunt, I am feeling incredibly sick and frail, and a nameless terror rests inside my stomach, slowly waking up. I examined my index finger again and discovered, to my horror, that it had gotten elastic, almost as if the bone had started to vanish. Or perhaps I imagined things. Depressed, I sat down at the dinner table, waiting for my food. Then I remembered that the maid had long gone. Must have just slipped my mind. I made some soup, nothing special. The evening twilight started shining through the windows when a loud thumping came from the front door, almost as if someone was throwing a wet sack against the wood. Who could that be at this time? I slowly rose from my chair, began to trudge towards the sound. Almost there, an ugly smell began to fill the air, perhaps vinegar. It came from the outside. Surprised, I stopped. Then, I heard the gurgling sound. It sounded like water, like a throat full of thick bile, forcing its way out of grotesque, deformed lungs. Everything within me refused to open the door, but my curiosity got the better of me, and I reached for the door handle. Before I could do anything, the door popped open on its own, and what I saw made me pass out. When I woke up, I was alone, lying in the entrance hall of my mansion, my whole body covered in slime. I got up, trying to suppress the image that was making my thoughts stop. I looked at my left hand, and the world around me started to get dizzy again. No fingers were left. Just one big, slimy, skinless lump sat at the end of my residual limb, drowning in a bile-like substance. I carried myself to this desk, here in the attic, writing these lines that will probably be my last. Whatever gossip the people will come up with, trying to explain mine or my sister's behavior or our disappearance. This alone is the truth, and I hope, I pray that these notes will give you an, albeit mad, explanation for everything, perhaps saving the name of my once renowned family in the end. My memories are slowly beginning to fade, and my lungs are starting to fill with a substance that is trying to rob me of my senses. I feel my body growing cold and my bones vanishing, while slime exits from my pores. I will try to get to the bushes outside, trying to find a hole in the ground where nobody will ever find my remains, taking the hellish fragment with me to bury it deep underground in the garden. I have to make sure that it never sees the light of the sun again. In my head, pictures are starting to appear. Pictures of foreign worlds, vast cities, and of grotesque, skinny creatures ruling over far-reaching landscapes. But there is another picture that slips back into my mind again and again. The picture of a slimy, creeping lump. The creature that has been at my doorstep, looking like a huge slug, writhing, the body of bile on whose top end I could see the distorted, horrified face of my sister.
This is the story of an American who wrote these lines shortly before his death. He gave them to his daughter, and she posted them on some occult websites. This is where I found them. The happenings of this report probably took place in the year 1976. I drove my truck for more than 40 years through the Rocky Mountains, delivering goods, making my money. Never had there been any troubles on my journeys, other than 1 or 2 breakdowns, but the story that I want to get off my chest at this moment, at the eve of my life, happened exactly as I am about to write it down, about 30 years ago, I swear. When my mind will soon find its final peace, I will at least not be able to hear the laughter of the people who read this. It is probably best to start from the very beginning. My life as a trucker might have been a lonely one from time to time, but I could always count on my colleagues. In silent moments, their voices gave me company in my isolated driver cab over the radio. Never would I have even remotely been able to dream up the unsettling situation I would experience. It was the summer of 1976. The month, however, I am not sure about anymore. Maybe June. The journey had led me and my loyal truck over Olive Ridge, at the rims of the national park, and I gazed upon a crystal-clear lake that sparkled down below the road at the foot of a grassy hill. I still remember the cloudless sapphire sky, filling me with a feeling of comfort and carefreeness. The rhythmic sound of my truck's engine that had been my sole constant companion for the past years felt soothing, almost hypnotic. The leather seat that had over time adapted itself to the shape of my back gave me comfort and peace. Perhaps it gave me too much peace, for I noticed the man jumping onto the road in front of me almost too late. My reflexes allowed me to hit the brake just in time, stopping the truck so that the old vehicle came to a screeching halt only a few steps away from the madman. I must have gotten out of the driver's cab and started marching towards him, because nowadays I only remember standing right in front of the man, ready to rip him a new one. When I stood there, I suddenly noticed something metallic. That lunatic had a gun. Angrily, I stopped all movement and took a closer look at the man. The guy had to be in his late 30s, had blonde, disheveled hair, a crazy look in his eyes, and torn clothes.
"You, over there. Stay still. Exactly where you are,"
he demanded, with a croaky voice. I made my peace with God, assuming the lunatic would shoot me, just to get a hold of my truck. Silently, I cursed myself for my stupidity. Why hadn't I stayed inside the cab, where it would have been a little safer? After all, everybody knew that people at the roadside never meant good news. "Calm down, man." I must have tried to talk to the madman.
You're not him. I thought."
The guy stuttered, perplexed. "What's your name? What do you want from me? If you want to kill me, just do it already."
I tried to distract him.
My name is Stanley. Or Stan. I had a breakdown. Must have gone too fast. Too hectic.
He introduced himself, pointing behind his back with his free hand. Only now I noticed the old Jeep having been run against one of those many trees at the hillside, apparently by a confused Stan. That calmed me down a bit. Perhaps he was content with hitching a ride. "Where to?" I therefore asked.
Just onward. Just onward.
Stanley whispered and looked up and down the road, apparently searching for someone. Suddenly, he took down his weapon and started crying, shaking.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm just not myself anymore. Please, take me with you. Please. I beg you. I'll give you all my money, everything I have, everything you want. Please, I beg of you, if I were to stay.
Confused, I took a closer look at the poor sod and started thinking about knocking him out cold. However, the strange, deep fear in Stanley's eyes made me hesitate. Additionally, some extra money was always a nice thing, especially in my line of work. "Are you on the run from the cops?" I wanted to know skeptically. Helping a wanted man was not my cup of tea, after all. Stanley only let out a sad snort.
The police? No. I'd have been happy to meet a sheriff or a deputy around here. Maybe they could help me. No, don't worry. But I need to leave. Now.
He shouted, agitatedly whilst flailing around the gun. All right, get in. I hastily said. It'd be easier to knock him out as an emergency measure when he was sitting right next to me. That is why I let him climb onto the passenger seat. With a grumpy mumble, I took my place behind the wheel.
Please, I'm sorry, but my life is at stake here.
Stanley stuttered apologetically after some minutes of unpleasant silence. I said.
What's your name?
He wanted to know, probably to calm the situation down a bit. Bert, I said.
Well, Bert, I'm so sorry for my behavior, but I'm just terrified. He might get me.
Stanley explained and looked down at the ground, terrified. He, don't be so vague, I barked at him.
You would never believe me,
Stanley said. I've heard my share of crazy stuff. One of my colleagues tells me of his Bigfoot sightings at least once a week. Your story can't be more unbearable, I informed him, nodding my head towards the radio.
My tale is so crazy, even I wouldn't believe it, had I not just lived through it,
Stanley admitted with a gulp. Then hurry up, tell me, I said, silently getting a bit excited. I'd always liked a good story, and that way this poor guy wouldn't accidentally shoot me in the head.
So be it. It all started 3 days ago. Everything. 3 days ago, when my life was still normal and boring. I never would have guessed saying this one day, but I miss my bleak job as a desk worker at my little box. Well, it was about midday, and I took a walk during my break time as I did every day. You know, I've met many people that think of Salt Lake City's skyline as something that closes you in. But for me, it's always been home, a place of safety. I lived my whole life there, and never having known anything else.
Poor guy, I remarked. How could one ignore the call of this huge world, the call to adventure?
I know myself that I am just a simple man from the city, one amongst a million others. My life was great, until that moment. I walked unhurriedly through downtown, enjoying my break. It had been a hard day, many things to calculate, many things to organize. I strolled through the streets, seeing all the other people minding their own business, passing by each other. Then, it happened. A car crash, right next to me on the main street. An old van hit a school bus. Did the driver maybe have a stroke? Anyway, you might understand the shock I was in. The bang, the smoke. And I don't know why, but moments later, the bus was ablaze. Horrible. All those people, all those children, just... Stanley stopped and looked into the void, trembling. Everyone would be shocked. That still doesn't explain your behavior, I remarked, but I couldn't wait for him to go on. No, of course not. If it had only been that, the shock would have been easier to cope with. Everything burning, ablaze, the children, the people around, confused and horrified, madness and misery, horror and anguish, and then I spotted him. He was standing on the other side of the street and observing the gruesome happenings, completely unmoved by the screams and the smell of burning flesh and melting metal. This man, he stood there, just stood there, expressionless, letting his gaze trail over the parts of the bus that were disappearing in flames. His dark gray pinstripe suit did not have a single mote of ash on it, and his shoes shimmered dark in the light of the midday sun, sinister and alien. His skin was pale and strangely coarse, his white hand gripping an old suitcase. That thing looked hideously out of place and out of time, a bit like him. Why was he just standing there? Was he admiring the chaos? Was he in shock as well? It felt more and more strange, him just standing there. I could not get a look at his face due to the smoke, and today I wished it had stayed that way. I can't describe this grimace. I just can't. My throat won't let the words out. And when I looked at the man, I suddenly felt his icy gaze resting on me from those eyes. I don't know why I fled, but I only came to my senses back at my office, back in my box. That's all? A face? A man? Perhaps he fought in a war and got disfigured. Surely you can't just... I tried to argue. Stanley, however, was quick to silence me. His face was not damaged. No. It was something different. It was... I just can't. After I'd calmed down a bit and had some tea, my thoughts kept wandering back to that accident. Why had the bus exploded? It had just gotten hit. Had anyone survived? Suddenly, I felt a chill run down my spine. Images of the unspeakable grimace appeared before my inner eye. Images of that disturbing man who had stood there so coldly, who had icily gazed at the disaster. And then, his gaze shifted to me. His look had found me. I still felt his stare. Despite having left the place of the accident behind, I could still feel him looking at me. Despite the peace that I had found there in my box, despite the peace that the tea had given, the gaze was still there. It still rested on me, as if the man was still looking at me, watching me, dissecting me with his eyes. Why did I still feel it? That look. You were traumatized. An accident like that can really throw you off. But that's still... I began again, but Stanley cut me off. No, the bad thing is, I stood up, wanting to look out the window and look at the mountains in the distance. My eyes fell on the street, almost accidentally. And there he stood, there on the sidewalk, and he looked up at me. What did he want there? What did he want from me? Stanley ran his hands through his hair, completely distraught. How was I supposed to get out of this building? Surely I couldn't go through the main entrance and not past him.
My mind was racing. It was late, so the side entrance was probably already locked. But I had to try. I had to escape from him, from that despicable man. So, I hurried down the stairs, down all those concrete steps. I couldn't take the elevator, after all. What if he was waiting right in front of it? I would have been trapped. I ran down the stairs, down and down. I was lucky the side door was unlocked, and so I squeezed through, into the alley behind the building. I must have been drenched in sweat, but I didn't care. After a quick breather, I made my way home. It was 5 blocks to my little apartment. Carefully, I approached the end of the alley, fearing that he might be lurking there. I was lucky he wasn't, and I started to head home. Man, this is insane. Why were you so scared? Maybe he was traumatized too and just wanted to... I grumbled, but was cut off again. No, he was not normal. He was... When I was on the street, a few feet away from the entrance of the alley, already feeling safe, that's when I saw him. He was leaning out of the alley behind me, looking at me and giving me that abysmal grin. But how had he gotten there? I don't know. I ran home. Wow, that sounds a little freaky. But why didn't you call the police? I don't know. I was so confused. Maybe I should have, but maybe he would have noticed the cops, too. Would have chased them, too, if they had confronted him. I don't know. But I don't think they could have done anything against him. He seemed so different. So otherworldly. I would have tried anyway. That might have been better. But somehow I was afraid of harming others. Says the guy who pulled a gun on me. I laughed bitterly. Stanley blushed. You have to believe me. I just had to make sure to keep going. I don't want him to catch up to me. I would never have hurt you. He then stammered. Catch up? Do you think he's still stalking you? I know he is. It was the next day, the day after the accident, and the dead people. I already hadn't slept well that night, and had some terrible dreams, and kept seeing that man's eyes in my mind. Thus, I woke up drenched in sweat. Nonetheless, the feeling that he was looking at me loomed over me. I got dressed and headed for the bathroom. As I approached the door, I felt queasy. I was afraid that he was standing there, waiting there for me to... Wow, you really got a smack on the head. Why would he... He was there. What? I looked at him in disbelief. His sunken eyes were full of panic, and his dirty hair made him look very sick. But his voice seemed to speak the truth. I approached the door, felt his presence, his eyes, his gaze. Slowly, I advanced towards it. Finally, I tore open the door. He was standing there, in front of the mirror, in the middle of the bathroom, motionless. But I knew he would not remain frozen. I rushed out of the room, driven by terror and instinct, ran into the underground garage, to my car. And guess what? There he was. He wiped his forehead, ready to burst into tears again. And then? I asked, not believing what I heard. I did not feel well. Stanley apparently had lost his mind due to the accident, probably had gotten a concussion. Who knew what he was capable of doing at the moment? What do you think? I ran away, out of the building, onto the street, and he was standing there as well. How did he get there? How? I had to flee from this thing, away into safety. I stole a car and drove away, just away. I had been going the whole night long, and again I saw him in the rearview mirror, driving a dark car, following me, chasing me. Every time I managed to shake him off, I must have momentarily nodded off due to the exhaustion that hit the tree. Then you found me, and I had to take that chance. I had to. I had to go on. What if he had caught up to me? I looked at the shaking Stanley in disbelief. Seriously? Yes, of course. Do you think I'm kidding around? Fortunately, I had the gun inside my car, he whispered. I said nothing and looked at the tank meter. We would not get far with the diesel we had left. On the next occasion, I steered my truck down a side road towards one of the many service stations located in the mountains.
What the hell are you doing?
Stanley stuttered, having turned even more pale.
We can't stop. He'll catch up to us.
Yeah, well, if the tank's completely run dry in a few miles, we'll be even more screwed. And stop with this, man. You're under shock and stress, I shouted at him. We had reached the station, and I got out of the truck to refill the tank. Just as I was about to take the fueling hose, a horrid scream pierced the air, shaking me to my core. It was Stanley's voice. The poor man had finally gone crazy, and with terror, I heard the roaring of my old truck's engine. Seconds after, the vehicle was speeding past me, leaving me behind in a cloud of dust. The guy had screwed me over, telling tall tales, or he'd been madder than I'd thought in the beginning. It didn't matter, for I had neither the promised money nor the truck. I cursed again. How could I have been so stupid? Why had I let him into my truck in the first place, with this laughable story? Why did I? Moments later, I heard the sound of another car zooming past me, and my heart almost stopped. Behind the wheel of the black hearse sat a being so hideous that I could not even have dreamt it up in my worst nightmares. A man, pale as a corpse, wearing a dark gray pinstripe suit and a big black top hat. His inhuman face burned itself into my brain, despite me having seen it only for a few moments. The eyes seemed big, lidless, and slit-shaped. His wide, grinning mouth opening ran from one ear to the other. That smile looked like a part of hell itself. Staring, the creature sped past me in its car, not having noticed me. And I will forever thank the Lord that it didn't. It sped past me, after my truck, and disappeared into the distance. I'm not sure whether I had hallucinated all of the said encounter, whether the story of poor, mad Stanley had shaken me more than I admit. However, I cannot believe that such a hellish smile had been produced by just my own imagination. My old truck was found on the same day. Someone had run it against a rock wall, yet the driver was never found. Only the bullet holes, deeply piercing the passenger seat.
The original recording I have transcribed here was found in 1986 on the answering machine of my fiancée, Charlotte. Only few people know of it and its implications, as we were both afraid to be seen as mad by the public by revealing it. Now that Charlotte has passed on, I somehow feel that it is the right thing to release this. To make my peace with it, you know. The message was recorded by our friend, Brian. We called the police back then, but they never were successful in finding out what happened.
Hey, Charlotte. It's me. I know that it's late, but I've had strange dreams again. You told me to call you if I ever needed someone to talk to. I've been thinking a lot about my dreams lately. Dreams are not always what they seem. Sometimes they're the most beautiful creations of our minds. Sometimes they are terrible constructs, lusting for our souls, trying to consume us. And sometimes they are something entirely different. In some cases, I think, dreams seem to not originate from this world, as they are too grotesque and distorted to even be remotely understandable.
I can't believe that I just experienced one of those. I experienced a nightmare that shook me to the bone and will never leave my soul in peace again. A dream that took something indescribable from me. Perhaps telling you about it will make things better. I just need to get it off my chest. Charlotte, please, just listen. Let's see. How did it start? Yes, visiting Joe. You know that I'm not often at his place. Well, almost never. History is a time-consuming subject to study at university, making me long for my friends quite often. That is probably why I dreamt of visiting Joe on an evening in late autumn, intending to spend some time with him. We sat down on his couch and ate some great pizza we had ordered, dreaming of old days. Time passed, and the sun already began to set when the phone started ringing. I wondered about the late call, and Joe seemed to be confused as well. He took the handset to his ear, listening closely. I looked at the big fish tank he has, you know which one I'm talking about, observing the fish swimming through muddy water. It did not take long, however, until sudden cursing distracted me. Joe had ended the call, his eyes glimmering strangely. That was Melanie on the phone. She sounded nervous and said that something odd was going on at her house. She asked us to come by immediately. Let's take my car. His words were drenched in peculiar determination. Have I ever told you about Melanie? I don't think so. She was a friend of mine back in primary school. Don't really have much to do with her anymore, though she never had been one to get agitated quickly. That is why we hurried to the hallway to fetch our jackets. Afterwards, we immediately set out into the dark night outside. Joe had parked his car on the driveway. It was an old VW Beetle, its metal already heavily corroded by time. We got in, and Joe slowly started driving, while the Beetle's spotlight illuminated the country road leading to our friend's home. The full moon was visible, making the young night a bit brighter. I couldn't help but wonder what exactly Melanie's words had meant. Something odd was going on. What did she mean by that? There are too many stories about strange things, but something supernatural couldn't have happened, could it? Probably everything was a lot more harmless than the call had implicated. Oh, Charlotte, had I only known back then what was waiting for me, I would have kicked open the car door and thrown myself out and into the darkness, as everything I could possibly encounter there would not have been as bad as the happenings that I was getting into in those moments. The Beetle rushed through the night, and after a short while, we reached a little forest in which the mansion of Melanie's parents were located. She apparently still lived there, at least in the dream. When looking through the dirty window of the Beetle, I sometimes imagined seeing shades in the dark, though I knew that they were just the distorted shadows of some bushes. After having driven through the little forest for some time, the trees gave way to a clearing. In its center, a big mansion sat, feeling haunted, made from wood in an age-long past. We left the car and started walking toward the building. Melanie came running from inside the house, sprinting across the porch and down the stairs in front, her face marked by unknown terror. "They are coming," was all she could say, her body trembling. I looked at her in the eyes and saw the remainders of a horror she must have faced just now. What had frightened her so much? I just wanted to turn around and run away, far from the mansion and the forest. I did not want anything to do with this matter. Sometimes you must be a coward to survive. Joe could surely settle things on his own. He had been trying to get closer to Melanie for a year anyway. At least that is what I dreamt. Funny, as they both didn't know each other in real life. So, I turned my back to the mansion and started walking along the road, my feet guiding me directly toward the saving exit at the edge of the forest. But when I almost reached the thicket, I had to realize that the road leading out of the forest had vanished. A wall of dark pines rose in front of me. The gravel at my feet that had shown me a way out just moments ago was taunting me. The road led from the mansion up to the trees, but beyond those, nothing. Nothing. Only darkness. I turned around again to look for my friends, but they had vanished as well. Fear crept into my mind as I searched the mansion with my eyes. I felt alone, lost as if I was the only human being left in this world. The loneliness made me tremble. Additionally, the forest in my back seemed to try to crush my sanity. What horrors lie in the deep depths between the old tree trunks? What terrible secrets did the branches and leaves hide? Could I dare to turn around to look there into the depths of the forest that could devour me? It was an evil premonition that I felt. The presence of something other than my friends or the familiar house that stood so quiet before me. Despite the premonitions of death that I felt while I thought of the forest behind me, a despair grew within me to turn around. There was only silence, but the silence was not reassuring. It felt like a terrible respite before a rumble of horror. I stared at the mansion, the only thing that reminded me of other people. Loneliness, just loneliness, poisoned my thoughts, crushing my mind. The longing for another being grew. Didn't I hear a rustle there behind me? Perhaps Joe or Melanie? No. There had been only quietness. I had to turn around. An urge inside my heart told me to, almost forced me. Slowly as I could, I turned toward the strangeness of the forest. But it had changed. No pines behind me, no darkness veiling unknown terrors. I saw a clearing, illuminated by alien moons, glittering ominously. Vines and bright blossoms sprawled on wet ground, weaving a pattern of strange, sharp shapes. A feeling of stench and harmony took hold of me. How had I gotten here? I quickly looked over my shoulder, but the mansion had disappeared as well. Only trees and shadows could be seen there, wrapped in mischievous undergrowth. But as much as I feared the forest, it was nothing compared to what I felt looking back at the clearing. It seems to be changing, slowly slipping into a distant world I didn't want to understand. And there, in the distance, I caught sight of movement. I was no longer alone. But this thought did not comfort me. This thought only made everything worse. I had to seek shelter from what was writhing there. Into the forest, into the darkness behind me, where I remained unseen. I spun around, but the trees had disappeared. Behind me, muddy, watery ground stretched endlessly, distant to a horizon framed by great, tower-like structures. At my feet, the tendril-like plants still twined, but I was no longer sure whether they were artificial or of natural origin. But one thing I knew: I would find no protection here. Hectically, I looked around to the clearing, which had not changed. There were still the angular flowers, which shimmered in billions of colors, the rivulets of black water, which made their way to the eternal plain behind me. But there had now appeared unholy stone structures that looked like a sacrificial site of ancient shaman, arranged in a ring in the middle of the ghostly clearing. I knew something was waiting there. Something was lurking. But the stones held an insane fascination for me as well. Charlotte, I don't know why, but I went there. I went to the stones, to the circle of terrors, even though I knew that that place was evil, that distant spirits clung to it and would poison my mind, that there was something peering, waiting like a predator for its prey. Slowly I moved forward, while fear slowed my steps more and more. What was I doing? Why was I walking? What was pulling me onwards? I had almost arrived at the demonic circle when I heard something from behind the trees in front of me. It was a clacking sound, uneven and far from any form of rhythm. These strange sounds felt hauntingly familiar, but I did not know where exactly they came. They tore me from the strange spell and allowed me to get myself away from the stones. When I turned around, the vast plain had disappeared, and I was once again standing in front of Melanie's house. With another glance over my shoulder, I found that the clearing had also gone, and I was once again standing at the edge of the forest. Relief gripped me, Charlotte. I don't know where my thoughts had taken me, but these places, these faraway places, seemed unnatural and wrong to me. How could I have conceived such places with my own thoughts? Where had my mind wandered? Calm slowly returned. The familiarity of my surroundings decelerated my thoughts. Everything was okay. And then, it happened. I felt a gruesome, clinging grip at my ankle. When the hand touched me, my heart almost stopped beating. I hadn't heard anything, and despite that, something was relentlessly pulling at my foot. I refused to turn around and look at my attacker directly. What unspeakable nightmare might be waiting for me? What rotting creature, what festering undead, what creeping demon might gaze at me after I turned my head around and looked down to the ground? My mind rebelled, and my brain threatened me with the most gruesome visions it could conjure up. Yet, something inside me also demanded to not heed the warnings. Demanded to look. So, I turned around and could see a blurry shape on the ground. I couldn't make it out, clearly, though my lungs started cramping nonetheless, making breathing hard work. I fell, a tree root digging itself into my back. The creature still held my ankle and started creeping over my body towards my face. When I tried to see more detail, my eyes refused to work, and the being appeared as a blind spot in my field of view. Without thinking, I lifted my free foot and kicked into the void, mustering up all the strength I had left. There was a loud bang, and the creature fell to the side, its body broken in half. Apparently, it had been destroyed, though I was not sure how it could have broken so easily. Did I beat it? Its grip lost its power, and I could get free from the hand, straining to get away from the lifeless being as fast as I could. To my horror, the thing was suddenly whole again, starting to crawl in my direction. I turned around and ran, whilst pure fear got hold of my thoughts. Suddenly, another wooden clattering sound came from deep within the forest, then another, and another. Slowly, more and more shapes started appearing between the pine trees, crawling toward me. They were starting to come from other places as well, closing in relentlessness. When I finally reached the mansion's doors, the creatures were only a few steps behind me, pulling at the doorknob frantically. I only narrowly managed to escape into the building. After the door had snapped shut, the clattering sounds stopped at once. Relieved, I pressed myself against the thick wood. The hallway was warmly lit with candles and lamps, seemingly trying to give me comfort. Having calmed down a bit, I walked through the hallway and into the old kitchen. Melanie's mother sat at the dining table, where I had eaten many delicious meals a long time ago. She looked up when I entered the room, emotionless, only saying in dampened voice, matter-of-factly, "They are here as well." Immediately, I could hear the horrid clattering noise again, coming from upstairs this time. There was stomping, crawling steps. Through the open kitchen door, I could look into the hallway, seeing the foot of the staircase. I wanted to ask Melanie's mother for help, but she was gone. I was alone again. I was unprotected. I couldn't stop them. I heard and saw the terror, a being crawling down the stairs. This time, it was clearly visible to me, but I do not have the right words to describe it aptly. It appeared to be made from wood. However, its four limbs did seem irregular and not fitting together. Where its head should have been, only a spherical, meaty mass was swinging back and forth. From the body there were sprouting, disgusting, ulcerous bumps, and driven deeply into its headpiece was a big wooden nail. It came down the stairs, seemingly held up by invisible strings. The creature looked like a puppet being played by atrocious, unseen figures, or by a horrid, alien mind. The terror I felt when seeing the being felt like being caused by something not remotely connected to our world. Yet, it was also intimately familiar. It came closer, giving off its clattering noises with every step, until it had reached me. "What is this? What are you?" I screamed at the thing.
You are dreaming.
The creature sneered in a demented, eerie way.
You are dreaming. We are the Marquettes. We are all the unfinished thoughts of yours, the failed attempts of your mind, the ideas not thought through.
I was dreaming. Finally, I realized it. Oh Lord, Charlotte, the relief. If that was the case, I could wake up. After all, it was all just a nightmare. I could escape from the creature's clutches. I could flee. All those strange happenings had a rational explanation. It was just a dream. I had to wake up. Wake up. But I couldn't. The thing came even closer, its head only centimeters away from my face. The world turned foggy. Darkness surrounded me. I'm lying in my bed right now. I really have to calm down, but I can't, Charlotte. The memories of the dream terrify me, but it is over. The nightmare is over. Or was it something different? Charlotte, it felt so different, like something beyond a nightmare. There is still sweat on my forehead, on my back. My heart is beating like mad. I am exhausted. My hand hurts from gripping the phone too strongly. I have switched out the lights after I called you, hoped that talking to the phone might make me sleepy. It did not. Now, the darkness surrounding me is getting more and more disturbing. I should switch on the lamp again to escape the dark, but I am also afraid that something might be here in the room with me. If I switch on the lights, I might see it. Oh, Charlotte, I am such a loser. How can this shake me up so much? No, I have to turn it on. What's going on? Charlotte, the lamp, it won't turn on. Why is there a power outage right now? Why, Charlotte? Why? I must remain calm. This is what you would tell me if you were here. I am so sorry to bother you with this, but I've never been this scared before. I should take some deep breaths. Everything is fine. Everything is all right. Everything. Wait, Charlotte, I can see the room, despite the darkness. The furniture's shadowy shapes look menacing, and the silence. It is going to crush me. What? What is pulling at my blanket? Charlotte, I can't hold on to it. Where is the pull coming from? Oh God, what? Charlotte, what is going on? Why is it sitting there? Why is this creature, this half-finished thought from inside my mind sitting at the foot of my bed? This accursed clattering, this malformed body. It took my blanket. I am unprotected. Charlotte, it is getting closer. It is so heavy. Where is it taking me? Help me, please, Charlotte, help me. Where is it taking me? No, not there. Please, not there, not...
A few years ago, during a sabbatical year, I took some time off learning medicine and embarked on a long journey to Tunisia to learn about the cultures and languages there. The journey was, overall, very fruitful, and a variety of wonderful experiences and acquaintances still enrich my life. But I would also like to share an experience that I have been trying to suppress since then. On that trip, in addition to the Tunisian indigenous people themselves, my studies were also focused on their medicine, for professional reasons, and on the ancient rituals that I hoped to learn in the hot desert from nomadic tribes or other ancient communities. I also hoped to get new ideas for therapies and medicines, since as a physician and researcher, I often encountered cases of diseases that were not curable or difficult to cure. My journey began in Tunis, and the city welcomed me immediately with open arms. Although there were many dreary, prefabricated buildings reaching up into the sky, the lights in the many apartments were always inviting, and cheerful conversations came out of the open windows during the hot evening hours. I had booked a place to stay in advance, and a colleague had invited me to join him at his workplace for a few weeks, so I was soon standing outside the National Heritage Institution to meet him on the second day of my arrival. The building looked serene and sublime from the outside. The facade was painted snow white, and at the top I could make out beautiful battlements that sat on the head of the institute like a crown. The entrance consisted of a large door framed by an ornate archway, inviting me to enter a world of past testimonies. I had arranged to meet my colleague at lunchtime, but had arrived a little earlier in order to gain impressions of Tunisian agriculture at my leisure, and so I admired the building's small courtyard with particular pleasure. From the outside, the institute had appeared comparatively plain, and its splendor was expressed only in the small details I already mentioned. The courtyard, however, looked magnificent. The walls, decorated with gold, silver, and bronze rectangular patterns, the grounds neatly paved and decorated with plants. How fortunate that such a beautiful building had survived the test of time, the earthquakes, the wars, without any damage to the masonry. I immediately felt at home, and was happy to begin my journey of discovery in this place. While I was relaxing there in the midday sun, energetic, my esteemed colleague came out of one of the side doors and waved me over delightedly. After we greeted each other, he led me straight into the building and showed me some archive rooms where stacks of old books were stored, and even parchments and papyrus scrolls sat in some display cases. I could hardly wait to look around and discover foreign secrets. Some of the documents had not yet been translated or sifted, as not enough staff could be hired to catalog and summarize all of them. So I hoped to find some texts not yet commonly known that might even document new medical methodologies and views. After we went to my colleague's office after a short tour of the building, I could not get my thoughts away from that chamber. What knowledge could I find there? What techniques had the ancient African tribes developed that were still unknown to us? Techniques that could perhaps help many people, that made it possible for us to find new ways of recovery, which were more pleasant than some modern procedures. What treasures could I bring back for my undergraduates and graduate students? I found it difficult to have a rational talk with my colleague. My thoughts could not engage in conversation. So full were they of reverie. He seems to notice, but said nothing, knowing my eagerness caused by the prospect of new possible findings. It seemed like an eternity, until he finally led me back to that archive which had fascinated me so much. We looked through some of the books together, and he also showed me some of the old scrolls, which could only be touched with gloves and extreme caution. There were books and writings about many of the ancient nomadic tribes, about the desert shamans and the communities that hunted the animals of the savannah, about vast, desolate plains, thriving oases, and deep caves, about myths and legends and accounts of the nomads' experiences. When it got late, my colleague left me alone,
because he noticed that my urge to explore was more and more sparked, and that I would probably not come to rest soon. I was grateful to him for this, since normally only the employees were allowed into these rooms on their own, because many of the documents were unique and thus irreplaceable. However, the two of us had a long-standing friendship, and one of the local employees was still working in his office, so my colleague let me have my way. Thus, I finally dug into the old documents like a desert mouse into the sand, and stayed there until deep into the night. The next few days were similar, and I used every free minute that I didn't spend walking through the city and exploring small stores to read further into the old documents. They were not sorted thematically, of course, and so I had to search for a long time before I found medical texts. Finally, in one of the display cases that stood inconspicuously in the corner, some distance away from the others, I found loot. It was rancid-smelling, weathered pages of old parchment, representing the transcripts of a tale that had probably been conceived by a native as a horror story, and passed down for decades until someone finally edited it for what seems to be a wider audience. The tale was written in one of the ancient languages I had acquired during earlier studies of these lands. It was simple, and did not consist of as many words as my native tongue, so it took me some effort and time to translate its contents. Many evenings I must have sat there, absorbed in the ancient symbols, until the words finally coalesced into a narrative that made me feel a certain unease. This almost mystical-seeming report ventured sometimes into medical topics, which attracted me by their allegedly unbelievable effects. But there were also other, more disturbing things in them. I'll try to reproduce everything here to my best abilities, but I've decided to add some words and expressions to better get the message across. The Berber tribe is certainly known to some. I, myself, do not belong directly to this ancient culture, but to a small, isolated branch. We maintain some similar customs, but are very different regarding other practices. For example, we are sedentary and have some different myths and religious beliefs, as well as partly different spirits and demon beings that we believe in. It may be that people in the years to come will not think much of reports like this, but what I want to pass on here to as many as possible is my experience, and therefore not a made-up horror story, but the truth. Even as a small boy, I was very interested in my ancestors, and tried to listen as often as possible to the stories of the tribal elders, which they liked to tell when the men returned from hunting. We children were usually told simple tales that would explain basic things and views of the tribe, but I longed for the other stories as well, for the stories that were told when there were no more children around. I longed for the reports that the elders brought back from those other, higher spheres, into which they floated under the influence of certain medicines. It was not granted to me for a long time to learn what exactly they said, but now and then something leaked through to me. This includes the rumors that were spread over and over again about the end of our lives, which were talked about repeatedly in fearful whispers, which made them seem terribly real. And through these ancient tales from the travels to the higher spheres, probably one of the cores to our religion had grown. For us, as in many other cultures, life and death are two inseparable things that coexist in symbiosis. But this was not all that was repeatedly experienced during ritualistic frenzies. Though ingestion of certain plants and their effects on the eyes, further beliefs were formed. We believe that every life is released into the world at conception along with its death. This idea had always made me terribly uncomfortable, and I understand why it was kept away from young children. Because if it were true,
the whole of life would be just an escape that could never be won, and especially at a young age, such an idea is not easy to deal with. But that was not the worst thing that made this part of our faith so disturbing. No, more terrifying was that the men and women nearing their end, under the influence of those particular plants that made them see, often reported a strange shadow that seems to haunt them. I used to get scared when they talked about the strange being that was slowly coming towards them to finally grab them. Their eyes widened after eating the special plant. Their voices became quiet, and they looked disturbed at a spot which seemed to be sometimes far away, or sometimes close to them. But that was not the worst thing I experienced in this context. I must have been 5 years old when one of the hunting parties ran frantically back to camp. One of the men having apparently been attacked by a lion, and a gruesome, deep flesh wound gaping in his side. The man groaned in pain, and even from a distance I could smell a faint odor of putrefaction that had already begun to infest the man's intestines. He was hastily carried to one of the huts where the wise men were living, hoping that he could still be saved. The other hunters were confused and yelled at each other in helpless rage, seemingly to blame each other. So, I managed to sneak behind the hut in the commotion and hide there. I heard the injured man crying and shrieking, saw through a crack in the hut wall how he was writhing in agony as they tried to clean the wound with cloth. The wise men gave him soothing medicine. However, there must have also been some of the plants within by mistake, which were not meant for such situations. I am not sure, but I suspect that the wise men had forgotten to clean the containers of the medicine thoroughly, and so one of the plants also found its way into the man's stomach, and allowed him to see. After first becoming still, his eyes suddenly widened, staring at something in the immediate vicinity, and his mouth released a wailing, blood-curdling shriek, a scream that I had never heard before, full of panic, horror, and despair. I never forgot that sound, not in all these years. The injured man began to rear up and crawl away from something unknown, which he would not let out of his sight. It was necessary to hold him down to prevent him from hurting himself even more, but he struggled against the other men, flailing wildly. Then, suddenly, he screamed again, stared forward, and began to convulse violently. Only gurgling sounds came from his throat until his eyes went out, and his corpse was left on the floor of the hut. This incident had not only traumatized me. The wise men, who were also sitting in the hut, looked at the dead man and ordered each other, distraught, not to tell anyone about the exact circumstances of the death, and to keep quiet about the fact that a piece of those plants must have gotten into the tranquilizers. I have never eaten those crimson, 9-leaved plants, which are probably only found in certain caves in our mountains, because after that experience, I had a nameless fear of seeing something. I don't know what I would have caught with my eyes otherwise. Would I have gone crazy at the sight of that figure that was slowly walking in my direction? Probably I would not have gotten the plant anyway, since it was intended only for the few old wise men who could control themselves and had more experience with this subject. But there is something else in the connection with death during my childhood that I also remember very vividly. The day when old Yapnik came into our village. Whether that was his real name, I can't say, because the words mean something like misfortune, and in our culture would probably not have been given to anyone at birth for reasons of superstition. It started when I got the feeling that something was wrong. There was unrest among the adults, and we children had to stay in some caves nearby, while the others greeted the old man with trepidation. My grandfather, who was still alive at that time, would not tell me the reason for the commotion, but I saw a puzzling fear in his face whenever I mentioned the subject. I remember everything as if it was yesterday, sitting around a fire in the musty cave with my friends, passing the time with our homemade toys. But the tension seemed to crackle in the air, so myself and one of my playmates slowly made our way to the entrance of the cave. I remember looking outside, trying to catch a quick glimpse of old Yapnik, of whom everyone seemed to be so afraid. It wasn't long before I could make out the elders coming out of a cave and escorting an ancient man outside. Yapnik was emaciated and leaned on a gnarled staff that he thrust into the desert floor with each step to find his footing. He looked incredibly frail, and a white, shaggy beard hid most of the lower half of his face. His eyes were tired and sunken, yet he seemed to radiate a wisdom I had never seen in a human being. Slowly, he trotted away, always scanning the mountains and the desert floor behind him, as if he were expecting someone, or something, there. It took him some time to get far enough away to leave the cave again. After he disappeared behind the horizon, things quieted down again, and it was as if he had never visited in the first place. In the evening, I asked my grandfather what Yapnik was all about. It took me some time and soothing drinks to get him to talk, but eventually, his tongue loosened. He reported that Yapnik came to our village every few years to get some robust seeds because he lived in a cave far away and had to fend for himself. The last time he had come, he said, was when my grandfather was much younger. What he then told me, I thought was a joke at first.
Yapnik has done something that is against all nature. According to the rumors and legends, he was once a great sage who was well versed in the herbs and potions of our desolate land. It is said that when his time came, he escaped his death.
Escaped? What do you mean, grandfather? I asked, confused.
You know what they say. Each of us has their pursuer, their death. When it catches up with us and seizes us at the end of our days, our lives are over. But Yapnik, he is said to have escaped his death. I never believed those stories, but now that I have seen him today, this person who was undoubtedly the same as he was all those years ago.
I didn't believe him. True, I had heard many fantastic tales, but to escape death, that was too insane. For a long time, I thought the rumors about Yapnik were bogus, but when I turned 40, the man came back. An agitated group of our hunters reported an old sage leaning on a stick, approaching our tribe. The encounter with Yapnik was eerie and terrifying. It was undoubtedly the man I had seen in my childhood days, but time had not left him in peace. His beard had grown, his teeth had fallen out, his eyes were almost blind and white. His body was trembling, his voice was hoarse, and he didn't seem to be in his right mind. He had grown old, ancient, but without any doubt, it was Yapnik. Had he really left behind that which gave our life its value? I read those lines on the faded papyrus strips and could not believe my eyes. Unbelievable. I never expected to find such a great story. It had contained so many more medical hints than I had dreamed of. Sedative medicine, which could possibly be used as an anesthetic or an antidepressant, and that strange plants which could cause disturbing anxiety, insane hallucinations, and delusions of paranoia. In the following days of my stay in Tunis, I searched and studied all the accounts of the tribe from which that story came in the archives. Many of them were written in languages that were more familiar to me,
and so it was thankfully easier for me to obtain them. To my disappointment, I found out that the members of the tribe had probably fallen victim to a drought. Nevertheless, my fascination was so strong that I decided not to give up. I had to know something about these medicines. My first clue was the cave where Yapnik had supposedly stayed for most of his life. I had to find it. I soon knew where exactly the tribe had lived, in what area they had hunted, and so perhaps I would find said cave nearby. After all, the old man could not have traveled dozens of miles in his old age. So I decided to travel to that area, perhaps to find the cave where old Yapnik was supposed to have lived. I did not believe, of course, that the man was immortal, but he had probably attained such medical skills that his lifespan far exceeded the average 50 years of the other tribal people. I did not know exactly how old the documents and the report were, but more than 400 years could not have passed since they were written. If I could find that cave, maybe I would discover records of that old man, who surely possessed the ability to write with his knowledge. Maybe I would learn something myself. In the worst case, I would make a fruitless excursion through the dazzling desert. I discussed the expedition with my colleague, who thought it unpromising, but nevertheless supported me in planning it. Thus, I rented a vehicle that could carry me across the sometimes rough terrain to the formal home of the extinct tribe, and at lunchtime, I began my excursion into the sublime rocky desert of Tunisia, where I sought new knowledge. The area was hot and rocky, and I was glad for the water canisters I had loaded into my jeep. A vast expanse stretched out before me, barren soil and withered bushes. It had been several months since the rainy season, and the desert was trying to sustain life with its last strength. Cacti and thorny plants lined my path, and the car carried me further and further into the wasteland. Slowly, the climate was getting to me. The dryness was seeping into my lungs and made it difficult to breathe. The car kept kicking up sand, and only with a cloth in front of my face and sunglasses could I maintain any orientation and focus. In the evening, I finally arrived at a small oasis that seemed untouched by civilization. It was a small green spot in the middle of the desolate area where I was able to completely refill the water canisters. Dreamily, it lay there, in the midst of the wasteland, lush and wonderful. The desert nights were cold, so I had to wrap myself in some blankets while I tried to find rest in the back of my vehicle. But during the night, in my solitude, thoughts came to my mind that I had repressed since I first read that story. Was I also being followed, here in the desert? Were we all haunted, pursued by the shadow that brought our end? I had been so carried away by the tale and its medical aspects that I had not considered the other possibility. What if this little tribe had found a new truth about death? What if I, too, had a companion walking in my direction, perhaps wandering somewhere in this desert, following behind me, getting closer and closer? I quickly became wide awake again and looked around. Nothing but emptiness was to be seen around me, only desolation and eternal nothingness. Was it there, my death, on this vast plain? How far away was it? Years, months, hours? What if I got a problem with the vehicle the next day? What if the axle broke, the radio failed? What if I got stranded here, away from people, alone in the eternal desert? Wouldn't it be very close by then? Close to me and the car? Deep inside me, I became afraid. Afraid of ending. Afraid to stop. Didn't I feel its presence? Wasn't my death already close and advancing in my direction?
What was after it? Was there anything after it? Or was there nothing, and I expired? My soul, my memories, all the moments that meant something to me, that I treasured, that made me who I am. Would a shadow take hold of them and drag them into eternal darkness? Would my body be found out here? Or would vultures devour it, glad of the meal that helped them in their own flight, keeping their death away? Trembling, I lay there, breathing hard, thinking only of my end. Would it be soon, or not for many years? Did I even want to know? But I had to find the medicine. Maybe I could even cure other people and push their shadow farther away so they could enjoy many more years. I had to keep searching, despite the fear. Shaking, but with a goal in mind, I fell asleep. Thanks to all the information I had gathered, I was able to narrow down the area of the cave's location very well. It was a mountainous area that suddenly rose from the flat desert floor. Entrances to several cave systems could be spotted in the many rock walls, and I was getting ready to finally reach the lair of Yapnek to expand my medical knowledge. The first 2 holes I found in the stone walls were ownerless hollows, where no human had probably ever dwelled. The third was deeper, and almost looked like an eerie maw that wanted to swallow me. It was already getting late, and the sun was setting, which made the temperatures a little more bearable. Still, I was sweating terribly. Or was that fear? The maw was deep, and the entrance led into the dark abyss of the earth. I decided to try my luck, and with only a torchlight and some drinking water in my backpack, I entered that tunnel that might bring me closer to the foundation of that strange tale. At first, I had some trouble advancing forward, because the air was warm and stuffy, and again, debris slipped away under my feet, so that more than once I almost lost my footing and threatened to fall to the ground. The cave became narrower and narrower, and the ceiling soon no longer allowed for me to walk. Determined and almost delirious, I decided to kneel down and continue crawling. I had to be careful, as some of the stones were angular and sharp, and could cut open my hands and knees if I wasn't careful. The pace of my exploration slowed down, and I was finding it harder and harder to get air as I kept kicking up dust that got into my nose, even through the cloth in front of my mouth. My hands and knees were hurting, and my backpack was getting heavy. Eventually, I came to a place where the tunnel got even smaller and left only a tiny opening, so I had to push my luggage through first to fit through. After that, fortunately, the passage got a little bigger again, and I continued to push my way forward. Finally, I reached a fork. What should I do now? I was exhausted and wet with sweat. My clothes were sticking to my body, and I decided to sit down first to take a breath. Then, I looked at the 2 paths I could take. One seems to lead more upward and to the surface, and the other led deeper into the mountain. A possible way out and a possible way down, perhaps to the cave of Yapnek. Or was the old man's living space farther up? If so, the right path would be the one to take me out of this cave system. I decided to return to the surface first to get some orientation, but only after going a few steps deeper into the mountain, to make sure not to run into a dead end after a few steps anyway. So I took the left path into the mountain first, just to see that it was passable. I hadn't gone far when I noticed the crimson 9-leaved plant growing out of the cave floor, like a carpet. Were these the plants from the story? The ones that were used to... I had to examine them. I had to take them. I didn't hesitate long, and stuffed a large bunch of them into my bag. Was this the right way after all? Was this the way to Yapnik's living area? Maybe I should walk a little farther in that direction after all. In any case, there was a good chance of finding other medicinal plants. Maybe a moss. And so, I climbed further into the mountain, my steps becoming faster and faster, driven by eagerness. Once I almost tripped over a large stone, another time over rotten wood remains. The air was now not only stuffy and hot, but it was also getting bad, and I smelled rot. It reeked of a dead animal. Had perhaps an injured lion lost its way in here and met its end in these tunnels? I climbed ahead, ever ahead, deeper, and then I heard them in the darkness. Words in the language I had seen on those papyrus scrolls the day before.
Who is there? Who is there? Is that you?
The voice sounded faint, and probably would not have been audible if the echoing walls had not greatly amplified it. I was thunderstruck, and moved forward, slowly now, waving my lamp in the direction from which the words had come. The stench became more and more unbearable, and brought tears to my eyes. The corridor widened, and finally ended in a relatively spacious grotto. It was dark, and the light from my lamp twitched searchingly around the room as I wiped the tears from my eyes and searched for the source of the nauseating smell. To my horror, I caught sight of the half-decayed cadaver of a man lying halfway under a large pile of rubble. Although I was a medical professional, I had never seen such a rotten body. The limbs were only bones, with dark shreds of flesh clinging to them. The torso was so eaten away by time that I could see the few remains of the internal organs. The skull was covered in leathery skin, and the eyes had long rotted out of their sockets and passed away. The mouth had disappeared behind a sprawling beard that moved slightly in the wind. And then, in a mad, all-consuming panic, I realized that no breeze was wheezing that could have passed through the dirty hair. It was the rotten mouth itself that moved slightly, whimpering in panic, frantic, hopeless, while the remains of arms and legs that were not under rubble twitched.
Is it you? Are you my death? Have you finally found me? I should have never escaped from you. I should have listened to the whispering voices. The journeys to the higher spheres. I'm sorry. It was all a mistake. Please, come to me. I'm here. Here. Please. I'm sorry. I don't want any more. I can't.
No, this couldn't be. That's when I noticed a tremor under my feet. I looked to the remains of Yapnik, and only now really noticed the pile of rubble he was lying on. How solid were the walls? How many earthquakes had they withstood? How many more would they endure? The trembling under my feet became stronger, and I looked up to where some parts of the ceiling had started to shake. Completely out of my mind, I rushed out of the cave. I took the way I had come, squeezed through the narrow passage, tearing my hands on the sharp stones, bumped my head again and again, and finally left the devilish grotto. The trembling grew stronger and stronger, and I quickened my steps. The exit was approaching, finally, and soon I was speeding off in my jeep, away towards the next town. I only slowly calmed down
and went back to Tunis, to my friend and colleague. The earthquake proved to be one of the most severe in recent decades, and I suspect that the cave is no longer accessible. To this day, despite my efforts to repress everything, I find myself thinking about those experiences again and again. Had Yapnik finally been found by his death in the end? Could I have helped him as a medical man? Could I have even killed him? I tell myself that it would have been impossible, that I had not been a pathetic coward who had betrayed this Hippocratic oath. And yet, deep down, I know there was nothing I could have done. How would I have gotten him out of there? The rocks would have probably killed me. I have a terrible suspicion that, no matter what, Yapnik would have to lie rotting in that cave for all eternity. Unable to die, now buried alive. But sometimes, in my dreams, when I've had too much to drink and my mind opens up, I see him crawling toward me, half-eaten, hissing.
Give me your death. Give it to me. May you rot forever. Give it to me.
When the thoughts of the old man and his fate become too heavy, when the fear arises in me that I might meet the same fate, I eat parts of the plants I had taken with me. For in those dark hours, the only thing that can reassure me is the sight of that slowly plodding figure, wrapped in black rags, walking towards me, coming a little closer each time.
Before giving you the main report, I want you to know about a little incident that I found on a horror Reddit page. I think it is linked to the reports and implies that there are greater dangers than I was aware of in the beginning. Dangers that are perhaps not limited to certain people, but everyone. It is from a teenage boy living in Sao Paulo. At my school, there was a rumor about an alley. When I first stepped into that alley, there was nothing there that really worried me. Yes, I spotted some rats scurrying by and smelled the disgusting stench of the dumpster, but nothing out of the ordinary. The story that was told about this alley at school had driven me here and had awakened my interest. The story I had been told repeatedly by my schoolmates and the other kids from our neighborhood during the past few days. The story of the whispers that were heard around there from time to time. I had already listened to many tall tales before and had thus become quite skeptical over time. But a few weeks ago, people started talking about this particular alley. Allegedly, a gruesome murder had happened here, an atrocity that could not have been more terrible and brutal. A young woman had been found, a woman who had once been beautiful and graceful. It was even rumored that everyone who saw her immediately fell in love with her, so much so that they wanted to give and do everything for her. That she had been an angel. Such talk seemed silly to me. I was convinced that none of it was true, that the other kids had just made something up again to have a new mysterious and interesting place to talk about. So, I went between the two houses that framed the alley. Bravely, I trotted ahead, always thinking back to the rumors, but convinced that nothing would happen. The first time I walked there, that is exactly how it turned out. I only encountered some rats, which I saw crawling around between the garbage. On one of the walls, I thought I could recognize faded blood and imagined smelling a slight odor of rot, but I was sure I had been mistaken. Nothing else, nothing out of the ordinary. After I left the alley some time later, I nonetheless felt as if an unpleasant burden had been lifted from me. Perhaps I had silently believed that something was there after all, that something of the woman had remained in that narrow alley.
Stupid me. Of course there was nothing there. The next day, I bragged to my classmates I had walked through the alley of sweet whispers, and nothing had happened. I had heard nothing. The others were impressed and wanted to know everything. After all, not many dared to go to that place anymore. Not many took the risk of hearing the sweet woman's voice. It was unusual that so many people listened to me, but everyone wanted to hear my tale. I enjoyed it to the fullest. Would you not have done the same? Not 2 days later, I went back to the alley. I knew that a new story would impress the others even more. I knew that everyone would admire me for my courage. So, again, I stood at the entrance to that little gap between the concrete houses that had such a bad reputation. It was cold, and the air smelled musty. Maybe a rat had gotten loose there, had died between those walls. Probably. I stepped cautiously into the alley, pressing my jacket against me as it had become chilly. The sounds of the cars driving down the main street behind me had become distant and insignificant. I got the feeling that silence bled from the alley deep into my heart, numbing me. The ground was full of trash. Someone had carelessly thrown their garbage next to the dumpsters. I walked slowly while the cold made me shiver more and more. I listened. Wasn't there whispering? Wasn't there a voice, after all? I must have been mistaken. There was nothing. Only the distant traffic. Stupid me. After a short while during which my imagination tortured me, I finally got so deep into the alley that I saw that faded spot again. This time, I was sure. It was real. There, on the floor and on the walls, I could see remnants of dried blood. What terrible deed had happened here? Had there really been a young woman here? A young woman that...
Don't you love me?
I heard those distant words in the wind. A woman's voice, sweet as sugar, whispering softly. It was as if the words were calling to me, but the faded blood in front of me made me hesitate. What was happening? Was I going crazy? Was I imagining all of this?
Don't you love me?
Again, those words reached my ears. This time, they were more tangible, and I suddenly knew they were coming from the dumpsters. Slowly, terrified, I turned around. To my horror, the garbage bags began to move, as if something was struggling through the trash. I couldn't believe it. Was I dreaming? Was my mind playing more tricks on me? But there surely was nothing there. I tried to calm down, and for a moment, it worked. Then, I saw her. A woman's head slowly emerged from between the trash bags and the dumpster. She was as pretty as a picture, probably the most beautiful thing I had ever seen in my entire life. Frozen, I stood there, watching her wriggle out of the trash and toward me. Then, when her head had emerged fully, I noticed in horror that what I saw was not a real person. It looked more like the head of a beautiful porcelain doll. Searching, the eyeballs twitched around until they found me. Whimpering, full of strange hate accompanied by muffled, gurgling sounds, she asked,
Do you not love me? He no longer loved me. Do you love me? Do you love me?
I rushed out of the alley and never returned there, even if it sometimes meant a detour for me on my way home. I stopped telling my classmates how brave I had been and how courageous I had ventured into that alley. In my dreams, I still hear her voice. What had happened to that beautiful young woman? Had she really returned from the other side? Changed? Please, be careful when you wander through lonely alleys at night. And please, listen to the rumors that are told. Now, this strange little tale would not have been considered real by me, had I not sooner found a very disturbing confession on a self-help forum that seems to be in line with the post you just now heard. The confession I found seems to obviously be the writing of a mad person, so be aware of the heavy contents. I did not intend to follow her. I did not want to follow her, you have to believe me. But it had all been my fault. She was, after all, mine. My girlfriend, my lover. The situation had just turned this bad on its own. I couldn't stop it. Somebody must help me. Somebody has to save me, as I am not able to do so anymore. All of the resistance inside of me is fading. Caroline had immediately conquered my heart when we spoke for the first time. Back then, on a day like any other, insignificant. There had been some time left before the start of my lecture, so I had decided to visit the little coffee shop close to the auditorium to get something to drink and look at some papers. I had not made any friends, as I had been both unlucky and clumsy. Nothing too mind-boggling after one's first week of university, but still a worry eating away at me. Different cities, different parts of life, different people. I must have looked lost sitting at that small table, staring at the ground, full of anxiety and wishing for somebody to notice me, to engage in a conversation with me. I just could not fully explain my failures at finding new friends and acquaintances. Perhaps something was wrong with me. It has never been easy for me to warm up to people, let alone start to talk with them. Repeatedly, a surging doubt had gotten hold of me on that day, making me wonder whether new friendships were possible at all. People seemed to be so different from me, seemed to have other concepts of values and goals in life. Of course, I had made friends before going to university. During school, there was a small group that I had spent a lot of time with. Chance had gotten me to befriend them when I went to the movies one evening. They had watched the same film as me, 2 boys and a girl from my class. They wanted to know how I liked the movie. I was a bit shy when I gave my opinion, but soon found out that they had similar thoughts. That led in turn to more conversations, and finally, the gates to a long friendship had been thrown wide open. Those days are long gone. The others live scattered across the country, and I am the only one that went to Sao Paulo for studying. Far away from home, only made possible by my parents' savings. Here, I am only 1 in 1,000. I had to stay home on the first day of the terms, as I had eaten something bad some time before, and thus spent my hours lying down on my bed in pain. Because of this, on the one hand, and my difficulties in meeting new people in general on the other, I had missed my golden opportunity to find a group of students to talk to. On the second day, they all seemed to have found their new friends already, and I gave up without trying, as I must admit with some shame. It still hurts, but it was all my faults that I had to work through the difficult content of my courses on my own during the next few days. The professors had decided to not go easy on us, and that is why I found myself sitting in said coffee shop, buried deep in my papers. The world was distant and insignificant, even though I had just read an incredibly interesting article. My shy gaze might have wandered around to the other people around me, who sat at small tables as well, chattering about their lives, enjoying the morning, but they were so unimportant that I can't even guess anymore how many there were. And their happiness did not make me look at them for long anyway, as I could not bear the twinkling rays of better lives whilst my own got lost in loneliness. All of that made me look at the plates on my table, which soon blurred away as well. When she threw her bag down on the chair next to mine, ripping me out of the world inside my mind, I was intent on cursing at the person that had interrupted my trail of thoughts. But her beautiful face made me stop, her brown eyes looking directly into mine. In that moment, she became my life. She was my essence. She was my breath. Before meeting her, I would have never dreamt of someone being able to instantly turn my world upside down. But with her smile, her warm eyes, her tender skin, and the body of an athlete well-shaped, she managed to do just that. Like a goddess, she swept into the bleakness of everything, driving away the loneliness that had controlled me during the past days. She told me that she had taken notice of me on the day before, during the lecture, that she had spotted the name of her favorite band on my shirt, that I had looked lost between all those strangers, and that she had missed the first day as well. Was it not fate that she now met me while she was just out to grab a cappuccino? Me, who she had remembered because of the question I had asked the professor, the question that had caught him off guard, the person that had looked at the ground turning red afterwards, only being able to mutter a thanks. How could she not have noticed me? And meeting me now, here, she had to take the opportunity. She had to get to know me. I must have stuttered in the beginning, probably whilst asking her stupid questions. I remember the fear of putting her off, of appearing silly, of appearing reclusive. But Caroline just laughed kindly and clear as a bell, winked at me, and asked countless things as well, partly as clumsy as me. Perhaps she felt as lost and stupid and small as I did. Even though I could not understand how a young goddess like her might think something like that about herself, she was incredibly breathtaking, after all. Soon after, we went to the lecture together and returned to our table in the small coffee shop afterwards, which seemed to bring back our first moments more vividly than I would have expected. We discussed and debated, talking about the facts and ideas we had just learned about our new areas of knowledge. It got quite late, and we finally managed to part ways, returning to our respective flats after a long hug. That is how you do it, isn't it? You don't put all your eggs in one basket. Or should I have invited her over, or told her how magnificent I thought she was, how pretty, how intelligent and funny, how pleasant. But I think that would have been too fast. I had never before seen a woman the way I saw Caroline. That meant that she was the most important one of all, didn't it? But what if all would be over in the next day? If my feelings faded, or worse, if hers did? I could not get to sleep for a long time that night, all because of the fear of losing her, the fear of being separated from her forever. Were those thoughts healthy, sane? After having spent just one day with her? But I could not fight those thoughts. Caroline had suddenly become the center of my existence, my elixir of life. The next morning came faster than I had hoped. The lecture Caroline and I had visited did not take place every day, and so we normally would not see each other, but I sent her a text message to meet up anyway. So I sat there, in that coffee shop, waiting for her. I must have come off as a nervous creep, looking at the front door like a lynx. Caroline was not on time, but I did not worry about that. My nervousness came from the fact that I had not seen her for so long, all the wonderful things she had said about me, to me, how she had taken notice of me. Time passed. Slowly. Irritatingly slowly. Where was she? Did something happen to her? To my sweet, beautiful Caroline? Did someone hit her with that car in one of those side streets where dumb idiots drove around in their half-broken cars? That could not be. She was probably late for a good reason. Perhaps her father had fallen ill. Perhaps her mother had called. Well, she would tell me herself in just a few moments. And there she was, entering the room as gracefully as she had been the other day. She was wearing a skirt that was shorter than what would have been normal. I instantly noticed that. But I did not care that much about it. Looks are not everything in the end, and Caroline's other qualities were without a doubt even more perfect and wonderful than her appearance. She greeted me with a long hug, pressed my body against hers. I almost fainted because of the bliss I experienced, feeling her curves. I had not misinterpreted her feelings on the day before, the hints she had sent me. Her flowery perfume and her perfectly done makeup made her look even more divine than I would ever have expected. In those moments, I realized I loved her. I loved her, this beautiful,
graceful, fantastic, godly being that had saved me from my hell of loneliness and brought me back to the light. A voice inside my head warned me to be careful, naturally. The same voice that had tried to make me doubt her interest in me. But this time, it was quieter, more faint, more ridiculous. Her legs crossed. She was sitting in front of me, sweet as sugar, and smiled at me with her deeply red lips. With her soft voice, she asked whether I liked her like that. She had been uncertain and had looked for fitting things to wear for a long time. She did not want to look like a slut, but sexy nonetheless. She wanted to make sure that I liked her, as I was her dream. Such lovely words coming from her lips. That couldn't be true. I was so happy that I had not been mistaken, that she thought of me as attractive. For the first time in my life, someone liked me, paid special attention to me, cared about my feelings. We talked for the whole morning. I just wanted to lose myself in her eyes. I memorized as much information as possible that she gave me. She was most important, after all. I had to know everything. Everything she thought, everything she liked, everything she held in high regards. I just had to know it all. What food she liked, what goals she had in life. I had to get to know her better. This young woman I loved. We spent all day together. Learning should have been our sole activity, but it seemed distant and unimportant after a while. Walking through the city streets in the evening and into the night made my heart float away, whilst we strolled past all those people who were not as lucky as us. Reaching an old oak tree in a park, we finally stopped. The light of the sun had long been gone, and street lights illuminated the trees and the lawn all around us. I wanted to kiss her, wanted to show her my deep affection, my feelings, my love for her. But was it not a bit early for that? I was unsure. Carolyn was just too good for me, too flawless. Though, when I looked her in the eyes that reflected the distant lights back at me, I nonetheless gently grabbed her head with both of my hands and pressed her soft lips against mine. She hugged me, and inside my head everything was blasted away in a shockwave of bliss. She was the one you wait for all your life, the one many never ever find. But I had done it. I had conquered her, the woman of my dreams, my goodness, my beauty. She was mine alone, and I was hers. The moments felt like an eternity, although it could not have lasted longer than 10 heartbeats. When Carolyn stepped back a little, smiling, I only saw the light in her eyes. "I love you." The words just slipped out of my mouth, although I had not planned on muttering them. She gifted me another smile with the corner of her mouth and pulled me towards her again, whispering into my ear, "I love you too." We spent a long time on a beach, kissing passionately. No words got spoken until the moment we said our goodbyes for the night. I had escorted her to her little flat, which she had rented with the money from her scholarship. Of course, I accompanied her. I did not want her to be attacked by someone. I could not lose her, the love of my life. Who knows what thugs ran around in these parts of the city who would prey on her in her dream of a body. One has to watch over one's future wife. Yes, that much I loved her. I wanted to marry her. She was my future. So, I had to look after Caroline, make sure that she did not get damaged. Safety. I had to give her safety and protect her from this threatening, dangerous world. We kissed again, and I left, even though I would have liked to accompany her a little more. Yes, I admit it. I wanted more. Who would not have? But I suppressed my lust with some effort and went home. We would meet again on the next day, at least during the lecture, probably earlier. On the way home, I scolded myself and decided to try and keep my desires in check a lot more. If I made too many leaps towards Caroline too quickly, she might get put off.
She might get put off with my kiss and my profession of love. I might have gone a bit too far already. And I just couldn't lose her. She had to stay a part of me and my life, no matter the cost. I had to have her with me. I had to have her. My future, my life, I would give to her. I would do everything for Caroline, make her happy. And when I really thought about it, my desires were not that important, because the only thing that mattered was her well-being. The way she had said, "See you tomorrow, sweetie," with the wink and the kiss she blew towards me. I knew exactly what she wanted, and I would give it to her. She would enjoy it. She would love it. As I loved her, would love her, forever. In those moments, I swore that I would give her everything I owned. I would make her happy, eternally glad I spent my life with her. I owed her that much. After she had led me out of the dark and loneliness and the hell of bleakness, those times of isolation seemed like a distant echo, long past and gone. In ecstasy, I called my mother, told her about my love and the feelings that burned bright in my heart. She seems to be glad, too, but also sounded a bit weird.
Are you still able to concentrate on your studies? Law is not an easy subject. Uncle Pedro has gotten his head turned by a young lady as well. Don't you remember? Don't you remember what happened?
Her words made me a bit sad. Why could she not just let me be happy for once? Not just expect me to work? Yes, it is true that they had bent over backwards to get the money for my tuition, but why did they not have faith in me? I had never been irresponsible. They could at least trust in me to choose the person. I wanted to marry carefully. But it didn't really matter. I did not give a damn about what she thought. She didn't know Caroline yet. Didn't know what a perfect goddess she was, without any flaw. Again, I had problems getting to sleep, but finally, it worked. I dreamt of Caroline, of the woman I loved more than any other. The next days were heaven on earth. We got even closer, spent all day together, turned life into a fantasy. As we only had each other, we grew together even more. My soul burned with love for Caroline as she felt the same. Soon, she wanted me to stay for the night. My heart was beating like mad as we lay there on her bed, hugging, nervous. What would happen? Or better, how would it happen? Caroline whispered to me, "You are the star that will lead me into a bright future." As always, she smiled with the corner of her mouth, gracefully, charmingly. My great love had found me, and I had found my purpose in a lonely life in this foreign city. Caroline started to take off my clothes and touch my body, hesitant at first, but soon more determined. I followed her lead. When we were finally naked, she asked for a little patience. She told me of some lingerie she had bought in the morning, just to make this the best evening of my life. Following her godly shape with my eyes as she left the room, my brain exploded with hormones of elation. Caroline was everything one could ever wish for, everything one could dream about. How could I have ever lived without her? All the days I had spent in my room with my books, or the hours spent with my group of friends. A group of friends I had never really been a part of, if I was honest with myself. All those memories were a dying noise being driven away by the symphony of Caroline's being. Her face appeared in front of my inner eyes, an image of perfection. Her smiling red lips, her big eyes, her long, beautiful hair. Like in a trance, I just pictured her. I could not even imagine what she was just putting on to send me to heavens of bliss forever. Only her face I saw, those mesmerizing eyes. Our future would be unfathomably great. Would we marry before the year was over? Did she love me that much? I at least was sure of everything. I loved her forever, and would never feel anything else for her. Caroline was flawless. There was nothing bad about her. How many children would we have? My grandmother would probably be glad about some grandchildren. Many grandchildren. That was her only chance. and I did not plan on disappointing her. We would marry in a church, perhaps a cathedral, without a question. God was our Lord. We would join under his gaze, promise each other eternity. What would Caroline wear at our wedding? A red dress, like a bouquet of beautiful roses. Perhaps she would even put a rose in her hair. She loved flowers, I think. In front of the altar, I would say it to her, for all the world to hear. I love you. I whispered it, lying in her bed, again and again, looking at her flawless face in front of my inner eyes, her flawless face winking at me, while I could hear her faintly in the other room, hearing her getting ready, hearing her returning. I love you. Would she wear black, sexy and seductive, or an innocent white, reflecting the color of her soul? I could not wait, knew that she was about to enter the room, anticipating the best moments of my life. I love you. Sexual assault. How? How could this have happened? How? How could she have done this to me? How? Why? Why did she use me like this? Just for fun? What did I ever do to deserve this? I had lost everything. Absolutely everything. My relationship shattered into a billion pieces. I felt like an eviscerated animal, slain like cattle, just to amuse this witch. The poison of love had driven me into her arms, into her slaughterhouse. Why had I been so shy? I might have been able to find real people and not ended up in this hell. This hell became real. My future. My life. I was burning in pain. My thoughts torn to shreds. How could she have humiliated me like this? Destroyed everything that made me a person? She had planned it with her friend, searched for a dumb, lonely victim looking for company, readied like a lamb for a sacrificial ritual. They stormed into the room, 3 of them, wrestled me down, and started to degrade me in every... It had been Caroline's idea. To find a lonely soul she could plunge into the abyss of hell. To demonstrate her superiority and show me what a pitiful creature I was. During the time we were meeting up, she had given her co-conspirators, her fiancé she had hidden from me, and another couple she was friends with, instructions to come up with the most degrading and creative methods of humiliation for me. For fun. I had passed out several times, and so, when I watched the video of their deed they had put online, their faces blurred, mine fully visible, I did not remember some of the things they had done to and with me. It thought that someone like me could ever love such an utter, worthless piece of shit. Her words echoed through my empty mind again and again. Becoming a lawyer, the thing I had always dreamed of, gone forever. My reputation was destroyed. They had put up posters with links to the video everywhere on campus, in the city. I had put it up on many websites to protect it against deletion. How had they not been caught? How had they managed that? How long had they planned something like this? Why? What should be done with filthy misfits? They had titled the video. My name in the description of my courses at university. Intimate details that I had told Caroline during our dates, but also made up things. I would never get a job that commanded any respect. The police came by. They questioned me, tried to help me, but there was no proof that it was Caroline. My word against hers and her friends. It did not take long for the video to spread to even more websites. Like a cancer, it grew in the depths of the web. They also posted it on social platforms and tagged me in the post, so that my family saw it too. I had hoped for their comfort, but my father was mad with rage and cast me out of the family, not being able to cope with the shame I had brought to him. My mother had called me. Her words burned forever into my soul. How dare you? All the money we worked for, saved for you, for nothing, gone. You will never work as a lawyer, and we are almost starving because of you.
I don't want to ever see you again. The Lord may as well cast you down into the pit.
But I was already there. I wanted to tell her that, but she had already hung up on me. I have not spoken a word with a member of my family since. They were gone. All I had experienced with them was now gone and would not be again. And it was my own fault. I should have been more careful, should not have loved. So stupid of me. How could anyone have loved me? I had been so naive. If I had seen it earlier, the personified wretchedness that was me. At least I would have had a future that Caroline had taken from me, a future she had shattered after using me for her sick pleasures. I should have known. It was all my fault. Knowing that shreds my mind even more apart. This female poison of beauty. My life, my whole life, gone. Vanquished and faded. All hopes and dreams of mine. My career, my love, my poor family. All of that she had taken with joy. Knowing and with full intent. Just for fun. Not by accident, not by mistake. No. That monster had always had exactly this deed in mind. She had wanted and planned the worst and greatest destruction of me that she could imagine. To cast my being into a void I could never return from. That had been Caroline's greatest pleasure. Cunningly, that serpent had sneaked into my life and done what she liked the most, driven by boredom and joy. Causing people pain. Every time I thought of her, the images of her friendly mirage came up in my mind, where she started shining her beauty and perfection down on me. I love you. The last parts of my past self muttered, the parts that had somehow survived all the destruction. They threatened to drive me mad with their disgustingly vivid memories of the time we had been dating. Moments later, I was thrown back into my private hell by reality, leaving me behind only with torment and despair as my companions. She had done it. It had been her plan, her idea alone. I could not unify those two inner representations of her. Despite the horrible happenings, I could not vilify her permanently, as a part of me wanted her back. As I realized this, I fell even deeper into dark madness. The poisonous thoughts of bliss that Caroline's presence had planted deep within me were obviously still there. But how? I hated her. She was scum, the devil, evil itself. A destructive presence that did not stop for anything in its path. But my past self still loved her, conjured up perfect memories of her fun personality and her beautiful body, and threw them at me like rotten eggs. When these memories started to make me excited, I broke down, lying in my own vomit, crying and trying to drown my mind in sadness and pain. I was so confused and lost. How could Caroline have done something like this? That putrid cancer on the surface of our world? It could not stay this way anymore. Caroline had to die. That realization jolted through my thoughts only for a second. I was still shaken by spasms, but besides images of Caroline's divine perfection, more and more dark thoughts started to rise in my soul, coming from a darkness deep within. I wanted to watch her die, wanted to make her life hell, exactly as she had done to me. Every second of her future existence had to consist of pain and screams, if I let her keep her vocal cords. After infinite pain, she would beg for her death, and I would be kind. That piece of trash had to disappear from this world. It did not seem possible to cripple Caroline's psychotic mind, but her body, her lovely body. I love you. Slowly, I got up. I knew where she lived. I knew when she would probably be home. I would claw out her perfect eyes and watch as she crawled over the floor, crying for mercy,
This divine creature of disgust. I got dizzy. I probably screamed. I don't remember. Perhaps a neighbor had knocked on my door to complain. I don't remember. I just remember my feelings, hate and love woven together into an eternal chaos, consuming me. A whirlpool of hell. How much time had passed until I could clear my thoughts and body enough to leave the room, intent on making Caroline pay the price for her deeds, I can only guess. Soon, I stood pressed against a brick wall, protected against the gazes of people living in Caroline's neighboring flats. In those moments, my heart was still gripped by infinite, suffocating chaos, making me unable to formulate a clear plan. Should I just kick the door in and face her? Should I act as if I wanted another chance, crawling at her feet? But those ideas flickered throughout my mind only for moments, and soon were extinguished by a sea of insanity. I can't tell how long I stood there, shaking, until they suddenly left the house. Caroline and him. She was stunningly beautiful, graceful and flawless. She was all evil in the world. And him. He was her toy, like I had been. He just didn't know it yet. They seemed to part ways, kissed, and I had to fight with dizziness again, my stomach hurting. Finally, they left in opposite directions. In the light of the sun, Caroline looked even more translucent than ever. Again, I was flooded with happy memories, memories of a Caroline that never had existed. And those were themselves flooded away by the truth, by her real shape. A disfigured, psychotic slut. Emotionally dead and worthless. She took the alleyway next to her house, leading to the main street. I had to follow her, chase her, show her hell. I love you. Oh God. I had wanted to marry her, start a family, get children, to make the world a better place. Life could have been perfect, all could have been better, happy, divine. All that was left was a bleak desert of pain around me until the end of my days. For that, the filthy whore had to pay. I hate you. Could I even do it? Murder her? What if I crippled her first? Cut open her face, her intestines? I wanted to marry her. What if I had married her? What if I stabbed her to death? What if I loved her too much? Her perfect, flawless face that was mine and mine alone belongs to me. Would belong to me. No. I hated her. Despised her. What if I would smash her kneecaps so she would never walk again? What if... Nothing. Silence. Emptiness. No thoughts. Every process in my conscious mind stopped. They had all gone. All the pictures, as if they had not been able to take it anymore, had fled to somewhere else. There I was, not far away from the entrance of that alleyway. I felt free, but also desperate. What had I almost done just now? What had I become? Where had my thoughts escaped to? Nothing mattered. Nothing at all. I don't know how long I stood there, like a broken computer. Hours. I did not intend to follow her. I did not want to follow her. You have to believe me. It just happens that way. I admit, I was not free of blame, but I had to follow her. The conflict inside had been too big. But standing there, close by that alley, all of that was not important anymore. Additionally, Caroline was long gone. So I entered the alley. Why not? Everything was filthy, but the district is known for that. All the dirt, the dissolving walls, the ugly smell of the garbage containers on the right. I hesitated. It did not reek of garbage. That stench was different, biting, causing nausea. If my stomach had not been emptied already, I would have vomited. My eyes teared up while I slowly continued through the alley. I got closer to the container, old, blue, rusty, filled up with bags full of trash. Then, I spotted the foot lying behind the container. Or the remains of a foot, to be more precise, covered by cuts and dried up blood, shaking, freezing inside, and, despite my inner bleakness, started to feel terror. I continued walking. When I had finally gotten past the container, I could see the thing lying next to it amidst a small sea of more dried up blood. The body of a young woman, terribly mangled. The clothes had been almost completely ripped off. Large cuts covered the skin, and parts of it had just been torn off. In the short moment I really looked at it, I could see that a hand, some toes, a breast, and the head were missing. After that view, I guess I just sat down on the ground, empty. What on earth has happened here? Was a human being able to do something like this? Such a depth of hate? But then I remembered my own thoughts of not long ago, when I had moved towards the alley in the first place, thinking of such a heinous crime myself, planning it, imagining every detail. But I had not done such a thing. My thoughts, the only good ones I had left, had stopped me, finally making my subconsciousness collapse, throwing away those positive and negative thoughts without thinking them through to a definite end. Still, what had happened here? Because, without a doubt, those are the remains of Caroline. The little clothing left was proof enough. Almost completely gone, but without a doubt hers. How? Who had done this? Who had nurtured such a hate for her? No, not me. My hands were clean, no blood on them, nothing. So, it must have been someone else. Someone who had been similarly destroyed by a mood of hers. This witch, this devil, this succubus. How many existences had she already demolished with her black soul? I am not ashamed to admit that her death pleased me. I even felt a bit of happiness coming back. There she lay, ripped apart because of her own actions, judged by the effects of her diabolical deeds. Had she felt everything? Everything that had been done to her? Or had she been torn to shreds after her death? I hoped that she had felt everything. Who deserved thanks? Whom could I thank for filling my void with satisfaction? Whom? Don't you love me? I froze. What lovely, deadly whispering voice was that? Purring, bewitching, desperate, sad. Caroline's voice. How was this possible? Did I mishear? Was I hallucinating? She was dead. The remainders of her mortal body lay there on the ground, torn to shreds, to pieces, rotten, not 6 feet away. Where had this voice come from? Had it come from inside my mind? No, impossible. That could not be. Would she haunt me? Forever with me, her vengeful spirit restless even after death, still trying to drown my world in pain and sorrow? And that question, did I not love her? I had loved her once, hated her, both at the same time. Caroline had almost managed to destroy my mind as she had done with my heart. Though, perhaps that was it. Perhaps I had just heard the last vivid remains of a memory calling to me from the dead one last time to taunt me. This horrible, disgustingly soft voice echoing lovely for one last time. Don't you love me? Hearing those words again, I realized 2
terrible things. First, it had not stopped taunting me, creeping up on me, that grisly sound of evil. Secondly, it had not come from within me.
Don't you love me?
From the corners of my eyes, I saw the bags full of rubbish lying in the container slowly starting to move. At first, they only began twitching and shaking, but soon they arose, as if something was in there, forcing its way out. I just stared at those bags in terror, not able to form a clear thought. The hell I had left behind not long before resting inside that container was waking up. The bags were pressed upwards, higher and higher, towering up next to me, appearing to multiply. Suddenly, a hand emerged from within the container, bloody and mangled, slowly breaking free. It felt around in the air, finally found the wall of the container, and grabbed onto it. Its grip made the metal bend like tinfoil.
Don't you love me? I thought you loved me.
What was I supposed to do? The world came closer, as if everything got more real at once. The color of the wall, the stench, the cool air. There was only one thing to do. Run. Despite all of the chaos that had flooded into my world, despite the darkness surrounding my mind, in those moments I realized I do not want to die. And death was near. A madness of pure extinction, steadily climbing out of that container. I started running. Just as I had left the alley, I felt the presence of doom, joy, pain, and despair emerging behind me. A quiet whimpering echoed through the air, drowning my thoughts in nameless panic.
Don't you love me? Don't you love me at all? Do you hate me?
I struggled to get home and locked myself inside my room. Loneliness was not what I desired. I wanted someone with me, some company. But they were all gone. No one was left. No one that loved me. Why did I get into this mess? I never had evil intentions. I just wanted to know what true love is. Not this infinite darkness haunting me, no. It slowly turned night outside, and I felt the unknown approaching. The creature I had encountered back in that alley. It had followed me. I felt its presence closing in on me. Was it already at my door? Waiting to grab me with its horrible hand and to slit my throat. What might it look like? And why was it spoken using Caroline's voice? Why had it killed her? It couldn't be human. Or was it something from before our time? Something we had all originated from long ago, coming back. Why did I suddenly consider that strange possibility? All the sounds reaching my ears were so terribly clear. I could not distract myself from them, could not escape them. The room was empty, terribly empty, even though I still lived inside. There was scratching at the door, faint but persistent, claws that attacked the door to my room.
Don't you love me? I thought that you loved me.
This voice, Caroline's voice, drenched with sadness and love and hate. It started banging at the door. Soon the creature would be able to enter. Soon it would have reached me. I could not let that happen. I jumped out of the window. Luckily, I was living on the first floor, so I did not get too badly hurt. The people at the street looked at me in confusion and wrinkled their noses. Had they watched the video? Had they looked at my torment, perhaps enjoyed it with sick satisfaction? I could not think about that any longer. I had to leave. From my room, the bursting of a door could be heard, loud and ominous.
Don't you love me?
Like a plague, they sounded. Those words of terror, a poison spreading through the air, only carried by the winds.
I had narrowly escaped. But what now? My room was gone, my only safe haven. Everything was covered by a strange fog in my head, unknown and foreign. The people, the cars, the houses.
Don't you love me? I know you love me.
Before fleeing, running away from the place I had once called home, I took a quick glance back toward the window, spotting two hands feeling around on the windowsill. The city streets had become a labyrinth. I did not know where I was, randomly entered streets and alleys without understanding why. The houses got blurry, meaningless, only fear remaining. Real fear. Fear of the thing chasing me. And other thoughts pierced my mind as well from time to time. Had they called the police? Had they already found the corpse? Even linked me to the crime scene? I had a reason for killing her. Would they chase me, like that unspeakable horror already did? In some short moments of clarity, when I was not driven mad by panic, I started to realize that all was over. I did not have anything left. Nothing worth living for. Nothing that could bring me joy. So why was I running? Why was I running away from that entity lusting for me, motivated by deep, strange love and hate? I want to live. In the end, I got to my campus. I did not know why I had gone there. The doors were not locked. Some lectures were still held. There was knowledge being sown to help other people make the world a better place. But nobody would be able to help me now. All was lost. Where to now? Close by were the stairs leading down into the cellar. Why did I go down there? I don't know. I could not stay outside where all those strange people could see me, their gazes judging my every step. I wanted to be alone. So, there I was, in those bleak corridors of concrete, only metal pipes running along the walls, passing through the whole building like arteries. I knew that it would come for me. I knew that it would find me there, under those neon lights.
Don't you love me?
It had come. It was here. It had found me. I closed my eyes. Accompanied by a loud rattle, the cover of one of the ventilation shafts fell to the ground. I could not speak, did not want to see them closing in. But I felt it. The hate, the love, the insane madness. It was with me. It had caught up, despite me running away.
Don't you love me? Why don't you love me?
Something deep within me wanted to look at it, wanted to know what being had chased me, had killed Caroline, would probably kill me too. But could I allow myself to peek? Could I allow myself to look at that alien creature whilst retaining a clear mind? To be fair, it did not really matter. My story would end there, in those corridors below the earth, amidst the stench of the heating systems. I would lose my head, get torn to shreds. My appearance would be shaped to look like my mind, a chopped-up corpse. I opened my eyes, looking up at the ventilation shaft. What exactly it was, I cannot say, but a scream left my lips, a scream summing up all the emotions raging inside me. Pure terror and despair. First, I saw only the blackness of the shaft, but soon, slowly, it emerged, made its way into the room and dropped to the floor. Then, it started to make its way toward me. It was a strange creature, shaped like a person, but also looked like a wooden doll, like a perverted piece of art. Emitting clattering sounds, it walked on all fours, its head being a lifelike version of Caroline's perfect face, the way it had once been in my memories, but rigid and disgustingly artificial, and made from a material reminding me of porcelain. It looked at me with glassy, twitching, dead eyes. But that was not all. Next to the four limbs made from wood, limbs that looked like they had been modeled after those of a human being. It had other outgrowths of disgust that twitched around. In addition to that, big chunks of human flesh had been nailed to the creature's body, so that the eternally bleeding, pale remains of a person were forever joined together with the nightmarish being. A female breast, a hand, with the missing parts of Caroline's corpse, and fixated there at the creature's back was Caroline's cut-off head. A huge wooden nail had been driven through her mouth, filled it up completely, while also piercing the back of her skull. Her head was still alive. Tears of sorrow, sadness, hate, and despair, tears of eternal torment ran down her pale cheeks in streams, while she seemed to try her best to articulate herself somehow, to call out for help or whimper, to scream or curse. But her mouth was shut. She was gagged forever, only able to produce a faint, gurgling, pitiful, and desperate. The mouth made of porcelain, however, moved gracefully, whispered its sad, lovely, hateful question.
Don't you love me? I want to be with you forever.
The real head seemed to shake in disgust every time the question was posed, every time the creature made its desire for me known. No, I do not love you. I loved someone else, someone who never existed. I do not love you. That was all I could shout, filled with panic and disgust. The being did not care. It slowly crawled towards me, one head purring, the other giving off dampened, animalistic noises of sorrow. Then I saw the bloody knife in one of its hands was raising, to end my life and take my head, and I spotted the other hand holding a wooden stake, one like the one that silenced Caroline forever and bound her to the grotesque body. In the end, I managed to get up and run away again. I don't know how, just away. I sprinted faster than ever before, away from that hellish being, and during my flight, horrible thoughts entered my mind. Were Caroline's remains, her soul, her body, somehow not being able to leave the corpse, damned to powerlessly be bound forever to that being of hell, with her mouth shut, hearing its whispers. Now that I've shaken it off for the time being, now that I start to think about the encounter more clearly, I realize exactly that is my deepest wish. I hope that her cruel fate is eternal, joined with that creature. I hope that she will be plunged into infinite madness, miserable and broken, never to escape. I want her to suffer until the end of days, until the stars disappear and time itself fades. I want her to suffer as I have suffered back then, when she tortured me just for her amusement, just for her sick pleasure. It also made me happy that her fiancé and the couple that she ruined my life with have been found stabbed to death about an hour ago. It is all over the local news. Sitting in this hotel room where they keep computers for their guests to use, paid for with the only money I have left, I feel a bit safe. This way, at least, some will know of my torments. This way, you will know what really killed those people. I am glad about Caroline's fate. Are you not a bit glad as well, dear reader? Do you not feel that dark part of yourself right now, that tarnished piece of soul that lives within all of us? I am aware. I will pay my price. I am still hearing the whispering, outside in the winds.
Don't you love me?
It will get to me soon. I will become one with it, thrown into a final hell, helplessly bound to the conscious remains of my torturer, forever in her presence. I have to go. I think it is here.
Perhaps no one will believe me, but I have to finally get this story off my chest. It happened about a year ago, but I had never forgotten about it since then. The happenings are always present in my mind, like a scar, tainting me. It's a story about my beloved brother. My brother, William, and I had shared a room for as long as I can think back. Our parents did not have a lot of money, and my father worked many hours in a small Italian restaurant at the edges of the city every day just to make ends meet. My mother was often sick and therefore did not find any work, so all of us had to live in a tiny flat in Endell Street. The room of ours was not very big, and besides 2 old beds, a shabby wardrobe, and several shelves creaking under the weight of many books, we had nothing to distract us from the bleakness of the room. The books were second or third hand, bargains mainly, some even presents. I have to admit that I almost never read and have only used some books for schoolwork, but my brother went through everything he could find, often more than once. I envied him a little for his stamina and for being able to remember all those stories, dates and facts in astonishing detail. Our friends often called him Encyclopedia, and William seems to like that name. There were never any doubts in my mind about him one day graduating school with honors, visiting one of the best universities in the country, and leaving our rundown flats behind. It was shortly after the start of our last school year when our lives suddenly changed because of strange events. The events I only dare to write down now, almost a year ago, and with my heart beating loudly. Even now, I still remember it all. I remember William being late for class one day, having visited one of the old antique shops on Humboldt Street, one that had gone bankrupt and therefore sold some old tomes for unbelievably low prices. William came to class with a smile on his face, ignoring the scolding of our teacher. I'd never seen him that feverish, holding the old, smelly book in his hands and scanning the cover with big eyes. "He gave this one to me, Kim, as a present," he proudly told me after he had returned home. "Who?" I asked, packing some things for my weekly trip to the swimming club. "The old man in the shop. He almost forced it to me, seemed to try to get rid of it. It's a guide for dreaming." "What are you going to do with that? You've never liked esoteric stuff," I skeptically asked. "It's not one of those books. It's not one of those books." He dismissively shook his head. "It's supposed to teach you control of your dreams. I've always wanted to try that out. I think they call it lucid dreaming nowadays, but back then it probably had another name. Even the old Native Americans did something similar. And you would know that if you stopped thinking about sports occasionally." "Yeah, you're probably right. Just be glad. You got it for free. Very nice of that man," I said with a chuckle. "Oh, I am. Very lucky," he agreed, smiling. On that day, I left William alone with his new book, only returning home in the late afternoon. As expected, he was still lost between the old pages of the tome. When I threw my sporting bag on the ground with a loud bang, he jumped up in shock. "Why did you do that?" he asked accusingly, giving me a strange look. I heard an unnerving panic in his words, but back then, I did not pay much attention to it. Today, I would give everything up to turn back time, just to rip the accursed book from his hands and sink it in the nearest pond. Back then, however, I probably just gave him a faint smile. Whilst lying on my bed, learning some vocabulary,
William and the tome slowly slipped my mind. Only when he snapped the book shut, I looked up. "You will never believe what this points towards," William said, shaking with excitement. "I'm sure you're about to tell me," I answered. "The book describes where our minds travel to during our dreams. This is remarkable. There are even some exceptional exercises for training. I wonder how anybody could possibly give this book away." "Since when are you so naive? That is just some superstitious crap. Shouldn't you be worrying more about school? Not long now till the finals arrive." I tried to warn him, but he did not even seem to hear any of my words. "I have to get back. Ask the shop owner whether he knows more about the tome and its—" He stopped. "What is it?" I wanted to know. William frowned and seemed to concentrate on something far away. "I don't remember what he looks like. The shop owner. I don't know. Why?" he asked. No idea. Perhaps you were too elated because you got a free book," I suggested. "No, it's not that. I remember everything. The store, the smells, even his clothing. But the face, it's just a void in my memories." His thoughts seemed to trail off, but suddenly he winced and let out a quiet laugh. "What does it even matter? Perhaps I'm already getting old. Never mind. I must try out the exercises. Apparently, you first have to keep a dream diary, write down all of your dreams, and always test whether you are awake or asleep. I think that's something I will easily manage to do." He seems to have talked enough about the topic and started reading some of his other books. In the evening, William put down some white sheets of paper next to his bed, and in the morning, he woke up from his sleep, full of glee, and started writing down page after page. With an expressionless face, he gave me some of his sheets to read, and because I had nothing else to do, I took him up on the offer. "I'm walking through the town center, passing clothing stores and the bookshop of Allen's. It's unfamiliarly quiet, and no people are around anywhere. The sun shines down in green light, and some black pigeons are looking for something to eat on the paved street, threateningly cooing. When I reach the park, only dead trees are rotting on the ground, framed by brown grass. On a bench, I find a newspaper. I decide to take it and read it. There's a picture on the front page, a picture of foreign ruins. I'm at the ruins. I see men in the distance, strangely moving on a straight path to their unknown goals, emitting danger. I cannot see their faces, but I think that is for the best. I turn around, look at the ocean, and hear strange winds wheezing. Another black pigeon appears. Its feathers are covered by a crimson fluid, and it is menacingly cooing at me. I turn around and see the strange men, floating, moving towards the pigeon, menacingly, as I slowly fade into another dream. I am in an old corridor. I see darkness and emerge from the distance. Finally, I realize that I am lucid dreaming. I look at the corridor and tell it to disappear. Slowly, it melts to the ground, becoming one with the ground. I turn around and call for my dream spirit, exactly as I had read in the tome. I am standing on a grassy field, verdant green. There is a man beside me. A cloak is covering his whole body, and he is wearing a felt hat on top of his head. "Are you my dream spirit?" I asked the man. "Exactly. I am your dream spirit," he answers, gurgling. My mother started calling for me, having prepared breakfast, and therefore I threw the pages into William's bed, hurrying to get to the kitchen table. The dream of my brother had been rather nuts, yet I was amazed about a successful lucid dream during his first night of trying. When I returned to our bedroom, the sheets of paper are gone. William entered the room only moments later, looking at me intensely. I tried to apologize for losing his writings, but he only told me that he had gotten rid of all of it by himself. Why? I wanted to know.
I don't like other people being able to read my dreams. That can be dangerous. There are things you shouldn't know.
He replied, and left the room again, not turning around another time. I got a queasy feeling, because normally, we did not keep secrets from each other. The next few days, William grew more and more distant and cold. All the time his view shifted towards distant skies, and he seems to be somewhere else with his thoughts. Asking him about his behavior, he just replied that he had to think things over. He also stopped writing down his dreams, so that I had no idea what he was doing on his nightly adventures. One day, I asked about the old man I had read about.
Yes, the old one. He teaches me things.
William answered flatly.
You wouldn't understand. You are not there.
That is all he had to say. I worried more and more, because the finals got closer, and I did not see William learning even once. All the time, he was lying on top of his bed, eyes closed, daydreaming, speaking less and less. To everyone's surprise, he aced every test, got every point there was. I was amazed and admired him, having only gotten average results with the help of all the learning I had done. William just laughed at the easy problems and undemanding texts, calling them shamefully easy and antiquated. How do you know all these things? My mother asked him one day.
I already knew. The mind is locked away by this world and our bodies all the time. Though, within dreams we can set ourselves free, reaching the knowledge slumbering inside everyone's mind.
Looking at William during the nights, when he was sleeping, I got afraid more than once. He seemed almost dead, was always short of breath, his skin shimmering palely. He never talked in his sleep, just lay there, motionless, not even lifting a finger. When I wanted to tell my father, he just laughed, telling me to be happy about his success at school and what that meant for William's future. My mother had gotten sick again, so I did not want to give her more worries than she already had, and decided not to talk to her. In the end, I had to do something by myself. You changed, I told him, one late evening.
Changed? Of course. I'm much more knowledgeable.
That's not what I meant. We did so much together before. Now you're not even with us anymore. The others have been asking for some time now about you not talking to them anymore.
Why should I? They have become only shadows to me, dear kin of mine.
William had never called me that before, and the alien gleam of his eyes did worry me.
I do not care about those old friends of ours anymore. If you only knew what wonders I discovered deep within myself. Cities and libraries, books as far as the eyes can see, and incredible, infinite freedom. The old man has shown me so much, explained so many things. I was in places you cannot even fathom. Impossible agriculture, vast cathedrals. Oh, those magnificent cathedrals.
William seemed to start daydreaming again, and he rolled his eyes so far up that I could only see their whites. Hastily, I started shaking him.
What? Yes, I did not want to doze off. Soon, I will have unleashed my true potential. Kim, you will be truly amazed.
He looked at me, smiling, and for a brief moment, he seemed to turn back to his old self. He got up and left the room, whistling. The next morning, a scream woke me from my sleep. I got up, terrified, and looked for William. He sat on top of his bed, straight up, like a candle, sweating. Tears ran down his face, William, what happened? I asked, panicking.
It's over. I know everything. My mind is explored, everything that was inside of me. I have learned it all. There will be nothing new. Never again.
With those words, he fainted, pale as chalk. My parents took him to a nearby hospital, and he had to stay there for some days.
This is all my fault. I should have been home more often.
My poor father exclaimed. He was devastated. I had never seen him that way before. After all those years of hard work, never having shown a sign of giving up, his worries for his son had finally broken him, cut into his very soul. My mother was also under shock, not saying another word that evening. I decided to try to help William on my own. The next day, I went to Humboldt Street, looking for the antique shop. I was in luck. The old man still lived above his closed store. I must admit that I was a bit afraid, as William forgetting the man's face came back to my mind and made me wonder. Was it clever to go there alone? However, I quickly swept away those thoughts, as my brother was clearly in danger. I had to do something. When I rang the bell, my feelings of uneasiness and terror slowly started to ramp up. Why did he not remember the face? What had William seen there? Or had he just been kidding me on that fateful day when he had gotten the book? My hands started sweating as I heard the steps closing in on me from behind the old wooden door. Soon, he would be here, standing in front of me. The man that had caused all this harm to my family. Should I run? I could. The door opened, and a jolly old man stood there, looking at me in slight confusion.
Yes, what may I do for you? How can I help you?
The feeling of danger was gone, and I let out a sigh. However, when I asked him about William, he did not remember him. The man even insisted that no one had bought or gotten anything from him, and most of his things had been given to a nursing home. Confused, I left his door, slowly walking through the streets. Was I on the wrong track? Was it, in the end, just that accursed book? Where was it even from? I was drowning in thoughts of worry, my mind trailing off, when someone grabbed me by the shoulder. I turned around and I saw a person behind me. If you want to help your brother, let him dream. Let him dream. It was an old man. At least, back then, that is what I thought he was. He stood very tall, his whole body covered by a cloak. Strangely, my eyes could not look at his face, even seems to force my gaze away from it. Something deep inside me refused to, and without any good reason, I suddenly stopped to care about it. It was just an old man. I was sure of that. Oh, how terribly wrong I was. An absolute fool. I'll do my best, I answered. The old man was long gone, almost as if it had all just been a daydream. Hesitating at first, I finally made my way to the hospital and delivered the message to my brother. He was in no way fazed when I told him about my encounter and just stared at a wall. In the end, I left William in his room at the hospital. The way home seemed longer than before, and I thought of other ways to help him. Were there any? I just wanted my brother back. Perhaps I could visit William in a dream and cheer him up. Today, I do not remember how I got that crazy idea, but I had to grasp at every straw. Back home, I looked for the tome, and to my relief, I found it under his bed. I was happy that he had not asked for it at the hospital, but perhaps fate was just kind to me for once. The cover of the book smelled like ruin, and the pages had already turned yellow, the words on them having been written by hand. Though the symbols and language were foreign, I had no problem deciphering them, but back then, I did not care. Although, I should have. I quickly read the first chapter and found a small note in the end that gave me new hope. Apparently, dreams could be shared after some long training, but blood-related people had done it by accident on some occasions more easily. I didn't need to know any more. That night, I dozed off with high expectations, and like a miracle, I realized quickly that I was dreaming. I concentrated all my might on one wish, visiting my brother inside his dreams. I had to get him. I had to get him back. I had to save him. Nothing happened. I concentrated again and again, repeating my thoughts. When I had almost given up, I suddenly found myself standing in an ancient city. Huge temples made from marble and ivory reached high into a crimson sky, bearing beautiful ornaments. The agriculture was impossible by the laws of nature I knew, but the monuments towered high into the heavens around me. The gateways and doors and windows were unbelievably high and unnervingly slim, but their beautiful colors made me forget my worries. Crystal-clear fountains and contorted walkways made everything look magnificent, but alien. The rooftops were connected by fragile tubes, and on the few occasions I could see beyond the buildings, there were gigantic, cylindric towers, far away. Somehow, I felt William's presence, and carried on through the Cyclopean city. After some wandering around, I reached a gigantic abyss, brightly white and gaping. This was where the city ended. Beyond that abyss, there was pure nothingness, as if the world had been cut off. I did not dare get closer, and spotted a small stairway reaching over the void and ending at a large door made from bronze, apparently leading nowhere. I walked along the edge of the abyss until I had reached the foot of the stairs, though I did not dare to get closer than 3 meters towards the cliff separating city from void. I peeked down into the emptiness below, but every time I did, I had to quickly look away again, because the sterile white woke an immense fear in me. I almost did not notice something slipping past me, or someone. When I looked back at the stairs, I recognized William, who had just taken the first steps, walking behind a figure clothed in a green, partially rotten cloak. But it appeared to be the old man I had met in the city. The two of them marched towards the bronze door. They had almost reached it.
William, what are you doing?
I shouted as loudly as I could, my words echoing through the emptiness of the dream.
Kim, what? I don't have time for migraines.
He shouted back at me.
I found a way out. Limitless, eternal knowledge, waiting for me, just there.
He waved his hands towards the closed bronze door.
I will rule over all knowledge, everything that was, everything that is, everything that ever will and could be. I will change, become something different. No mere human, no, something better, something more, something much more.
He laughed maniacally. I could not take it.
Come back, please. Our parents are worried sick. You have to end this madness.
I cried, pleading. William laughed again, high-pitched and crazy.
The old man shows me a way out.
a way to growth and flourishment. William took the last steps towards the door, passing the old man. He started pulling at the door handles like a maniac. What would I see after they opened? Would they suck me in? I was afraid and watched in terror, frozen in place by fear. "Open up! Open up!" William cried out, getting more and more agitated, now banging at the door. But the gate stayed shut. Nothing happened for a short while. And then...
"It is not you. It is not you. It is not you."
When I heard the terrible voice, I almost went mad. Gurgling and hissing, it echoed through the dream, ancient and evil. Never before had I heard something like that. Such pure darkness crystallizing in words, threatening to rip me out of the dream. I did not know where they came from, but deep within me, a horrible suspicion started to grow. When the felt hat flew away, dropping into the abyss, I started screaming. Where the head of the old man should have been, only a big, craggy, six-fingered hand rose into the air. It twitched, grabbing nothingness, mad and crazed. But the worst thing was the giant eye, staring at me from the palm of the hand with an icy, hostile gaze. The neck the hand was sprouting from grew longer and longer. In the end, it almost seemed as if a long, skinny arm with an unhealthy number of joints sprouted from the collar of the cloak, winding itself towards my brother like a snake. When William, having come to his senses through my scream, noticed the being, he also started roaring in fear. But it was too late. As he tried to jump past the creature, more and more arms grew out of the cloak sleeves, moving like snakes, the mouths and eyes of a dozen palms lusting for my brother. William was pulled into the growing sea of limbs, and I had to watch powerlessly as the dream started to fade.
"Let him go,"
I screamed.
"It is not you. It is not you. We do not need him. It is not him."
The voice's volume started to increase even more, making me feel dizzy. I could only watch in horror as William was ejected by the teeming mass, falling down from the stairs and into the endless white abyss. While he disappeared from my field of view after a long while, emitting a long, horrible scream. The dream started to get hazier, more distant. Suddenly, the eyes on the palms turned around to look at me, and their mouths started to speak again, whispering and drooling.
"Is it you? Is it you? Is it you?"
When the being started to flow towards me, the dream ruptured around me, and I found myself back in my bed, heavily breathing and sweating. What the hell had just happened? What a nightmare. I could only hope for William to be all right. Had it been an omen? A premonition? Was William in danger? In the hospital? I looked for the book, but was unable to find it. Where had it gone? It had to be somewhere around here. Then, the squeaking sounds of the front door got to my ears. What? Was that man, that terrible dream entity, coming for me? I stared at my room's closed door, listening. Something came down the floor outside, slowly, scuffling. These terrible sounds of things to come. I heard the thing stop in front of the door, fiddling around with the handle. Finally, the door swung open, squeaking, and I was able to see it. There he was, William, almost not recognizable, His hair had turned long, snow-white, and ruffled. His eyes were tiny, red, and hazy. He limped into the middle of our room and said, with a coarse voice, "I have seen eternity, Kim. I have seen eternity." The creature that had once been my beloved brother started laughing maniacally, standing in front of me, his body being shaken by spasms until he collapsed and dropped dead on the floor. I fainted with a scream, only to wake up 3 days later at the hospital. Until this day, I have no idea what had happened, and I do not want to know. Again and again, I have seen the symbol of Hamza, the hand with the godly eye, being used as a protective talisman by people. For me, that is not its meaning anymore. And since that night, I am only going to sleep after taking dream suppressant pills. That way, it can never find me.
This story is the most important one I have managed to unearth. However, upon reviewing it, I must apologize to you. I likely have uncovered something that was not meant to be discovered, and it may bring danger to us all. Despite this, I still want to share this knowledge with you all, and reveal the truth. But be warned, this truth may never put you at ease again. The following was sent to a journalist, who is a good friend of mine, by a young man whose fate I do not know, but for whom I fear the worst. I must be honest, I do not know whether reading or listening to these lines will put you in danger as well. Therefore, you must decide for yourself. Do you want to know the truth? The truth about the Ebrugh? You have been warned. The strange tale of Marco Daggio's fate had been met with little interest from the public. His mysterious, silent disappearance from a room in the Hotel Una Artiminde in one of Rome's more run-down alleys was not something reported by the media, except perhaps for a small note in the El Messaggero, one of the regional outlets. I would have never known about Marco either, hadn't my travels led me to the scanty hotel room where his strange and terrifying experiences had taken their course. Curiosity had made me travel to the Holy City, and, due to my major in ancient history, Rome and the Vatican lured me in with all their testimonies of times gone. And so it came to be that I walked around between old chapels and houses, only carrying my backpack, looking for traces of past times and societies, and for a room to rest in after a long day of walking. I just wanted to learn as much as I could about the city, about our past, and where we came from. It was such a miracle. The human race evolved from apes, slowly conquering the planet, and I wanted to know all about the origins of our society. Why had we started to build cities, and what had been our first ways of life, our beliefs? What great technologies had we thought up? What customs to stabilize tribes and people? I loved those questions and had already learned a lot at university, but now I also needed to see those beginnings of mankind myself. I had to walk in some of the first great cathedrals, the first great cities, here, close by. I knew that there had been others before the Romans, but I still believed that their role in history was one of the most important parts. Still, I planned on visiting our locals in the future, once I had gotten grants or scholarships. I wanted to see so many places of ancient history. Mayan ruins, Chinese temples, so much was out there, so much to be discovered. As I am not very wealthy as a student, on the contrary, I cannot rent a room in one of the more known and prestigious hotels, and therefore have to venture into one of the darker parts of Rome, far away from inviting lights and jolly conversations. The alleys I strolled through in the evening felt more contorted and battered with each step. The window shutters and wall cladding started to look more dilapidated and brittle, while high walls rose up at both sides of the narrow roads. Uncomfortable bleakness was emitted by my surroundings, as the houses were without ornaments and decorations.
I passed one or two small chapels wedged between big housing blocks, their steeples halfway rotten, their red brick roofs punctured with holes. Those old buildings were gated by heavy, moss-covered wooden doors and felt uninviting, almost repulsive. Everything reeked of urine and alcohol, and the faint rattling of old cars and bikes enhanced this feeling of unease even more. I had left the main road behind a long time ago, and was quite taken aback by the existence of such a shabby place deep within Rome's bowels. The city was renowned for its magnificence and beauty, after all. The people living in these alleys were strangely foreign and defensive when spotting me. These experiences were opposites to what I'd gotten to know from the folks I had met around the train station and the other city parts I'd visited in the afternoon. Folks who had all been jolly and kind. These people here were different, though, and had hard and doubtful looks. The women hurried away from me, and the men gazed at me with their brows furrowed before going back into their old coffee houses and taverns, almost as if they went back to their own distant worlds. When the sun had already set and cool lights shone from within the buildings, I reached a small square that finally saved me from those narrow alleys, exhausted and hungry. An ugly pavement covered the ground, and in the middle of the old forum, I spotted a statue made from granite, seemingly looking in my direction. It was supposed to be a discus thrower, though that only became apparent when I got closer and was able to read the old sign on the ground, giving sparse information on the work of art. Time had not been kind to the statue, as it was partially covered by moss and smelled disgustingly moldy. The shape of the athlete was just barely recognizable, and his face was dented in many places, and had gotten demolished by seeming acts of vandalism. The arm on the figure, raised for a throw, was missing the hand, leaving behind a sad stump. I slowly turned away from the statue, which must have been a marvel of statuary once, before becoming a crippled shade of itself through the influences of time and men. I sadly walked away from it while feeling gazes on my neck coming from the surrounding buildings. Bordering on that square, I found the Una Artemide, with its warmly lit windows, brown walls and overgrown bushes next to the entrance doors. As it had gotten rather late, I quickly moved towards the building, feeling a sense of melancholy when looking at the dark contours around me. When I finally left the square and its depressing surroundings behind and entered the hotel's foyer, a man smelling strongly of aftershave greeted me, looking tired and somewhat grim. I hesitated a little before asking for a cheap room that could rent for a few days, but he quickly made a good offer for room 24, which I could move into right away. The man told me about many people who come to this part of the city, searching for a place to stay despite the uninviting nature of the area. He advised me against talking to the locals, as they felt harassed very quickly, and he proceeded to show me some maps with more interesting places to visit during the next few days. Overall, I looked forward to exploring these areas from the Una Artemide as my base of operations, wandering the dilapidated streets of Rome to gather new knowledge and learn more about our past. The man gave me a large iron key with a bronze plate engraved with the room number and told me about the huge breakfast served every morning around 8 a.m. in the hotel's dining room. My worries slowly dissipated, and I began to enjoy the old building and the thoughts of spending some nights there. After leaving the foyer and getting a hot soup from the kitchen, I ascended the old wooden staircase to the second floor. As I walked down the dimly lit corridor, the floorboards creaked beneath my feet. When I reached room 24 and inserted my key into the keyhole, I suddenly felt as though someone was watching me. A shiver ran down my spine, and I quickly turned around to see an eye watching me from the room opposite before the door slammed shut. Confused but determined to ignore the unsettling feeling, I entered my room. It was a small space with torn tapestries and uninviting brown floorboards. The cold white light from the small lamps on the ceiling only accentuated the run-down state of the place. Despite this, a large wardrobe made of dark wood provided ample space for my belongings, and I quickly changed into my sleeping attire. As I entered the decrepit bathroom through a small green door, I couldn't help but notice the old tiles on the wall. Though the condition of the bathroom didn't bother me due to my exhaustion, I quickly brushed my teeth and prepared for sleep. Despite the less-than-ideal conditions, the bed was relatively comfortable. and I drifted off to sleep faster than I had expected. When I woke up the next morning to the noise of my phone's alarm, I was shaking and drenched in sweat. My head hurt a little, and I knew that I had horrid dreams, though their content had already been locked away by my mind. I imagined that something had come and visited me during the past night, something that had opened the darkest abyss of my thoughts, but I couldn't explain those feelings, and after a short, cold shower, everything was fine again. The dining room was quite cozy, as I had to admit, and some of the other residents greeted me friendly and gave me a feeling of peace and comfort. The food was indeed plentiful and tasty, and I quickly started to feel at home. Suddenly, an old man approached, without a doubt an Italian, and after some hesitation, he sat down next to me at the table, looking at me with curiosity. I recognized his eyes as the ones that had observed me the day before from the room opposite of mine. After an initial silence, he started a conversation while his gaze wandered around fearfully. His voice was soft, but every single one of his words was soaked with panic when he addressed me. "Please excuse my behavior. You must surely think of me as a rude person, but rest assured that I act the way I did for a good reason. My name is Silvio, and I would love to say that I am pleased to meet you, but that would be a lie. No, that has nothing to do with you. I'm just worried, really worried, about you. I must talk to you, but not here where one could hear it. Who knows who or what is listening in? I beg you, let us go outside and walk to some other street a bit more distant from here and talk. I'm sorry for my secrecy, but this is a matter of life and death, of your life and death. So please, come." I blinked in confusion and was about to tell him to bother other people, but the old man hastily added, "I will pay for your room, if you want to keep it after our talk, that is. Now, hurry." I liked that offer, so it seemed logical to take him up on it, even if he was trying to scam me somehow. So I agreed to Silvio's proposal, and after finishing the rest of our breakfast in silence, we left the hotel and quickly put some distance between us and the building, exactly as old Silvio had suggested. We came to a busy road and spotted a bench where we could sit down. "What did you want to tell me?" I asked after looking at the cars around us for a while. "First things first, I'm sorry again, but it's important that you leave that room for good, immediately. It is not safe there." Silvio started. "Why? What could possibly happen?" I asked. I better start from the beginning. I have been living in the hotel for some months now. It is a pretty nice place, all things considered, located in a rather uninviting area. But oh well. I have been living in the hotel because my daughter is working there as a chef, and that is why I pay less rent than one normally would. But I digress. It started when Marco Adagio moved into room 24. I liked him. He was a rather pleasant fellow, but was hell-bent on his research. He worked on something behind closed doors, some books perhaps, though I can't be sure. He did not go out very often, and there were no noises coming out of the room, so who really knows? I only met him during breakfast, and sometimes we would start talking. I did not find out much, only that he was looking for something in this area of Rome, something huge. At least, that's what he told me. He was sure that something was slumbering in this area, something one could not even dream up the wildest fantasies, but it was supposed to be real. He sounded a little mad, but his voice was trembling with the spirit of endeavor. However, one day he started to leave in the mornings and stayed away until nightfall. He got more nervous, tense, almost afraid. I did not know where he went, what he was looking for, where he poked around, but he seemed both terrified and ecstatic. Then he stayed away during the night and did not return. I got worried, but couldn't take action. The authorities around here would never look for a stranger. They just don't care. Besides, I had no idea where he went anyway, and thus could not go looking for him on my own. That is why I eagerly waited for his return. But Marco was gone. And what does this have to do with me? I don't feel like there's anything terrible about that story just because he found another place to stay without telling you, I remarked. Silvio suddenly started shaking, and his face turned pale. The bad thing was not the time when he was gone. The bad thing was the time after he returned. Silvio's voice trembled. One evening, he came back dirty, sweaty, and wet, his clothes ripped to shreds, and his face white as chalk, holding his notebook. He went into his room and terrified me horrendously. That night, I don't know exactly what happened inside that room, but it must have been pure horror. At about 3 a.m., I heard an icy scream, a scream I will never forget. The sound cut into my very soul and woke an ancient fear that still rages within me even now. I had someone break down the locked door, but Marco wasn't there. He was gone. The windows were all shut tightly, and there was no sign of him. The police thought I was crazy, but I knew that something unspeakable happened in that room. Since that night, I have been afraid to be inside the hotel, and the closer I get to room 24, the more the panic grows. Something is still there, something that is not supposed to be. You must move out of that room immediately. All of the others believed me. I saved them. So let me save you as well. Silvio begged. I got goosebumps, but my courage had not left me. This is madness. This can't be. There must be a rational explanation. I'll stay in that room, especially since you said you would pay for it. I listened to your story, after all, I said defiantly. Silvio's face hardened. As you wish. I thought you might listen, but you are too ignorant. I will pay for your room, but you will not be there for long anyway. That's what I predict, at least, he said grimly, and walked away. I sat there for a while, lost in thought, but finally decided to hit the road and look for some churches to visit, and some knowledge to reap. It had become evening again when I returned from my explorational trip through the city back to the hotel and went to my room. I had learned so much, many tales of old buildings and their lives, stories about paintings and sculptures. I was content. As I strolled through the floors, I met Silvio, who tried to stop me from getting into room 24 for one last time. Though his efforts did not bear any fruit, I simply ignored the old Italian and entered my chamber. If I had known what was about to happen, I would have left on the spot, hurrying back to Germany, where my life would have been boring and normal for the rest of my days. But I stayed. The lights flickered ominously and unsettled me, a menace threatening me, though that had to be just because of my vivid imagination. I entered the bathroom, ready to brush my teeth. When I looked into the mirror, I froze. For a short moment, I believed to see a tall, distorted shade standing in the room far behind me. My throat started hurting, even though everything was normal again after some blinking. The illusion had left behind a bitter taste in my mouth. Breathing calmly, I leaned against the wall where my hand brushed against one of those loose tiles. I stopped and realized that it could be taken out. I uncovered a small opening, letting a horrible stench into the room. What could rest inside? A rotten hand, the cadaver of a rat. Why hadn't I noticed the stench before? I got my smartphone from the main room whilst looking for the shade, though I could spot nothing out of the ordinary. Of course not. Gripped by anxiety, I shone the phone's light into the gaping black hole in the wall, and finally spotted a leathery object resting deep down inside the niche. When I pulled the rugged thing with some disgust out of its hiding place, I recognized it as an old notebook or diary. The pages were yellowed and old. At the end, some were missing. A scrawling, cursive English writing covered most of them. The cover told me that this was the research journal of Marco Daggio. Despite the stench and against all reason, I decided to read the hideous thing, to uncover what really had happened. I just had to know. It couldn't be that the man had just vanished from his room. Where should he have gone to, after all? Also, Silvio had said that Marco had looked for something incredible. Dangerous, but incredible. I just had to know. What if I discovered something worthwhile, something amazing? Surely it would not be too dangerous. Surely there was a rational explanation for all of this. Holding on to these thoughts, I took the book and laid down on the bed. Full of excitement, I started reading. As I turned the pages, the words of the diary began to reveal an obsession with the occult and the supernatural. Marco wrote about his search for a mysterious document which he believed was hidden somewhere within the city. He described in detail the strange occurrences and inexplicable phenomena that he had read about during his search. The more I read, the more I felt a sense of unease creeping over me. May 4th, 2013. During my research, I discovered some interesting documents in the Vatican's archives, originating in the 14th century. They are about an object of Satan being brought to the West by a traveler from the East, probably China, Korea, or Japan. It appears to be a black hand mirror, which is surrounded by horrifying happenings that drove the traveler's family mad. That, in turn, led to the Inquisition burning them at the stake as witches. The uncanny thing catching my eye is the fact that the story is almost identical to one from a German psychiatrist. The man had vanished from his room one night, though he still managed to send his notes to a newspaper. It is perhaps only a coincidence that similar reports have surfaced over the years, mostly unknown and quickly locked away by certain institutions like the Catholic Church or the Society of Ebrugh. Thanks to my profession and my previous work, I was found able to look for more documents in the Vatican's archives that might imply events of unknown cause. Unfortunately, I was never able to find someone who could tell me stories of true substance about all of those happenings I had found hints to during the past years. Obviously, one should be careful when hypothesizing, just based on some written documents, but I am certain of the validity of my thoughts. May 17th, 2013. After having done a bit of research, I got news of a man who met some unspeakable things in Eastern Europe. A man who only hesitatingly gave away his information. He seems to be shaken to the core if his source is to be believed. Tomorrow I will hurry to Vienna, meeting said people, and perhaps I will get some more information on all the puzzling events. Then my theories will finally be confirmed. I am looking forward to tomorrow. May 18th, 2013. There has been a major setback. My interview with the man from Vienna has not taken place, and he disappeared from his room last night. A friend of his who is connected to his story is nowhere to be found either. I was too late. I have to find another clue, one that will not lead to nothingness in such a disastrous manner. Nonetheless, I will not be disheartened by this turn of events, and carry on my research. Perhaps there will be more to find in the archives. I just have to keep digging. June 18th, 2013. Finally, another clue. I discovered the testament of an old secret cult that existed back in ancient times. Its history was locked away deep within the Vatican's archives, and I had to move heaven and earth to get a permit for entering those areas. But luckily, some money and some friends made it possible, and so I might learn more important things very soon. Then, my work will finally bear fruit. 24th of June, 2013. I can't believe what is starting to surface. The whole matter is far greater than I ever could have imagined. So much greater. They have been the ones. They hid it away. The greatest knowledge of mankind, the power to move mountains and climb the moon. Unfathomable knowledge. It is still here in Rome. The entrance is at the Riserva Naturale della Marsigliana. It's so close, only minutes by car. I can't believe it. I have to go and find it beneath the trees at the Three Stones, guarded by Pluto. It's clever, but obvious if one knows. If one knows the truth, the old secrets. And then I will have made it. I will be famous, a hero, the ultimate scientist. There was another last entry, undated, and its contents made me gasp out loud. It was scribbled down more hastily, and by reading it, I got the feeling of looking at writings of a lunatic. The last sentence in the diary was simply a single, terrifying sentence. It's too late. They're coming for me. What had he found below Roman streets? A secret, without a doubt, but which one? What ancient knowledge lay beneath my feet? I had to know. I just had to. I knew how he had felt, what he had craved, the bliss of new truths, the happiness of discovery. Quickly, I got up and packed my belongings into my backpack. A strange eagerness had gripped me, as though preparing me for a long walk. My thoughts were racing, and I was sweating like mad due to the excitement. I ran to the door, ready to open it, when my smartphone started vibrating. I looked at the display and stopped. The screen had gotten strangely distorted, and white noise covered all of it, almost like the one on old television sets. I looked at my wristwatch, almost by accident. It was 3 a.m. Suddenly, I remembered the words old Silvio had muttered in the morning. An icy shiver ran down my spine. Marco disappeared around 3 a.m. The lights in the room started flickering, and my blood seemed to freeze in my veins. A dangerous doom was approaching. I could feel it. I had to leave. I kicked open the door and jumped out, clinging to the luggage I'd carried with me, when the lights inside the chamber died off for good. I stared into the darkness, listening. There was only silence. It had just been the lights. I almost fainted when I realized that the room was not empty, that someone or something was there, staring back at me. I could not see what it was. I pressed my back against Silvio's door and looked into the blackness. Looked at it. My senses started to fade when I saw a skinny, inhuman hand, white as milk, with coarse skin and 6 fingers, reach for me, emerging from the darkness of the room. And then I heard its gurgling, clicking voice.
Ebrugh, you will all cease. I think you might be able to see it now. Eslot, Esman, the ancient age, just vermin, cattle, kage no hitobito fukasa.
When I came to my senses, I was standing next to a bench in a park, my belongings in one hand, Marco's journal in the other. I did not know how I had gotten there, whether I had run screaming through the streets of Rome or crawling like a beaten dog. My thoughts were spinning, and in the end, I threw up on the ground, my head filled with panic and terror. I felt watched, hunted. I had to find out what was going on. This couldn't be happening. And now I was certain there was something unnatural below me. I should have left the country, but my mind was taken over by the urge to know, to learn. I started walking. I would look for what Marco had already found. I would learn the secrets. Pluto's sinister gaze rested on me as I closed in on my destination. The statue was standing on a little patch of untended grassland, framed by 2 big buildings. I had already seen depictions of the old god of the underworld, though this 3-meter-tall figure sent foreboding shivers down my spine. The statue was made from granite, and depicted Pluto holding a long, thin specter or spear to support him. The tool was strangely bent and partially eaten away by time, but it also seemed to stir up some repressed memories slumbering deep within me. My curious eyes did not rest on the specter for long, however, as they were almost immediately distracted by the rest of the statue. Pluto towered in front of me, his ragged, shaggy beard looking wild and dirty. His empty pupils seemed to inspect me, piercing me to the core. I could barely see his grim mouth, which sent silent threats together with his bushy eyebrows. The sculptor who had created this alien piece of art had made the robe seem almost real and unbelievably detailed. When I finally managed to turn away from the muscular deity, shuddering, I noticed a second statue standing at the feet of Pluto. It did not seem finished, more like a 3-dimensional sketch that some artist had made of Cerberus. The 3-headed hellhound could only be recognized by some work of imagination, its body being bulky, covered in dents, and in some areas in a shade of gray that made me sick. I was instantly certain that I'd found the right place, as the 3 stones Marco had written about were, without a doubt, the heads of this incomplete Cerberus. I quickly started to inspect the ugly statue, slowly running my hand across its granite surface, feeling for irregularities. When my fingers reached the gray areas, I had to suppress a scream of disgust. The surface was solid, but not made from granite. It was slightly slimy, reminding me of jelly or raw muscles that had somehow grown out of the statue. I already wanted to turn around and leave in disgust when I heard a faint rumbling sound, and the sculpture of Pluto slowly moved away from its place. How was this possible? I was sure that I hadn't touched some hidden button or something similar. Even if I had, it would have been far beyond anything people from back then could have constructed. I went closer to the statue and looked down a hole of yawning blackness, and of a strangely stretched-out shape where Pluto had been standing guard. The streetlights close by were not enough to make out any more details, so I decided to get a torch from my backpack. Soon, I leaned over the hole, ready to illuminate it. As I used the bright light, I could see a stairway leading down into sinister darkness. What was I even doing? Should I not call the authorities? Who knew where these damned steps led? I was about to take out my phone and make the call when Marco's writings came back into my mind. What if there really was something unbelievable to be discovered down there? Unending fame. Would I let someone take that from me? The opportunity to discover something life-changing at the end of that path? No. I had to get down there on my own. Just me. Using my smartphone, I sent a text message to a friend, telling them about my current position and where I was planning to go. I told him to call the police if I did not send him another text by the next morning. That way, I thought, I was quite safe. It was 3:45 a.m., and my smartphone would remind me of the time and the need to eventually return to the surface. Slowly, I started my descent into the darkness, guided only by the lights of my torch as I walked down the narrow but high corridor. The walks were smooth and seemed to be made of the same material as the Cerberus standing at the entrance. I was confused as to why nobody had taken notice of the two statues and wondered how this corridor had managed to stay hidden all this time. Repulsive, gray, shaded patterns ran across the walls, similar to those on the three-headed dog. The farther down I went, the staler the air became. It didn't reek of corpses or decay, but it was stuffy in a horrible way. I had left behind the cool air of the night more than 10 minutes ago, but the stony steps still led me deeper down. Again and again, I shone my light across the walls, never being able to notice any significant difference. With care, I avoided touching the gray patterns covering almost every bit of rock I could see, looking almost like veins. As I continued my descent, I couldn't shake off the feeling that I was not alone. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and my heart pounded in my chest. In the distance, I imagined hearing a wheezing sound, though it was faint enough to attribute it to my nervousness. It sounded like the breath of some beast, lurking in the darkness just beyond the reach of my light. Every step I took echoing through the narrow corridor, as if announcing my presence to whatever might be down here with me. When about 15 more minutes had passed, it got harder to not simply turn around and run away, but curiosity kept me going. Where might I end up? In an otherworldly empire, a citadel of old Roman cultists, ritual chambers of wrathful priests who had placed their god at the entrance to guard their sanctuary. The possibilities seemed endless, and each one more terrifying than the last. I got more and more nervous as the walls seemed to get closer, as if they were closing in on me. The air grew thicker, and I found it harder to breathe. What ancient tribes had used and built this stairway? What kind of knowledge was buried deep beneath the surface of the earth? Was it forbidden, heretic, or reserved only for chosen people? In the flickering light of the torch, as I climbed down the steps, I heard strange whispers and the rustling of movement just beyond my sight. I imagined hearing terrifying screams from inside the walls, as if the very rock itself was alive and screaming in agony. Or were they real? Why was there this dread in my heart? At the bottom of the steps, I found an archway leading into gaping darkness. The blackness made me feel sick, as if it was a gateway into another world. But would it lead me to knowledge or despair? Hesitantly, I passed through the archway and started to shine my torch around, trying to figure out where I had ended up. After a while, I realized that I was standing at the entrance of a vast hall. Its walls were covered by partly faded paintings, and the floor was paved with giant tiles. The ceiling far above me was hidden by the gray patterns and disappeared into the darkness far away from me. The air was hot and arid, and I had to wipe droplets of sweat from my face. Lost in thought, I inspected the depressing place and the flat walls. As I was examining one of the murals, I noticed something unsettling. It was painted next to the archway I had just passed through with an eerily black substance. When I realized what it depicted, I let out a scream that echoed through the giant chamber, eventually returning back to me like a mocking voice. Despite the heat, I grew cold inside. The painting showed a group of tall, skinny beings wandering across a grassy field. I would have recognized those profane six-fingered hands anywhere. For someone else, they might have seemed like idols, alien gods or harbingers of chaos. But for me, they were something else entirely. Why had I seen one of them in a hotel room? The thought sent shivers down my spine, and I couldn't shake off the feeling of anguish that had taken hold of me. My heart started racing and bottomless fear overwhelmed me. I got sick and threw the last bits of food that were still left inside my stomach up, tainting the old tiles on the lifeless floor. As my legs started shaking, instincts threatened to take over my mind, commanding me to flee, run away. But what on earth were those creatures? What was this place? What could these murals teach me? I sat down somewhere on the floor, waiting for what felt like an eternity, waiting for myself to somewhat calm down, finally pointing my torch to the wall next to me, getting a closer look at the mural. The beings were made from black lines, though I realized a horrible mistake I had made when glancing at them earlier. The creatures had not been painted onto the wall. Their images had been burned deeply into the old stone. The high grade of detail unsettled me. Every last blade of grass had been worked into the wall with highest precision. How has anyone managed to do this? I looked at the image next to the one with the grassland and found a depiction of the same skinny beings, this time walking across what seems to be a rocky, desolate wasteland. The order of detail was so high that, for a moment, I imagined looking at a giant photo. The murals almost looked as if they had been created by tiny, precise, hot beams, but they had to be older than 2,000 years. I tried to cope with these new realizations, but I failed. Confused and broken, I sank to the ground, feeling lost in the darkness of the ancient chamber. Still, the sight of these skinny beings continued to haunt me. Who were they? What was their significance? Had the Romans worshipped them as gods, or were they remnants of an unknown branch of human evolution? The more I thought about it, the more alien they seemed. But despite my fear and confusion, an unexpected thirst for knowledge started to well up inside me. I couldn't simply stay on the ground. I had to know more about these mysterious beings and the meaning behind the murals. I needed to write it all down and share it with the world. This could be an important part of unknown history, hidden beneath the streets of Rome. With a deep breath, I tried to get up and get closer to the murals, but my mind began to cloud over. My head ached, and a strange ringing filled my ears, drowning out all other sounds. My vision started to fade away, and with it, my consciousness. I fought against it, desperate not to fall into a horrid place of unknown nightmares, but it was too late. My mind gave in, and I collapsed, hitting my head hard on the unforgiving stone floor. I sat on the floor, leaning against one of the walls, my heart racing, trying to calm down. What had happened? Where was I? The stones next to me were smooth and empty, without murals, though the hall still stretched further into eternal darkness. How have I gotten there? What had just happened? Pain, confusion, madness, they all were close. I felt strange, felt like I had been in my body for the first time in forever. Why had I blacked out? What was this terrible feeling in my stomach? This stinging pain of things I should remember? My limbs were shaking so much that I did not manage to stand up. My torchlight was still switched on, but occasionally flickered. Where the light cone could not reach, darkness. The blackness surrounded me, having protected this ancient cradle of forgotten knowledge for unimaginable periods of time. I was clutching my torch like a sword, but the batteries would be used up soon. threatening to leave me alone in pitch black at any moment. Then, I would have to rely only on the battery of my smartphone. How long had I been gone? Slowly, I tried to recollect my thoughts. Strange questions appeared in my mind, as if my inner self wanted to remind me of things better left unrecalled. The questions sent terrible chills down my spine. Were we really this important in the mechanics of the cosmos? Were all those things Marco had researched real, and not the fabrications of heretics and lunatics? Was there really so much out there, so much we did not know about our planet, about nature, about being? Had Marco? Suddenly, terror started to overwhelm me again. Why had he disappeared from the hotel room? It had to have been after returning from these halls. But why had he not described all of this? Why had he not written about the skinny beings? Had they noticed him, hunted him down? Those creatures depicted on the walls, I now knew, were real. They had been. No, I could not remember anything else. If my terrible suspicion was true, if they had really gone after Marco, they would certainly chase me down as well. I had to leave, flee. But where to? Where was I? Why had I wanted to know so badly? I finally got up, trying to stand on my trembling legs. I reeked of sweat, and the arid air made breathing hard work. The murals had ended here, but I could see one not far away behind me. I must have come from there. The hall was big, but if I just hugged one wall, I might be able to get to the entrance. Turning around, I decided to head back towards the archway, resolved to leave behind the depths of this hell and the unsettlingly empty walls. I prayed that the gateway to this ancient spot of putrid horror was not too far away, and started running towards where I suspected the arch to be. Once or twice, I imagined I heard a whistling, humming sound, closing in on me. Or perhaps I was just going mad. What could possibly be in these halls? I was alone, definitely. I listened into the darkness, but could not hear it anymore. I had been right, of course. I was alone. Stupid me. What could possibly be here? I suddenly hated the question. I also hated that I started feeling like I knew. I knew what it could be. I tried to focus on that hunch, but to no avail. It slipped my mind. Still, there it was again, in the distance. This time, louder and clearer. I was not alone, after all. The walls were full of murals now, but I could not look at them again. I was too afraid to remember, too afraid to pass out again and be easy prey for... Every time I felt like I was almost remembering, nameless horror crept into my mind. Faint memories of terror, pain and despair, and of loneliness, desperation, and the deep wish to finally die after eternity of suffering, to just let the pain and horror end. My flashlight flickered more and more frequently. Soon it would go out, and soon I would be stuck here for the rest of my life, taking the truth I now carried deep inside with me to the grave. If I was lucky, if I was not. Then, there was rattling and buzzing as well, almost inaudible, but making my hairs stand on end. I felt something getting closer, and was now sure that it was near. My sense of flight finally kicked in. I started hyperventilating as I mindlessly ran hundreds of meters towards what I hoped was the archway that had led me into the hellish underworld, praying that I would not find myself at a fork. I would not have been able to pick a path anymore. The ground raced past me, and I had to be careful not to stumble while the weight of my backpack exhausted my stamina. When whatever was following me was no longer far away, when I felt it rushing towards me in my stomach, I simply threw my damned pack away, tossing it somewhere into the darkness, and the resulting increase in speed saved me in the end. Faint mumbling started to get louder behind me. A creature from untold nightmares was there, hunting me, wheezing. Then I saw the archway. Salvation, the way out. When I finally reached it, I could hear metallic sounds. Passing through the stony frame, I could not help myself, and looked back, despite all rationality and fear that commanded me not to. In the light of my torch, I could see a big, bulky body of metal darting in my direction, swaying left and right. Uncountable robotic arms and limbs were growing from the ghastly construct, and only because of its erratic movements did I not manage to fit through the archway and crashed into one of its sides. I recognized it. I had seen it before, but where? When? A hatch opened at the thing's topside, caused by the force of the collision, and what I experienced because of that almost made me go insane, as for a brief moment, I remembered how I was being. I ran away, driven by inhuman fear and bottomless horror, up the stairway and back to the sun that had just started to rise again. The corridor had collapsed because of the creature's crash into the wall, burying it all beneath tons of rock and soil. I was in shock and did not know whether to be happy or sad about the destruction of this historic site. After I had taken my smartphone out of my pocket and called my friends to tell him about my safe return, I sank down and sat on the grassy floor, weeping uncontrollably. The statues seemed to mock me, and soon I got up and ran away from those unholy monstrosities, hoping to never see them again. From the moment I left the statues until now, I have the feeling, no, I know that I am being watched. I somehow got home, back to Germany, using some spare money I had found in my wallet, which I luckily had kept in the back pocket of my trousers. I planned on publishing this tale, perhaps on the internet or in some newspaper. I have to get it out there, but who would believe me without proof? But I will make sure it gets out, somewhere. Before I left Rome, I asked a boy from the streets to visit the entrance of the tunnels, but he told me that the statues had disappeared and the ground was covered by tons of rubble, making me leave Italy somewhat relieved. But in the following days, when I was safe at home, nightmares started to tear away at the last bit of sanity I had left. They forced me to remember. The visions that have started to haunt me are terrifying, and I almost didn't dare to write them down. However, I know that they are not figments of my imagination, but a truth that has always been inside me, waiting to be awoken by the murals on those godless walls. I don't remember all the nightmares, but as soon as they started, I wrote them down because I felt that they were important. They are just shattered pieces, but they still tell more than one might ever want to know. In my first dream, I found myself on a hill that rose above a wildly sprawling jungle, while the cries of agitated animals from the surrounding trees pierced my ears. My skin was covered with thick brown fur, and the impressions that reached me seemed incomplete. The sun was not visible, as a thick blanket of clouds covered the entire sky. Nothing seemed too bad. Yet a part of me knew that something was coming, something that would approach from beyond the sky, bringing with it a transformation that would change this jungle and this world forever. The clouds were gray, dreary, distant, and seemed oppressive, robbing itself. It was a sea of bleakness, but it did not stay that way for long. Suddenly, it was dizzyingly bright. The sky seemed to shine with the lights of 1,000 suns, and the clouds were swept into a vortex of glaring light and distorted, warped air. Only for fractions of a second, I could see the huge stone, surrounded by sparkling streaks, striking the earth and causing everything to fade away in a hot, searing flash. Slowly, my vision cleared, and I felt as if time were speeding up, as if I could see the site of the impact cooling over centuries and the dust thinning, the molten earth turning back to stone, and a gigantic crater gaping where the object had struck. My thoughts seemed to suddenly dissipate, and vast beaches and deep canyons passed by. The world seemed to change. The climate, the lands, the animals, and the plants. Everything changed. Everything changed. That was the thoughts I woke up to in the following morning. The thoughts that planted an uneasy, foreboding feeling inside my heart. Images of that crater ate into my mind. I saw that seething deep hole over and over again in front of my inner eye, even when I tried to distract myself with walks or my work. Nothing helped. I was almost compelled by unknown urges to quickly fall back asleep that evening. Soon I found myself dreaming again, back at the crater, looking down at its bottom far below me.
But at the crater, it wasn't just a crater. Something else was there. I could sense it. Somehow I knew that it wasn't just the earth that had been ripped open, but something more. The place itself had been violated, receiving a gaping wound that was bleeding strange alien influences into our reality, immaterial and erratic. It bubbled down there, intruding from far away. As our world collided with another, had a connection formed to an unimaginable elsewhere. The air was cold, and a sulphurous wind whistled around me. I could hear nothing but the wheezing cries of the wind. A force inside me pulled me down, urging me to look at whatever was happening there. The urge to know was back. I hated myself for it, but I just had to know what cruel abnormalities were waiting for me below. Slowly, I began to descend, the rocks black and frozen like tar. It was several hundred meters to the bottom of the enormous crater, and I proceeded with caution to avoid slipping and falling. Finally, after what felt like hours, I reached the bottom of the crater, where the air shimmered and reflected distorted, warped swirls glistening in the midday sun. It felt as if I was peering behind the veil of the world, gazing upon a distorted elsewhere that was closely interwoven with our reality. Everywhere and nowhere at once. It was a miracle. What new lands would await someone who passed through those shimmering patterns? What wisdom? What insights? Questions flooded my mind. Did the crater still exist, millions of years later in our time? Would I be able to find it? And if I did, could I locate that crack in the fabric of the world and pass through it to the immaterial spheres beyond? Could I become the greatest explorer in human history? Like a disease, these thoughts had poisoned my mind. I was still relatively far away, still carefully climbing over the bulging crater below, but the closer I got, the more I wanted to step through. Suddenly, I felt cold. It was as if all my joy, all my urge to explore, had been stifled and smothered by oppressive terror. I began to fear for my life, although I was still aware that I was just dreaming. An old dread welled up inside me, and my eyes wandered around in panic, searching for something unusual, but there was nothing except the warped patterns. And then, suddenly, they emerged from the distorted, swirling glimmers. They were tall, very tall, measuring perhaps 3 or 4 meters, their legs similar to those of a human, but thinner and almost gnarled. The upper bodies were unusually skinny as well, and almost like ours, though their arms reached down to their knees like rampant, growing white branches, where they sprouted those 6-fingered claws that disturbed me more with every additional passing second. Their necks measured about 1 meter and seemed rigid and alien, as did their melon-sized heads with their 2 giant black eyes and their wide mouths containing needle-like teeth. They stepped out of the warped breach, more and more of them. It almost looked like they were flowing out. Slowly but steadily, they began to climb up the crater walls and toward me. I was horrified to notice that one of the creatures seems to be looking right at me with its ungodly eyes, as it clawed with its long arms twitching strangely. I had to wake up. Relentlessly, the thing approached, and it was as if I could hear those words again, those words I had heard in Marco's damned hotel room.
You will all cease, as Lund as Mond. Just vermin, cattle.
I couldn't get away. My dream body seemed bound, my limbs paralyzed. I wanted to scream when I realized it was the same voice from the darkness, the same voice from the hotel. Was this creature the same one? It came closer, whispering.
You will all cease, as Lund as Mond. Forget.
I woke up from my dream, seconds before the being and the others had arrived at my location, before they had been able to do anything. Drenched in sweat, I sat there, trying to comprehend and understand what I had just experienced. That day, I didn't go to work or for a walk to distract myself. Instead, I lay in bed and felt the dreams and memories of those blasphemous walls trying to hypnotize me again. I barely managed to drink a glass of water before I dove into a nightmare-filled sleep once more.
I was torn into strange visions and fragments of past memories told by the murals, forced to remember. I saw the terrible, skinny creatures building vast cities and alien factories all across the planet's surface, gradually diving deeper and deeper into the ancients' knowledge of the universe. They somehow extracted it from a strange other place by using advanced gadgets in their own minds. They already knew so much. They knew what life forms lived on Earth and what flora and fauna the planet housed. They had apparently survived Earth for a long time with their sensors and machines in search of a new home. It was a hectic search, feverish, driven by the urge to survive, and they had been terrified because blackness, a nameless void, a fear, unspeakable fear. Their fear. A disturbing and unsettling sensation grew inside me when I realized that the creatures had fled from something. Strange and ungraspable thoughts indicated a cosmic enemy that had ultimately destroyed their homeworld. I don't know whether they had run from another race, a sentient natural disaster, the end of all things, or just an idea bleeding into our world. But they had fled, had run, and so they had come here. The name of their enemy was etched deep into their minds. They called it Eslot Esmat. I saw them meditate, saw them study weird machines and screens. They wore only clothes made from black, smooth, weather-resistant material when they did not walk through their high towers and gigantic academies completely naked. Their knowledge of technology was vast and beyond my comprehension. Most of it seemed like pure magic. Gigantic monuments of otherworldly shapes and sizes had been constructed to honor all that had not survived the downfall of their distant world. These were the only traces of something resembling positive emotions that I could find. They had a thirst for exploration, a thirst to know everything. In flashes, I saw them cataloging everything they could find. Earth was not enough for the creatures, and they settled on other planets in our solar system, building factories and harnessing alien energies driven by the spirit of discovery, progress, and the fear of the threat that had once driven them away from home. I suddenly remembered one of the murals in detail, delirious. It showed them encouraging another race on one of Jupiter's moons. The beings of that race were so foreign and unnatural that I had to quickly forget their depictions. Weird, wavy lines and grotesque shapes within them. I'm not sure who started the war, but soon massive battles were waged on the moon's surface until the skinny ones, until we, drove the others back and below the ground, eradicating all cities they could find. I remembered them killing those moon dwellers, that vermin, that scum. Despite being highly advanced as well, the native moon beings did not stand a chance. I saw the skinny beings prepare their assault. Sometimes, I remembered helping them by pulling their machines across the surface of the moon below its yellow, sulfuric sky, by being used as bait to lure the enemies out. The skinny beings fought with horrid technologies, using wandering creatures that were sent to rip enemies into eternal hells, and even beings and machines made from shadows. The skinny beings could survive the vacuum of space and hostile climates and environments by using their highly developed minds to shift their bodies to another plane, thus being protected against physical harm. That plane was one of the sources of their knowledge and power. It was a place that was different and alien, a land of ideas, souls, and thoughts. It was the warped space I had seen in the crater. It was the place we moved through in our dreams, the place that is everywhere and nowhere, immaterial and still potent. As time passed, my dreams started to shift into each other at a more and more rapid pace. They were studying, cataloging, and one day, experimenting. The further my visions took me, the more bizarre and disturbing elements I was forced to see. Experiments conducted on living creatures and on me. They started to modify some animals by using their advanced biological machineries, producing horrid chimeras. The memory of those suffering, misshapen creatures made me yearn to wake up and threatened to rupture the dream I was imprisoned in. But something held me down, something inside me, the part that wanted to know more. For centuries, they did research on all races they could get their hands on, degenerating and evolving them, and in the end, modifying them to use their brains for data processing. Again and again, my mind inhabited the creatures they used for their experiments, locked away in strange rooms, connected to tubes, and operated on while being fully conscious, taking away my limbs or organs, studying my reactions exposed to poison, weapons, and the vacuum of space. The pain I felt quickly ripped me away from those moments each time, and for that, I am grateful. However, in the end, there was a last series of modifications, a last series of experiments. One hall, located in the largest towers and the deepest depths of their laboratories, was where it happened, where I suffered their curiosity again and again, within smooth and radiant walls, decorated only by black sculptures and statues. In my dream, I entered this hall multiple times, in the bodies of different people and ape-like animals, but always experiencing a similar chain of events. I knew that the statues with their black, coral-like patterns and sharp edges were technologies beyond comprehension, devices that could rupture and warp flesh and mind into different shapes that were designed by them. The first time I remember being led there was with a group of friends, shaking and trembling in fear. We were very young, taken by the gods in the morning. They had descended upon our little village and taken the children. Of course, we had worshipped them and had been grateful to be chosen. But when we saw what they planned to do, when they modified the first one of us, we wanted to flee. We realized our gods had been false, that they were monsters, demons. They had deceived us, betrayed us. I hated them. We hated them. Our lives were a lie. Our beliefs were a lie. We tried to run, but they paralyzed us and took away our limbs so we could not escape again. I remember lying in a small, transparent box, my arms gone, my legs gone, my mouth molten away. I was crying and unable to scream, only pleading with my eyes. They stood there and watched, curious to see what I would do, what we would do. When they took me after some years, I was relieved. Surely they would let me die. Surely they would end my suffering. A shred of benevolence shining through their cold souls. I faintly remember how my mind was ripped from my body and placed inside a fleshy gray lump. I saw it through the eyes of other humans nearby who were still in their boxes. The dream was pain. Just pain, suffering, desperation, and loneliness. And I could not wake up. The minds were inserted into clunky serving and building robots, slaving away for thousands of years without being able to feel or scream. Just to think, just to remember what being human had been once. A long time ago, we were locked inside those prisons forever, unable to move or articulate, just being used as hardware, lost in infinite darkness with only our own thoughts. And sometimes they fed me with our thoughts. They gave me experimental and constructed thoughts in the darkness, things to think and feel. On some occasions, my mind just dissolved because it could not take the abstract and alien ideas. The dream never let me live through one of those artificial thoughts, but tore me away before their heavy, cancerous nature got too close. I remember the gray substance on the Cerberus statue that had let me enter the halls, making my body shiver in horror. Could it be? No. I must have stayed in those bodies for years, repeatedly living through different people and their horrid fates, their fears and suffering, my mind being ripped away again and again into darkness. Every time my dream brought me to another person, my mind witnessed my friends and family and enemies being turned into those gray, fleshy lumps before I myself was taken into the eternal dark. The experiences, no, the memories made me go mad. And though it was just a vivid dream, I spaced out and can't remember some of the thoughts I had in the blackness. This was not the worst, however. Additional research was conducted. Time passed. In one horrible day, I did not wake up in darkness after my mind was taken, but suddenly opened my eyes. I did not feel, had no sense of touch or smell, but I could see. I could see and speak. They had given me back my eyes and my mouth. I screamed in pain and horror, seeing them look up at me and my new body, piercing me with their gazes and big, dark eyes. I do not know why they did it. Was it for fun? No. Curiosity. But those were not the only things they did to us, to our ancestors. I could see other experiments in the horrid boxes where they stored us, ruins of flesh like books on a shelf. Some of us turned into slug-like, grotesque creatures whose bile they used as supplements. They had whole farms of us, human slugs being kept in lightless pens or, when no longer needed, set free to disappear into cracks and caves underground. I didn't even try to imagine some of them still being alive today, living in their horrendously deformed bodies. I remember their panicked minds dulled and broken, slithering into holes, into the depths of the earth, betrayed by their gods. Despite all this, despite their attempts to advance their civilization, to explore and experiment, despite their vast power, I knew they still feared the thing that had once forced them to leave behind their home. They still feared Eslud Esmat. They monitored space as much as they could, but for a long time nothing was found. It appeared that the creatures were able to extend their lifespans indefinitely because they possessed an eerie knowledge of death. So some of them must have been looking at the night sky for many centuries, searching for anomalies. Their immaterial fields of mind, which seems to be similar to our consciousness, grew to immeasurable sizes. From what I could tell, the magnitude of a field of minds determines a skinny one's social status and power, creating a natural hierarchy. A word started to flash through my dreamlike state, a word that I had always known deep down. I looked at them in their drive to know, and then it came to me. Their name. The Ebrugh. My mind drifted into vast temples where we had worshipped them. Priests and cults praised our gods, loving them. After all, they had taken many people and rewarded them, a few thousand every decade. They had taken some of us to paradise, some of our children, and given them a better future. Who knew what those they took experienced? What bliss? Perhaps ascension to a higher place. We worshipped them, sang ecstatic songs in their name, and spoke in foreign tongues, had orgies and festivals to worship them. After some time to think, I suspect that was one of their experiments as well. I'm sure that they just wanted to see what we would do when confronted with the myth of God, how powerful an idea it was, how an idea could control a people. Then, one horrible day, they spotted our old enemy making its way towards the solar system. Desperately, the skinny ones, the Ebrugh, searched for a means of escape, a chance to save themselves, though the threat had already gotten too close. The only way to survive was to find a way to detach their fields of mind from their bodies, and then ascend to another plane of existence. Many of their experiments failed, creating ruins of minds that wandered the lands, sometimes attaching themselves to objects or losing themselves in worlds of dreams where they tried to reach their destination by all means necessary. I saw them fade into warped space that swallowed and distorted those pioneers, those first explorers of the other plane. I think the trials disrupted reality all around the solar system, mixing places with the world of mind. What places were still tainted? Where should emotions and thoughts not surge? Do they still have effects on the world nowadays? Then, one day, they left. They were just gone. We did not know what had happened back then. They had left everything behind, empty buildings, towers, and technologies. Our gods had left us. They had succeeded. After conducting all those horrible experiments and going through all these troubles, the Ebrugh had finally managed to vanish from the surface of the earth, just in time. They had managed to ascend to a new mode of being. Eslud Esmod had already begun entering the solar system, erasing most of the Ebrugh's cities, machines, experiments, and testimonies of their civilization. I felt its effects in the past as it ate away at the ruins of the ancient civilization, making me forget, making us forget, and erasing the Ebrugh from our minds and history. I believe some of the remnants still remain, like the murals and the archive I had found beneath the streets of Rome, their effects on our planet. Some part of them had survived. When I came back to my senses, dehydrated and mad, lying on top of my bed, my blanket ripped apart, I did not know what to do or think, but one thing is for sure. My experiences must reach the public. They are just too important to ignore. I don't have any proof, a collapsed tunnel, a missing person, and nothing else. But the public must be made aware of this story, this report. I know I will be hunted down as well, and might not walk on our earth in the future the way I do now, because if they were to catch me like old Marco... In terror, I remember the moments down in the archives, the moments when the hatch on the machine opened, making it possible to take a look inside the construct that had chased me. I had seen a big gray lump of that terrible substance, although this one was looking disgustingly fleshy. However, the most horrifying thing was those distorted eyes staring into mine, and the warped mouth crying out, wheezing, and humming sounds and words, not being dampened anymore by the metallic prison, making horrid screams echo from the walls.
Where am I? What did they do? What are these alien thoughts? Did you touch the Cerberus? They feel your curiosity and let you in, the old minds inside the stones. Please, where am I? It hurts so much. They let you in, as they did with me. Now they know of you and will find you. Where is my body? Please, kill me. Make this alien hell inside my head stop. They use my mind. It is theirs now. I want my body back, my limbs, my freedom, my life. Oh, please, kill me. Please kill me. Make it stop. The Ebrugh.
I hoped that the collapsing ceiling destroyed the machine, freeing Marco's soul from its hell, though I somewhat doubt it. I will never be safe again because of my exploratory drive. When will they take me? Perhaps today, perhaps tomorrow. The Ebrugh could be everywhere. I am certain that the Ebrugh return to our world occasionally, though likely just out of curiosity. After all, they are explorers, and left behind by them had been our ancestors, now able to thrive and evolve, finally becoming the people of today. The stories told by the walls, by my mind, will ignite fierce resistance in pious men, and many will probably call me a liar and think of this as some tasteless joke or the ramblings of a madman. Yes, I am mad. How am I supposed to ever get to sleep again without fearing waking up in a different body or time? How often will these murals pull me back into the past, into those bodies of those pens in the dark with the other slug-like humans? I hope that I can at least succeed in sending these lines, that someone reads or listens to them, and that my knowledge becomes known. After that, I think it is best to leave this world. I am sorry. I do not want to become like Marco. Wish me luck. In moments like these, as I once again walk on the edge of reason and insanity, my thoughts travel back to those empty walls below Rome, still waiting to be filled with additional historical content by the Ebrugh. Did they plan on returning one day?